July 28th, 1900. A Sunday afternoon in the garden of Borley Rectory. 4 young sisters in summer dresses pause on a path beside the old churchyard. They see, in daylight, the same figure at the same moment. A woman in a dark habit gliding along the edge of the trees. The river that runs through the story of Borley Rectory is the Stour, a slow watercourse that rises in the chalk country to the west and flows eastwards across the southern edge of East Anglia, until it widens at length into the long tidal estuary that meets the North Sea between Harwich and Felixstowe. For the greater part of its length, the Stour forms the boundary between 2 counties, and it is in the stretch where the river divides Essex from Suffolk that the village of Borley stands. The river here flows along the foot of a gentle valley. The land on the southern side rises in a low rise of ground above the water. The land on the northern side falls more gradually away towards Sudbury and the Suffolk uplands beyond, and between the 2 banks the meadows and willow stands and the slow channels of the river make up a landscape that has changed very little in any of its principal features for a great many centuries. Borley itself sits on the right, that is to say the western, bank of the Stour, on a low rise a little inland from the water, looking across the valley to the gentle slopes of the Suffolk side. The land here, by the records of the Ordnance Survey, sits at an elevation of around 50 metres above sea level. The grid reference of the rectory site in the modern national notation of the survey is TL 845433, which places the rectory in the northwest part of the Essex county sheet, very close to the boundary which runs along the river to the north. The position is a quiet one. The lanes that lead to the village come up from the south through Liston, and across from the east from the direction of Foysters, and round from the west by the longer route that touches Borley Green. From any of these approaches the village is reached by a slow descent into the cluster of cottages and orchards along the road, the church tower rising above them on the higher ground, the rectory's old plot lying opposite the church on the north side of the lane. The nearest market town to Borley is Sudbury, in Suffolk, lying some 3 miles to the north across the river. Sudbury is, and has long been, the local centre of trade, of the post, of the railway, and of all the small commercial and administrative business that a country village requires of a near town. The road from Borley to Sudbury crosses the Stour by the bridge at Ballingdon, and the journey by horse and cart in the 1860s, by motor car in the 1920s, or by the slow walk of a man on foot in any of those decades, occupies very much the same span of time. Somewhat under an hour by horse, rather more than that by foot, and a little less than half an hour by car. To the northeast of Borley, 2½ miles distant, lies the larger village of Long Melford. Bury St Edmunds, the cathedral town of West Suffolk, is 15 miles distant. Sudbury and Long Melford are stations on what was the Great Eastern Railway, and Sudbury, by Price's reckoning in his 1940 book, is 58½ miles by rail from Liverpool Street terminus in London. The position of Borley in Essex rather than Suffolk has been, over the years, a source of frequent confusion in the popular accounts of the place. Because Sudbury is in Suffolk, and because Sudbury is the place that figures most prominently in any practical description of how to reach Borley by road or rail, many writers and speakers have placed the village in Suffolk also, and the rectory along with it. This is incorrect. The parish of Borley lies wholly on the Essex side of the Stour, the boundary between the 2 counties following the line of the river itself for the relevant stretch. To stand on the rectory's old ground is to stand in Essex, and to look across the meadows to the north is to look into Suffolk. The hundred in which Borley sat, in the older administrative reckoning, is Hinkford, an old division of northwest Essex, which took in a great part of the county between the Stour and the central plain. The diocese to which the parish belongs is the diocese of Chelmsford, the cathedral seat of Essex. In 1936, after the events that occupy the central portion of this story had unfolded, but before they had reached their close, Borley was joined administratively to its small neighbour Liston, the two parishes thereafter sharing a single incumbent who lived at Liston Rectory rather than at Borley. The name Borley is the modern spelling of an older form. In Domesday Book, the Great Survey of England, compiled in 1086 for William the Conqueror, the parish appears as Barley, an Anglo-Saxon name generally taken to mean the boar's clearing or the boar's pasture, suggesting a parcel of woodland edge cleared in the early medieval period for the keeping of pigs. The pigs and the clearing, in their original sense, are long gone, but the name has remained in continuous use for nearly 1,000 years, and the village has been recognisably the same place, with the same parish boundaries and the same agricultural character, since the records first begin to attest to it in the 11th century. The parish records of baptisms, marriages and burials run continuously from 1559 and are now held at the Essex Records Office in Chelmsford, where they may be consulted by anyone with an interest in the slow accumulation of names and dates that constitutes the proper history of an English country parish. Behind the records of 1559, where the registers begin, the medieval centuries of the parish are documented only by the few survivals of the manorial and ecclesiastical archive, and by the inscriptions and effigies preserved in the church across the lane. The church of Borley is dedicated to St. Mary, although the dedication is described in Price's book as unknown at the time of his writing, an indication of how thinly the medieval foundation of the parish has been documented. The tower of the church is of the 12th century. The body of the church is largely of the same period, with the alterations and embellishments that one would expect from later centuries laid in upon the Norman fabric. The tower of Borley Church is, in Price's words, a landmark seen for many miles. Quote, rising above the surrounding fields on the south side of the lane, on the higher ground above the road, and offering from its summit a wide view in all four directions of the compass. From the foot of the tower one can look down upon the lane, and across the lane one would have looked, between 1863 and 1944, upon the front of Borley Rectory, the building with which this story is concerned. The two structures, the church and the rectory, faced each other across the road for some 81 years. The rectory is gone now. The church remains. In the long evenings of summer, when the sun lowers itself over the Suffolk fields beyond the river, and the shadows of the lime trees in the churchyard reach across the lane, the church and what was once the rectory plot fall into a soft, level light. The yard around St. Mary's, walled and quiet, is set higher than the lane by some few feet, and the wall along its south side carries the small irregular stones that have served as the mark of the boundary for many generations. The graves of the rectors of Borley, of their wives and children, of the parish clerks and the schoolmasters and the labourers of the village, lie within that wall in their ordered rows, the older stones leaning with the slow movement of the soil, the lichen working its slow alteration upon their faces, the inscriptions still legible in the cleaner stones and almost vanished from the older. In the winter, when the trees are bare and the wind comes up the valley from the east, the same churchyard takes on a different aspect, the stones standing dark against the pale grass, the tower rising against the thin grey sky, the lane running with mud below the wall. In any season the place is, as Price observed of the village as a whole, extremely quiet, and strangers are seldom seen. The medieval history of the parish, although thinly documented, is not without its features of interest, and several of those features bear upon the later story in ways that are worth setting out at this early stage. The manor of Borley, by surviving record, passed in 1362 into the hands of the Benedictine monastic community of Christ Church, Canterbury, by a grant from King Edward III. Grant is recorded in Sir William Dugdale's Monasticon Anglicanum, the 17th century compilation of monastic charters published in 3-folio volumes between 1655 and 1673, in which it is stated, in the language preserved by Price, that Edward III, in the 36th year of his reign, gave to the Prior and Community of Christ Church, Canterbury, the manor of Borley in the county of Essex, in exchange for certain customs and revenues which the said Prior and Community had previously held in the town and port of Sandwich. A later entry, in the time of Henry VIII, gives a certificate of valuation of Borley Manor amounting to £32, 14 shillings and 4pence. There is, accordingly, definite evidence that Borley Manor, in the 14th and 15th centuries, was the property of the Benedictine monks of Canterbury, although where exactly within the parish the manor house stood, the records do not say with any certainty. 13 years after the grant of Borley Manor to the Benedictines, a man named Simon of Sudbury was appointed Archbishop of Canterbury. Simon was a native of the nearby market town across the river, and his archbishopric represented one of the closer connections between this corner of East Anglia and the high politics of the medieval church. In 1377, Simon crowned the young King Richard II. In 1380, he became Chancellor of England. The following summer, during the rising of the Commons, known as the Peasants' Revolt, the Kentish insurgents dragged him from the Tower of London and beheaded him on Tower Hill on the 14th of June 1381. He had been a great benefactor to his native town across the Stour, and had rebuilt part of the church of St. Gregory at Sudbury, and had founded a college there. The detail is recorded here only because Simon's name has occasionally been attached, in later folklore, to the haunting tradition of the village, and because his benefactions to Sudbury kept his name alive in the local memory long after his death. Whether Simon of Sudbury has any genuine connection with the events that would later cluster about Borley Rectory is a question which need not be settled here. He is mentioned at this stage only as one of the figures whose presence in the documentary record gives the parish its particular medieval depth. After the dissolution of the monasteries in the 16th century, the manor of Borley passed into secular hands. The family which acquired it, and which would hold it for the next 300 years, was the Waldegrave family, a name of some prominence in the history of Essex and the wider county. According to the parish history compiled by J.M. Ist, Bull, in 1937, and quoted by Price, the Waldegrave family played a major part in Borley during some 300 years, holding the manor and serving as patrons of the church for that long span. The first member of the family to be definitely connected with Borley was Sir Edward Waldegrave, a man whose dates Price gives as approximately 1517 to 1561. Sir Edward was a descendant of an earlier Sir Richard Waldegrave who had served as Speaker of the House of Commons in 1402. He himself was imprisoned during the reign of Edward VI for his loyalty to the princess who would in due course become Queen Mary. Upon Mary's accession he was knighted by her, and was given the manor of Chewton in Somerset, the seat that his descendants would in later centuries occupy at Chewton Priory in Bath. He served as Member of Parliament for Essex and as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. After Queen Mary's death in 1558 he suffered a reversal of fortune and was a prisoner once more in the Tower of London at the time of his death on the 1st of September 1561. His tomb is at the east end of the nave of Borley Church and may be seen there to the present day. He is buried with his wife Frances, who survived him for 38 years. Their effigies lie side by side, the man in armour and the wife in the language preserved by J.M.M. Bull, and quoted in Price's book, in a tight-fitting bodice and skirt with flat cap on head and large ruffle round neck. Quote, the 6 children of Sir Edward and Lady Waldegrave are represented on the sides of the tomb, the small figures carved into the stone in the manner of an Elizabethan family monument. There is also a tablet on the north wall of the chancel of the church to the memory of one of their daughters, Magdala, who died in 1598. The Waldegraves are accordingly the family whose presence in Borley Church is most clearly attested in the surviving fabric. The parishioners who entered the church for service across the 400 years that have passed since Sir Edward's death have done so beneath the gaze of these effigies, the husband and wife in their stone, the 6 children carved upon the sides of the tomb, the small letters of the inscription growing fainter with each century, but still discernible to a careful eye in the soft light from the south windows of the nave. Where exactly the Waldegraves lived during their 300 years at Borley is, like the location of the medieval manor house, not entirely certain in the surviving record. Price reports that they probably resided at the manor house, on the site of what would in due course become Borley Rectory, but he is careful to note that this is a probability rather than a certainty. There is also a legendary account, current in the parish in the early 20th century, of a castle which is said to have stood near the rectory site, the family residing in the castle while the manor house was occupied by their chaplain. The castle, in this legendary account, is said to have been destroyed by Cromwell's troops during the 17th century civil wars, although nothing appears to be known of any existing ruins of such a castle, and the documentary record does not confirm the tradition. The matter is set out here, as Price set it out in his book, as a piece of local tradition rather than as a piece of established history. Whatever the truth of the castle story, the Waldegrave occupation of Borley over 3 centuries is a documented fact, and one which connects the medieval and early modern history of the parish to the fabric of the church, which still stands across the lane from the site of the rectory. There are also, in the records reported by Price, references to one or more earlier rectories that may have stood at or near the site of the present building. According to some authorities, there was at one time a rectory belonging to the Herringham family on or near the rectory site, the memorials in the church appearing to confirm this view. There is, in addition, a persistent local tradition that a 14th century monastery once occupied the rectory site, although the historical evidence for this is thin, and the modern researchers who have looked into the question have found no record in surviving documents that would confirm a monastic foundation at Borley itself. The plot on which the new rectory would in due course be raised has, accordingly, more than one tradition attached to it. There were, in some accounts, the foundations of older buildings beneath the surface, and Price would, in later years, record the tradition that the rectory had been raised on the foundations of at least 2 earlier dwellings, although the exact identification of those earlier dwellings was never established. The earlier of the 2 parsonages of Borley, the building used as the rector's residence before the construction of the new rectory in the 1860s, is the building still standing in the village, the house known as Borley Place, which lies a little along the lane from the church on the opposite side of the road. Borley Place was, in Price's later description, an old and picturesque house of the kind one finds throughout the older villages of North Essex and South Suffolk, timber-framed and plaster-faced, with the small irregular windows of an English country house of the 16th or early 17th century. It was at Borley Place that the rectors of Borley had resided up until the early 1860s. The 1860s, when this story properly begins, were a period of considerable change in the wider country, but in Borley itself the changes were small and slow. The agricultural depression that would mark the latter part of the 19th century had not yet begun to bite. The Stour navigation, which had once carried barges of grain and goods between Sudbury and the sea, was still in some use, although the railways were rapidly displacing it. The new line from Marks Tey to Sudbury had been opened in 1849, and from Sudbury onwards to Long Melford and Bury in 1865, so that by the time the new rectory was nearing completion, a clergyman or a visitor coming up from London could descend from the train at Sudbury station and complete the last 3 miles by carriage to Borley with very little trouble. The local economy continued to rest upon the agriculture of the surrounding fields, the labourers' cottages along the lanes housing the men who worked those fields, the few farmers occupying the larger houses, and the few tradesmen of the village serving the small daily needs of the community. Borley itself, in this period, contained around 120 inhabitants, almost all of them engaged in the agriculture of the surrounding fields. Price, the psychic researcher whose long association with the rectory we shall come to in due course, recorded the population in his 1940 book as 121, and described the village in language whose quietness deserves to be set down in his own words. Borley, he wrote, was scattered, picturesque, extremely quiet, and strangers are seldom seen. Quote, the description was meant of the village in the late 1930s, but it was a description that would have served, with the alteration of very few details, for the village of 70 years before, or for the village of 100 years before that. The houses of Borley were, and are, scattered along the road and along the lanes branching from it, set back behind their hedges and their kitchen gardens, separated by orchards and small paddocks, with no proper village centre and no green of the kind one finds in so many English villages of the south. To walk through Borley in the 1860s, in the 1920s, or in the present day, is to walk past gates and over stiles and along grass verges, with the open country never far on either hand, and the church tower visible above the trees from almost any vantage in the parish. The advowson of Borley, which is to say the right to nominate the rector, had passed at various points through various private hands across the centuries. In the early 1860s, the advowson was held by the Bull family, who had acquired it for the express purpose of placing one of their own members in the cure. The Bull family was of comfortable means and clerical traditions, with antecedents in the Suffolk wool country, and the acquisition of an Essex advowson for the institution of a son was a perfectly conventional transaction by the standards of the period. The arrangement was an ordinary one. The patronage of livings was a recognized form of property, frequently bought and sold, and the practice of placing one's son or one's relative in a comfortable rural cure was widespread among the gentry clerical families of the period. The bull who would in due course be instituted as the new rector of Borley was the Reverend Henry Dawson Ellis Bull, a young clergyman in his late 20s, recently married, recently in possession of his Cambridge degrees. He was the man who would build the new rectory. He is the central figure of the chapter that follows. The plot of ground on which the rectory would be built, in the years immediately before construction began, lay on the north side of the lane, opposite the church of St. Mary, on rising ground which sloped gently downwards towards a hedge and a thicket of older trees and the meadow beyond. The original gardens of the rectory, when the rectory was eventually built and the grounds laid out, would extend to some 9 acres in their fullest form, although in later years much of this would be let off for farming purposes, leaving a present garden of about 2 acres, including the large lawn in front of the main living rooms. Plot in the early 1860s was therefore a substantial one. It contained, in addition to the area on which the new rectory would stand, a stretch of ground sloping back towards the meadow, with the hedges and the trees of the boundary marking out a piece of land of considerable size for an English country glebe. There were already on the site certain features which would in due course be incorporated into the new establishment. There were some stables, with rooms above them, set on the boundary of the plot, the structure that would later be referred to in Price's book as the cottage. The cottage was structurally separate from the rectory and would never be physically connected to the new building, retaining its own existence as a detached unit on the property throughout the rectory's history. There were the boundary hedges of an English country garden, set out in the shape of a long enclosed parcel of ground that ran back from the lane into the depth of the field. There was the path that connected the plot to the lane, and the further path that would in due course run along the southern edge of the lawn between the rectory and the boundary, leading away towards the eastern side of the property. There was, beneath the surface of the ground, the network of older foundations to which Price would later refer, the remains of the buildings that had stood on the site at earlier periods of its history. There was, on the property, a well of considerable depth, sunk into the chalk and clay subsoil of the rise to draw water from the aquifer beneath. The well that in due course would be measured by Price's investigators to a total depth of 80 feet, with the water level at 71 feet below the ground surface. What stood above ground in the years immediately before the new rectory was built was very little. The cottage and stables on one corner of the plot were the principal structures. The rest of the ground was open, given over to grass and to the rough planting of an old country garden, with the hedges around the boundary and the trees rising along the eastern path. The position commanded a good view across the valley to the north. It caught the sun on its southern aspect. It was within easy reach of the church, the lane, the village, and the road to Sudbury. It was, in short, a desirable site for the residents of a country incumbent of substantial means, and the new rector of Borley, when he came to consider the matter, found it preferable to the older Borley place across the lane. In the long summer evenings of the early 1860s, the Bull family at Borley Place across the lane could see, from their windows and from the gate of their property, the work of the builders going on across the road. The carts came up the lane from Sudbury with their loads of brick and tile and timber. The labourers worked through the long hours of summer daylight on the rising walls of the new rectory. The dust of the new building lay along the verges of the lane in the dry weather, and the rain in the autumn turned the worked ground to mud across the carriage drive. The seasons turned, as they had turned in this place for as long as the records of any kind extend. The wheat ripened in the fields above the village. The Stour ran on, slowly, through the meadows to the north. The tower of St. Mary's stood, as it had stood for 700 years, and as it stands today, above the lane, looking out across the country, to all 4 points of the compass. In the cottages of the village, the labourers and their families went about the small affairs of their lives. In the rectory of the parish across the lane at Borley Place, the Reverend Henry Dawson Ellis Bull and his young wife waited for the day when their new house would be finished and they could move in. What he did not have, and what no person in Borley in those years can have had, was any premonition of what the house being raised across the lane would in time become, or of the place it would in time hold in the popular imagination of the 20th century. The plot was simply a plot. The house was about to be a house. The lane and the church and the river and the gentle slope of the ground were simply the lane and the church and the river and the gentle slope of the ground. They had been so for centuries. The medieval foundations of the parish, as the records record them, were firmly in place. The Waldegrave tomb stood at the east end of the nave of Borley Church, and had stood there for some 300 years. The Norman tower stood across the lane, where it had stood for very much longer. The old paths ran where they had always run. The river flowed slowly through the meadows to the north, and will continue to do so without alteration in its course or its character for the duration of the events that this story has to tell. For the present, then, we may leave the plot in the early 1860s as it was. The bricks were rising. The Bull family was preparing to come. The rector-elect and his young wife were ordering carpets and corresponding with builders and going over plans, residing meanwhile at Borley Place across the lane while the new rectory took shape on the ground opposite. The summer turned. The wheat ripened. The Stour ran on. The tower of St. Mary's stood, where it had stood for 700 years and where it stands today. The lane was empty in the long evenings. The ground opposite the church was filling day by day with the rising walls of the new building, and the parishioners of Borley went about the small affairs of their lives in the old way, in the way that had been the way of this region for a very long time, and that would remain so for a little longer. The man who built Borley Rectory was the Reverend Henry Dawson Ellis Bull, and he came to the parish in 1862 as a clergyman in his late 20s, recently married, recently in possession of his Cambridge degrees, and recently the holder of an advowson which his family had acquired for the express purpose of placing him in a comfortable rural cure. He was born in 1833, of a family with antecedents in the Suffolk wool country to the north of Borley, the kind of family that had supplied the Church of England with its country clergy for several generations. He had taken his Bachelor of Arts at Cambridge in 1857, and his Master of Arts in 1860, had been ordained deacon in 1857 and priest in 1858, and had married Caroline Sarah Foyster in 1856. The Foyster surname is worth setting down clearly at this early stage. It would recur in the rectory's history several decades later, in the person of a younger relative of Caroline's, who would in due course occupy this same house under very different circumstances. For the moment, in the early 1860s, the connection was simply a marriage between two families of the East Anglian gentry clerical class, of a kind very common at the period, and Caroline Bull, as she was now, accompanied her husband to Borley, to begin the long incumbency that lay ahead of them. The institution to the cure of Borley took place in 1862, under the family-controlled advowson. The arrangement, as has already been mentioned in the chapter that precedes this one, was an ordinary one for the time. The right of presentation to a benefice was a piece of property, and a clerical family of comfortable means could acquire that property in order to ensure that one of its own members succeeded to the cure. There was no impropriety in this. The patron was free to nominate his clergyman, provided the candidate was canonically qualified, and Henry Bull was canonically qualified by his Cambridge degrees and his orders. The living of Borley was in those years assessed in the ecclesiastical valuations as worth £298 a year, with the house, a comfortable income for a country incumbent of the period, and one that placed the rectory among the more substantial of the smaller East Anglian livings. He arrived in Borley, therefore, as the rector of the parish, with the formal duties of preaching, baptizing, marrying and burying his parishioners, of conducting the daily and weekly offices in the church across the lane, of visiting the sick and instructing the young, of overseeing the parish charities, and of presiding over the slow administrative business of an English country incumbency in the middle of the 19th century. He arrived also, however, as a man who had every intention of building a new rectory. The existing parsonage at Borley was a building still extant in the village, the house known as Borley Place, which stands a little along the lane from the church on the opposite side of the road. Borley Place was, in Price's later description, an old and picturesque house, of the kind one finds throughout the older villages of North Essex and South Suffolk, but it was not what the new rector had in mind for himself and his growing family. Within months of his institution, Henry Bull had set about acquiring or making available the plot of glebe land opposite the church, and had commissioned the design of a new rectory upon a substantially more ambitious scale than the old. He continued to live at Borley Place during the period of construction and would not move into the new building until it was complete. The decision was characteristic of him. He was a man of means. He had a young family which he expected to grow, and he saw no reason to make do with the modest accommodation of the older parsonage when he could afford to build something more suitable. The construction of the new rectory occupied the period from 1862 to 1863. The exact year of completion is one of those small disputes that surround the building, and it deserves to be set out clearly here at the start. Price, writing in his 1940 book, gave the year of completion as 1863 without qualification, and he took the trouble to ground his statement in physical evidence of a kind not often available to a researcher. During his examination of the rectory in the late 1930s, Price climbed up among the rafters of the upper floors with a hand torch and made a minute survey of the structural timbers above the ceilings in connection with his investigation of the bell system that ran through the house. On one of the rafters to which the bell levers were anchored, he found, in his own description, an inscription in rough black painted characters. The inscription read, "Bells hung by S. Cracknell and Mercier, 1863. Price treated this as positive confirmation of the date of the building and recorded in his own words that the inscription positively fixes the exact age of the house. The bells, he reasoned, would have been hung as the house was nearing completion, and the year was painted plainly on the rafter where the wires were anchored. He had no doubt that the rectory was built in 1863. Other accounts have given the date a little differently. The parish history compiled by J.M.M. Bull, a member of the family and published in 1937, recorded the construction span as 1862 to 1863, treating the building as effectively a project of those 2 years rather than of one. The modern reference works, including the article in the Sci Encyclopedia and the Wikipedia entry on the rectory, have at various points given the date as 1862, treating that as the year of completion rather than of commencement. The discrepancy is small, and for most practical purposes it makes no difference. The rectory was built across the period 1862 to 1863. It was completed and occupied no later than the latter year. There has been no resolution of the question of which year should properly be assigned to its completion, and there is unlikely to be one now, since the building itself is gone and the documentary record was always thin. We may take the construction as a project of 1862 to 1863, with the new rector and his wife moving in towards the end of that span. Price's rafter inscription remains the firmest piece of physical evidence on the question, and it points to 1863. Whether one prefers to call that the year of construction, or simply the year that the bells were hung in the new house, is a matter of preference. When the rectory was completed, the Reverend Henry Bull and his family moved into it from Borley Place across the lane. The building they moved into was, in the term Price would later use, solid and unpicturesque, a red brick edifice of 2 stories in the Gothic Revival manner that had become the standard architectural language of new ecclesiastical and clerical buildings of the period. The plan was, in its original form, roughly that of an L, with a long main range running parallel to the lane and a shorter wing extending back towards the rear of the plot. The walls were of red brick faced upon a deep brick footing. The roof was of plain tile. The windows were arranged in the regular fenestration of the Victorian Gothic, with simple pointed heads on some and square upper sashes on others, and the chimneys rose in stout brick stacks above the slope of the roof. The house was strongly and well built throughout, with thick masonry walls, lofty rooms, and substantial joinery, in the manner of a Victorian rectory of the better sort. The principal rooms of the ground floor opened off a central hall, reached from the main entrance porch on the side of the house facing the drive. There were 10 rooms in all on the ground floor, in addition to many cupboards, storehouses and cellars. The principal living rooms were the dining room, the drawing room, the library, and the sewing room, together with a large hall. The dining room lay to the left of the porch as one entered, with its associated service rooms and the door through to the kitchen passage. The drawing room and library opened onto the rear of the house, with French windows giving onto a glass-roofed veranda which ran along the south side of the building and faced the lawn. The sewing room was a feature of the original plan, a moderately sized chamber set aside for the kind of domestic work that occupied the women of a Victorian household for substantial portions of their day. The kitchen quarters lay to the rear of the building, with the larder, the dairy, the pantry, the scullery, and the various other domestic offices necessary to the running of a country house of the period. Price, surveying the layout in the late 1930s, was struck by the scale of the kitchen accommodation, and remarked dryly in his book that judging by the number and size of these offices, both food and labour must in the 1860s have been cheap and plentiful, and the domestic staff exceptionally sweet-tempered. The two principal reception rooms, the dining room and the drawing room, were fitted with mantelpieces of considerable distinction. Both were of marble, somewhat ornate in their design, and had been imported from Italy by the rector at the time of the rectory's construction. Price records that they were believed to have been exhibited at the Great Exhibition held at the Crystal Palace in London in 1851, and to have been acquired by the rector for installation in the new building, a fashionable practice among well-to-do householders of the period, who had been struck by the carved marbles displayed at the exhibition. The mantelpiece in the dining room carried, in addition to its general ornament, two small marble busts of monks, well carved in the Italian manner of the 1840s or early 1850s. Price, viewing them many decades later, found their presence in the dining room of the rectory, faintly suggestive of the older monastic associations of the site, although whether they had been chosen by the rector with that suggestion in mind, or simply for their intrinsic charm as a piece of carved Italian work, the record does not say. They were a noticeable feature of the room throughout the rectory's existence. The two small carved heads turned slightly inwards on either side of the chimney-piece, the polished marble of the busts catching the light from the bay window across the room. The veranda, which ran along the south side of the rectory, was a feature of the original construction, formed of cast-iron supports, holding up a wide expanse of glass that admitted light to the rear elevation of the building and offered some protection from the weather to those passing between the house and the garden. The lawn beyond the veranda was the principal pleasure ground of the rectory, sloping gently downwards towards the trees and the boundary hedge at the foot of the plot. The carriage drive entered the property by a pair of wide gates from the lane and ran across the front of the house, terminating at the principal entrance porch and continuing round to the stable yard at the back. Two pairs of gates, one at each end of the drive, allowed the house to be enclosed when desired, and the drive itself was set far enough back from the lane that the rectory could not easily be seen by passers-by once the boundary hedge had grown to its full height. The plot was, in this respect, a private one. The rectory stood on its own ground, with its drive, its lawn, its kitchen garden, its orchards, and a belt of trees of various species which formed an effective screen along the boundary with the lane and with the meadows beyond. A particular feature of the front elevation, on the side of the house facing the drive, was a large window which had been built into the wall of the dining room and was intended to illuminate that apartment from the side of the house facing the road. This window was bricked up at some point during the early years of the rectory's existence, and remained bricked up for the whole of the building's subsequent history. The bricked-up window is the kind of detail that a visitor noticed at once on approaching the house. It disfigured the front elevation and gave the rectory a slightly closed-up appearance from the drive, and Price, when he came to the property in the late 1920s, considered briefly that the bricking up might have been a response to the old window tax. Before recollecting that that imposition had been repealed in 1851, 12 years before the rectory was built, the reasons offered for the bricking up of the window varied. Price, when he came to investigate the matter, made inquiries of various people in the neighbourhood who claimed to know, and recorded the explanations he received. He was told from 3 different sources that the window had been bricked up because the figure of a woman, said to walk in the grounds and known locally as the spectral nun, had habitually peered into the room from the drive, thus annoying the Reverend Henry Bull, who had ordered the window to be removed and the aperture bricked in. The second account, more prosaic in character, attributed the bricking up to a desire for privacy from passers-by, who might see the family at their meals. Price examined this latter account and found it implausible on 3 grounds. The road past the rectory was very lightly used, and must have been even less used in the 1860s than it was in the 1930s. The carriage drive was so wide that it must have been a sheer impossibility to see through the dining room window from the road, as Price proved to himself by trying to peer through other windows on the same side of the house. The hedge and belt of trees separating the drive from the road formed an impenetrable screen, which would in any case have prevented any person from peering in. He was inclined, on balance, to accept the first explanation, although he set both side by side in his book and left the reader to judge. The matter is a contested one, and we shall not attempt to settle it now. The figure, said to have walked in the grounds, and the wider tradition associated with her, will be the subject of the chapter that follows. For the present, it is enough to record the bricked-up window as a feature of the front elevation, and to note that the family is said to have offered explanations which, taken at face value, place its construction within the first decade or so of the rectory's existence. The cellars of the rectory were a feature of some peculiarity, both in their layout and in what they revealed of the older history of the site. They extended beneath the kitchen passage, beneath the main hall, beneath 3/4 of the library, and beneath one corner of the dining room, and were divided internally by a partition wall. They were solidly built, with provision for the storage of a considerable quantity of wine, although by the time Price came to inspect them, in the late 1930s, they contained, in his own paraphrase from Romeo and Juliet, a beggarly account of empty bottles. They were damp, the walls were slimy, and the access to them was by a staircase from the kitchen passage. In November 1937, Mr. Sidney Glanville and Mr. Mark Kerr Purse, two of the official observers later associated with the case, made a thorough examination of the cellars and the foundations of the house, and discovered that part of the cellar floor had subsided. Digging up this subsided portion, they uncovered what appeared to be the foundations of a much older house beneath, the bricks being of the older 2-inch pattern characteristic of the 17th century or earlier, rather than of the modern brick used in the rectory itself. The cellar wall, running diagonally beneath the library, indicated on the plans Glanville prepared for Price's book, was composed of these older bricks throughout, and portions of the other walls in the cellar were of mixed old and modern brick, suggesting that the rectory of 1863 had been raised upon foundations that incorporated, or that immediately adjoined, the foundations of an earlier building of substantially greater age. The orientation of the older foundations, traced as far as could be traced, suggested that they had belonged to a building facing roughly south, on a slightly different alignment from the rectory above. The well of the rectory, sunk into the chalk and clay subsoil of the rise, was a structure of considerable depth. Price's investigators measured its dimensions in the course of their work. From the ground surface to the water level, the depth was 71 feet. The total depth of the well, from the surface to the floor of the shaft, was 80 feet. Mr. Glanville, lowering a flare and sinker on a line, established a curious feature of the shaft. At a depth of 61 9/10 feet, his flare and sinker were sucked or blown into a cavity on the side of the well facing the house, suggesting that there was a passage or a hole of some sort leading out of the well at that depth, although for what purpose, the records did not say. The well was capped at the surface with a heavy iron plate. The water from the well was raised to a large cistern beneath the eaves of the rectory by means of a heavy hand-wheel pump set in the courtyard, which was operated by hand and which led the water by pipes through the house when fully primed. The system, Price noted, was archaic but efficient, and the supply of water, although decreasing in volume in his day, was generally sufficient to the needs of the household. The first floor of the rectory contained 14 rooms, including the larger bathroom and the lavatory, and a feature of some distinctive character, namely a small private chapel built into the structure of the building. The chapel had altar rails and was a structural continuation of the porch beneath, surmounted on the exterior by a steeple-shaped erection rising above the roof of the rest of the house. Its windows were of imitation stained glass, of the kind common in mid-Victorian Gothic revival fittings of this scale. The chapel was used for private family devotions, in the manner usual in a Victorian rectory of the more devout sort, and gave to the household its own small sanctuary distinct from the parish church across the lane. 3 staircases connected the ground floor to the first floor. The main staircase rose from the entrance hall to the landing outside the principal bedroom on the upper floor. A second staircase led from the kitchen passage to the side of the bathroom. The back stairs, indicated on the plans Glanville would later prepare, led from the kitchen quarters to the area near one of the smaller bedrooms. Most of these staircases had doors which could be fastened and sealed, allowing the upper portion of the house to be effectively closed off from the lower if the master of the house wished it so. The landing of the upper floor was distinguished by two arches that crossed the passage on either side of the principal bedroom, a small architectural detail that gave the upper hall a slightly ecclesiastical character. The principal bedroom of the upper floor was numbered as Room 6 on the plans, and was known throughout the building's history as the Blue Room. It was situated at the head of the main staircase, with a window facing the front of the house above the entrance porch, and was the largest and best appointed of the bedrooms. The Blue Room would in due course acquire a particular status in the rectory's history, as the room in which both the Reverend Henry Bull and his son and successor would in their turn die. For the present, in the 1860s, it was simply the principal bedroom of the new rectory, occupied by the rector and his wife, looking out over the carriage drive and the front garden and the lane and the church beyond. The windows of the rectory's domestic quarters, those is to say, of the rooms occupied by the servants in the rear and upper portions of the house, were heavily barred. Price, when he came to examine the building, asked himself why such heavy bars had been installed in a house that stood in a remote country hamlet, well off the beaten track, and he recorded the answer he was given by his various informants. The bars had not been put there as a defence against burglars. They had been put there to prevent the maids from surreptitiously slipping out of the house at night when they ought to have been in bed, and to prevent followers from visiting the girls in their quarters without the knowledge of the mistress of the house. The bars were, in this respect, a feature of the domestic discipline of the establishment, rather than of its security against intruders, and they testified, in their own way, to the seriousness with which the rector and his wife took the management of their substantial domestic staff. The principal living rooms of the ground floor, the drawing room, dining room, and library, could in addition be barred by very strong folding burglar-proof shutters, a feature which Price found it difficult to explain in a remote hamlet far from any centre of crime, and which he could only conclude had been installed as a measure of precaution against the unforeseen. The shutters, whatever their original purpose, would prove very useful to Price in his later investigations of the house, allowing the principal rooms to be sealed entirely from the outside when he wished to control the conditions of his observations. The bell system of the rectory, by which the principal rooms could summon the servants, ran through the upper part of the building on a network of wires anchored to the rafters and terminating in a row of small bells in the kitchen passage on the ground floor. There were 14 bells in all, one for each principal room and one for each entrance, and the system was of the older mechanical kind, in which a pull on the bell rope in any room transmitted the movement through a series of cranks and wires across the building to the corresponding bell on the row. It was upon one of the rafters in this system that Price would later find the inscription dating the construction of the building. The system was, at the time of construction, an unremarkable convenience of any house of the kind, and was duly installed by the firm of Cracknell and Mercier, whose name was painted upon the rafter as a record of their work. Outside the main building of the rectory, set apart from it by some yards of carriage drive and stable yard, stood a structure that was not physically connected to the rectory at all, namely, the cottage. The cottage comprised the stables and garage of the property, and above them a number of rooms which were occupied successively by the groom gardener of the rectory, by various caretakers, and by other staff at different periods of the building's history. The cottage was a structurally independent unit, and would remain so throughout the rectory's existence. It would, in the long run of the story, play very little part in the events that would gather about the rectory itself, although it would in its time have one outstanding role to play. In the years of the third decade of the 20th century, when the rectory's reputation began to spread beyond the parish. For the present, in the 1860s and 70s, the cottage was simply the stable and outhouse of the new establishment, the working quarters of the men who looked after the rector's horses and gardens. By the middle of the 1870s, the Bull family had grown to a point where the original rectory could no longer comfortably accommodate them. The exact number of children that Henry and Caroline Bull had during their 30 years at Borley is one of those small disputed matters which the documentary record does not entirely resolve. Price, in his 1940 book, recorded that the Reverend Henry Bull had 14 children, of whom 12 survived. The compilation of parish records held by the Essex genealogical authorities gives, by contrast, a count of 14 surviving children, indicating that more of the original family lived to adulthood than Price had supposed. The two accounts are not entirely reconcilable. Either Price was working from imperfect family information when he gave his figure of 12 survivors, or the parish records have included in their count children of whom Price was unaware. The discrepancy is preserved here, as in the rest of this story, without resolution. What is not in dispute is that the family was a numerous one, that it required substantial domestic accommodation, and that the original L-shaped rectory of 1863 was no longer sufficient to it by the middle of the 70s. In response, Henry Bull commissioned the construction of a wing addition to the rectory, which was added across the period 1875 to 1876. The wing was set against the rear of the original building, extending it so as to make the overall plan very nearly rectangular, and so as to enclose, almost completely, an open courtyard which had previously been open to the rear of the property. The new wing provided, on the ground floor, a number of additional storerooms and service rooms, useful for the management of a large household, and on the upper floor it added 3 new bedrooms, numbered 9, 10 and 11 on the floor plan that Price would later have prepared for his book. The brick courtyard within the building was now almost entirely enclosed by the new and old portions of the rectory, with only a narrow opening to the kitchen passage and the back drive providing access from the rear. The wing was built of similar red brick to the original, and was carried up to the same height, so that the two parts of the structure presented a more or less unified appearance to anyone walking around the building. Although the join between them could be seen on close inspection, the hand wheel pump and the wellhead stood within this enclosed courtyard, the heavy iron plate over the well covered by a small wooden building set against the inner wall of the original rectory. The Bull family in this enlarged rectory comprised, in addition to the rector and his wife, the children who had been born to them between the late 1850s and the 1870s, and a substantial domestic staff. Henry Bull, by Price's account, had a large domestic staff, the kitchen quarters and service rooms being on a scale that argued for substantial numbers of indoor servants. The arrangements made for the domestic accommodation included the heavy iron bars at the windows of the servants' quarters, which would later puzzle visitors, and which Price was at some pains to explain in his book, and the fastening doors at the heads of the secondary staircases, which allowed the lower portion of the house to be closed off from the upper, at the discretion of the mistress. The pattern of the domestic establishment was, in its essentials, the pattern of a Victorian rectory of the better sort. The kitchen quarters were extensive. The service rooms were extensive. The mistress of the house had at her disposal the ordinary apparatus by which a country household of this kind was managed in the 1870s and 80s. The years of Henry Bull's incumbency were, in the records, largely uneventful in any extraordinary sense. The rector served his cure for 30 years from 1862 to 1892. He preached on Sundays in the church across the lane. He buried his parishioners in the churchyard, baptized their infants at the Norman font, married couples beneath the medieval roof, and signed the parish register in his own hand for 30 years. The children grew up. The eldest son, Henry Foyster Bull, generally known as Harry, was destined to follow his father into orders and to succeed him in due course as the second rector of Borley. The daughters, of whom there were several, would in time figure in the story of the rectory in their own right, in ways that would not become apparent until the closing years of the 19th century. The younger sons would in some cases enter professions, and in some cases remain in the neighbourhood. The pattern of the family, as it developed across the 1870s and 80s, was the pattern of a numerous and prosperous English clerical family of its period. There were, in the recollections later gathered by various researchers, occasional incidents at the rectory during these years, which would in due course be brought into the wider story of the place. The Bull children, when they were grown, would offer accounts of various oddities they remembered from the 1880s and the 1890s, and visitors to the rectory in those years would also contribute their recollections, sometimes recorded only after a long interval. The matter of how much weight should be placed upon those later recollections, given the lapse of time and the influence of subsequent events, has been a question that the more sceptical investigators of the rectory's history have raised in detail. Trevor Hall, writing as one of the authors of the Society for Psychical Research's 1956 report on the rectory, would later argue that if certain of the older testimonies were set aside as unreliable, there was very little objective evidence of unusual phenomena at the rectory before 1929. The defenders of the family's recollections would dispute that conclusion. The full presentation of these competing accounts belongs to the chapters that follow. For the present chapter, it is enough to note that, during the long period of Henry Bull's incumbency, the rectory was the home of a large and prosperous clerical family, and that the various stories which would later cluster about its name had not yet, in the 1870s and 80s, attained the form they would hold in the public mind by the third decade of the 20th century. The grounds of the rectory in the years of Henry Bull's incumbency were of considerable extent. The original gardens of the property, when the rectory was first built and the grounds laid out, occupied some 9 acres in their fullest form, although in later years much of this would be let off for farming purposes, leaving a present garden of about 2 acres, including the large lawn in front of the main living rooms. The lawn was the principal pleasure ground of the rectory, broad and level, sloping gently downwards from the veranda towards the boundary trees at the foot of the garden. Across the lawn, on the side farthest from the house, the rector built a large octagonal summer house, set against the far hedge, looking back across the lawn towards the main building. The summer house was a substantial structure, weather-boarded and roofed in tile, large enough to accommodate several persons in comfort, and was used by the family as a retreat in the warmer months of the year. From the summer house, one could see the long path that ran along the side of the lawn farthest from the house, set between the hedge of the garden and the trees of the boundary. This path, in later years, would acquire a name of its own, and would figure in the story of the rectory in ways that the rector who built the summer house can hardly have anticipated when he set it where he set it. For the present, in the long summer afternoons of the 1870s, the path was simply a feature of the garden, lying in the shade of the boundary trees, and the summer house was simply the place from which the rector and his family could sit and look across the lawn at the back of the new house, with the trees in their full leaf, and the river not visible at this distance, but a near presence in the gentle slope of the land towards the meadows beyond the garden. The Reverend Henry Dawson Ellis Bull died in May 1892, at the age of 59 years, in the rectory which he had built, in the principal bedroom of the upper floor that was known as the Blue Room. The exact day of his death is given in the parish records compiled by the Essex authorities as the 9th of May, although Price in his book gave a slightly earlier date in the same month, and the small discrepancy has not been definitively resolved. He had been rector of Borley for 30 years, having been instituted in 1862. He was buried in the churchyard of St. Mary, Borley, on the south side of the lane, a few yards from the door of the church in which he had ministered for the whole of his adult clerical life. His grave lies among the graves of his parishioners, and within sight of the front gates of the rectory in which he had lived for nearly 30 of his 59 years. The advowson of Borley, which Henry Bull's family had acquired in the 1860s, remained their property at his death, and it was used, in the manner that had become customary in the family, to nominate the next rector from among themselves. The chosen successor was Henry Bull's eldest son, Henry Foyster Bull, the man who had been universally known throughout his life as Harry. He had been born and brought up at the rectory, had been educated at Cambridge in the manner of his father, had taken his Bachelor of Arts in 1888, and had been ordained deacon in that year and priest in the year following. He had served as his father's curate at Borley from 1888 to 1892, and was therefore in every sense prepared, by training and by familiarity with the parish, to step into his father's place. The institution to the cure took place in the course of 1892, by the family's own act of patronage, and Harry Bull became, at the age of around 30, the second rector of Borley and the second occupant of the rectory which his father had built. The widow of the first rector, Caroline Bull, remained at the rectory for some considerable time after her husband's death, in the company of her son, the new rector, and of various of her children who were not yet established in lives of their own. Several of the daughters would in due course move out to lives elsewhere, marrying and setting up households of their own. Some would remain at Borley, or in the immediate neighbourhood throughout their adult lives. The pattern of the rectory in the 1890s was, accordingly, a transitional one. The first rector was gone. The second was now in office. The fabric of the building, the lawns, the gardens, the bricked-up window, the long path between the trees at the side of the property, the summer house at the far end of the lawn, the veranda and the lawn and the heavy iron bars on the servants' windows, were all as Henry Bull had left them. The wing addition of 1875 to 76 stood completed and integrated into the structure of the original house. The L shape of the original construction had become the near rectangle of the enlarged rectory, with the small bricked courtyard enclosed within its walls and the well and pump at its centre. To stand, in the early 1890s, in the carriage drive of Borley Rectory and look towards the front of the house was to see a substantial Victorian Gothic revival building of red brick, set back behind its hedge and its trees, with the bricked-up window on the front elevation marking the strange feature that had been put in during the first decades of the building's life. The lane outside ran past in its usual quiet, with the church tower rising above the wall of the churchyard on the opposite side. The Bull family was there, in its second generation, with the new rector at the head of the household and the widow of the first rector still in residence. The advowson was still in family hands. The pattern of life appeared to be settled. The reasons that anyone would later have for remembering this rectory in particular, out of all the country rectories of late Victorian England, had not yet, in any clearly articulated form, attached themselves to the building or to the family. There were stories. There were the explanations that the family was said to have given for the bricking up of the dining room window. There was the long path between the trees on the side of the garden farthest from the house, which in due course would acquire its own name. There were the recollections that some of the children would later record of incidents in the 1880s and the 1890s. There was perhaps a sense among the family and among certain visitors that the place had something about it. But the documentary record, such as it survives, attaches no particular distinction to the rectory before the closing years of the 19th century. We may leave the rectory, then, for the close of this chapter, in the early 1890s, with the body of the first rector lying in the churchyard across the lane, and with his son in residence as the second rector, and with the building itself standing in the substantial form that the wing addition of the 70s had given it. The grave of Henry Bull is among the older stones now in St Mary's churchyard. The wing addition is gone, demolished with the rest of the rectory in 1944. The bricked-up window is gone, the bricks having been carted away with the other rubble of the demolition, and the line of the dining room wall now traceable only in the foundations beneath the surface of the ground. The marble mantelpieces of the dining room and the drawing room are gone, broken up in the demolition or carried away among the salvage, and the two small carved monks of the dining room mantelpiece have not been heard of since. The summer house is gone. The veranda is gone. The chapel is gone with the rest of the upper floor. What remains, on the ground itself, is the slope of the land towards the meadow, the line of trees along the eastern boundary, the carriage drive in the form of a path through what is now an open piece of ground, and the church across the lane with its Norman tower and its churchyard. The story we are following has, by the end of the year 1892, only just begun. The first rector has died. The second is in residence. The family is large and the rectory is full. The next phase of the story, in which the recollections of the children and the visitors begin to be set down in something like the form they have come to occupy in the literature of the case, will be the subject of the chapter that follows. The question of when the rectory began to acquire its reputation as a haunted house is one that has troubled every researcher who has come to the case, and it is a question to which the documentary record returns no single, settled answer. There were certainly stories about the place by the closing decades of the 19th century. There were certainly people in the village and the wider neighbourhood who, by the early years of the 20th century, regarded the rectory as a place of unusual character. There were certainly accounts, recorded later by various researchers, of phenomena reported by members of the household and by visitors, ranging from the mildly unsettling to the dramatically strange. Whether those accounts represent a continuous tradition reaching back into the rectory's earliest years, or whether they are, at least in part, the product of retrospective embellishment after the rectory's name had become widely known, is a matter on which the sources are themselves divided. This chapter sets out the principal early accounts as they were given, and then sets out the contesting view of those accounts that emerged in the years after Price's death. It does not seek to settle the question between them. The setting of it is a matter that will require the consideration of evidence not yet introduced into the story. And even with that evidence, the question remains, in the literature of the case, an open one. The earliest account that has come down to us in a form that bears any kind of independent date is from a woman who was for a brief period a member of the rectory's domestic staff in the 1880s. Mrs. E. Byford, writing in her later years from Parsonage Farm in the Essex village of Newport, sent a letter to Harry Price on the 11th of June 1929, in which she set down her recollections of a stay at Borley Rectory some 43 years before. She had been engaged at the rectory as an under-nursemaid in 1886. When she was a young woman, she had stayed for 1 month before leaving the post, and her reasons for leaving she set out in her letter. Much of her youth, she wrote, had been spent in Borley and the surrounding district with her grandparents, and it was common talk that the rectory was haunted. Many people, she went on, declared that they had seen figures walking at the bottom of the garden. When she had taken the post at the rectory, the other servants had told her that her bedroom was haunted, but she had taken little notice of this, knowing that 2 of the ladies of the house had been sleeping in the same room before her. After she had been there a fortnight, however, something occurred which she found difficult to explain. In the dead of night, she was awakened by the sound of someone walking down the passage towards the door of her room. The footsteps suggested, as she described them in her letter, that the person walking was wearing slippers. Since the head nurse always called her at 6 o'clock, she at first supposed that this was the head nurse approaching, but no one entered the room, and the footsteps did not return. She lay in her bed, and the thought of the ghost, of which the other servants had spoken, came into her mind. The next morning she asked the other 4 maids of the household whether any of them had come to her room in the night, and they all said they had not, and tried to laugh her out of the matter. She was, however, convinced that something or somebody in slippers had walked along that corridor in the night, and she became, in her own word, sufficiently nervous of the place that she finally left. Her grandparents, she added, would never let her pass the rectory after dark, and she would never venture into the garden or the wood at dusk. The letter is signed in her hand and dated from Parsonage Farm, Newport. It is the earliest first-hand testimony of unusual phenomena at the rectory that has survived in a documented form. A second early account comes from a man who would in due course occupy a position of some standing in the educational world of East Anglia. P. Shaw Geoffrey was a future headmaster of Colchester Royal Grammar School, and as a younger man, in the years 1885 and 1886, he had been a guest at the rectory at various intervals. He was therefore a witness of an unusual character. He was an educated man who would in his career hold a position of some responsibility, and he was not a member of the Bull family or of the household, but a visitor who had come and gone over a period of months. His recollections of his visits, set down in writing many years later, contained a number of details that bore on the question of unusual phenomena at the rectory. He described, in summary, what he called lots of small adventures, stones falling from nowhere, objects moving by themselves. He claimed to have seen the nun, as the figure of a woman on the path at the side of the lawn was already known in the household several times during his visits, and he heard the sound of a coach clattering by, although the road outside was deserted. There was, he said, an incident with a French dictionary which had disappeared from his bedroom and had returned to it through a locked door. The incidents accumulated, over his various stays, into what he later described as a substantial body of small but striking experiences. What weight one places upon Shaw Geoffrey's testimony depends upon a question that we shall return to in due course. For the present, it is enough to record his account as he gave it, and to note that Price, when he came to learn of it many decades later, regarded it as testimony of considerable value to the early history of the haunting. The Society for Psychical Research, in its later examination of the case, would take a different view of Shaw Geoffrey's evidence, on grounds that bear on the wider question of how the early testimony should be interpreted. We shall come to that view at the close of the chapter. The records of the rectory in the 1890s, after the death of the Reverend Henry Bull and the succession of his son Harry, contain a number of further accounts, gathered by Price and others from the surviving members of the family in the late 1920s and the 1930s. These accounts, given as recollections 40 or 50 years after the events they describe, must be set down in the form they took when they were eventually collected, and weighed accordingly. There were, it was said, sounds as if someone was entering the back door of the rectory, particularly when most of the family were away at church, and only the invalid mother of the household and one of her daughters were at home. The sound was investigated each time it occurred, and on each investigation no one was found at the door, and the door itself was found to be closed. There were, the daughters later recalled, occasions on which all the bells of the bell system, of which there were about 20, suddenly began pealing simultaneously, without any pull on the ropes. Immediate investigation failed to find any cause, and the phenomenon was followed, on at least one occasion, by the sound of rushing water for which no source was found. There were sharp raps regularly heard on the bedroom door of one of the sisters every night and just before she retired to rest, over a period of some considerable time. There were crashes heard in the house for which no explanation was forthcoming when the family searched. There was the figure of a tall, dark man, which Ethel Bull, on one occasion, saw standing beside her in one of the upper passages, and which vanished before she could recover from her surprise. There was the visit of an uncle who slept in one of the bedrooms during a stay at the rectory, and who refused to say what had happened to him in the night, but declared that he would not in any circumstances sleep in that room again. There was an occasion on which one of the sisters was awakened in the night by something slapping her face, for which no explanation could be found in the room or in the household. These accounts, as gathered from the Bull daughters in the late 1920s, are the recollections of women in their 50s and 60s recalling events of their childhood and young womanhood. They are accordingly subject to the qualifications that attach to all such retrospective testimony, and we shall return to that matter in due course. They form, however, the framework of family recollection within which the most famous of the early stories, the sighting of the nun on the afternoon of the 28th of July 1900, is set. The afternoon of the 28th of July 1900 was, by the surviving accounts, a fine and clear summer afternoon in the Stour Valley. 3 of the Bull daughters, the Mrs. Ethel, Frida and Mabel Bull, were returning home from a garden party in the neighbourhood. The hour was such that the sun had not yet set. The light, in the language of Price's account, was quite light, as the sun had not set. The 3 sisters entered the rectory grounds by the postern gate at the end of the garden, intending to walk up the lawn to the house, in the easy manner of 3 young women coming home from an afternoon social engagement on a bright summer's day. Immediately they had cleared the trees and shrubs at the foot of the garden and reached the open lawn. All 3 of them simultaneously saw a female figure on the long path on the far side of the lawn, the path that ran between the boundary hedge of the garden and the trees, path that would in due course acquire its name from the events of that afternoon. The figure, in their description, had its head bowed. It was dressed entirely in black, in the garb of a nun. It appeared to be telling its beads, the hands held in front of the body and apparently clasped. Without quite knowing why, the 3 girls felt a sense of fright, the kind of small and immediate fright that comes upon the mind before any judgment has been made on what has caused it. They watched the figure as it moved. It was not walking, in the ordinary sense of that word. It was, in the language of their later description, gliding along the path, slowly, in the direction of the stream that ran along the boundary at the eastern end of the garden. They stopped near the large summer house at the far end of the lawn, the octagonal summer house that the Reverend Henry Bull had built in the 1870s for the precise purpose of being able to watch the path which the figure was now traversing, and they kept the figure under observation. As they watched, the figure did not alter its pace, and did not lift its head, and did not turn towards them. It simply continued on along the path, slowly, with the air of a person engaged in private religious devotion. It looked, in their accounts, intensely sad and ill. By this time the 3 sisters were, in the language of Price's narrative, really frightened at the strangeness of what they now took to be an apparition. One of them, accordingly, ran into the house to fetch a 4th sister, Miss Elsie Bull, who was at home that afternoon and who was not yet aware of what was happening on the lawn outside. Elsie, when she heard the account, was frankly sceptical. A ghost, she said, was nonsense, and she would go and speak to it. With that, she came out of the house and began to run across the lawn towards the figure on the path. She had taken hardly 2 steps, however, when something altered the quality of the situation. The figure, which had been moving slowly along the path with its head bowed, stopped and turned towards her. It had, in her account, and in the accounts of her sisters who were watching, an expression of intense grief on its face. Elsie stood on the lawn, in the language of Price's narrative, terrified. The figure remained for a moment with its face turned towards her, and then it was gone. It did not move away in the ordinary sense. It did not pass into the trees or the hedge. It simply ceased to be visible upon the path on which a moment before it had been visible. The 4 sisters, having recovered themselves, made what inquiries they could of the household. The figure had been seen by all 4 of them in daylight, on the lawn of the rectory, in circumstances that allowed no possibility of mistaking the kind of figure it had been, or the path along which it had moved. None of them, in their later accounts, ever revised the description they had given to one another in the moments after the figure vanished. The matter became, within the family, the most prominent of the various stories that had attached themselves to the rectory across the 4 decades of its existence to that point. It was not, however, the only such story to involve members of the household in the year 1900. In the November following the sighting on the lawn, Ethel Bull saw the same figure again, this time leaning over the garden gate of the property. One of the maids, the cook, saw it at the same moment, simultaneously with Ethel, and her account corresponded with Ethel's. A cousin who was staying at the house at the time also saw the figure on a subsequent occasion. The figure, by the close of 1900, had been seen in independent circumstances by no fewer than 6 members or guests of the household, and the path along which it had been seen on the afternoon of the 28th of July had begun to be referred to, in the speech of the family and the household, as the Nun's Walk. A further early sighting, recorded in the Foxearth source on the basis of family recollection, attaches to a cousin of the Bull daughters named Lionel Fisher. Fisher, who lived in Long Melford on the Suffolk side of the river, was sent one day by his mother with a letter to her sister, Mrs. Henry Bull, the wife of the rector at Borley. Entering the rectory grounds by the lower wicket gate, in the manner of a family visitor familiar with the property, he saw a nun in the garden. He continued to the front door of the rectory, was taken to his aunt, and asked her about the nun he had seen. Mrs. Bull, in his recollection, said that there was no nun. Friends of the family later remarked, by way of explanation, that this was the official attitude of the household. Such matters were not freely discussed with the younger members. On his return to Long Melford, Fisher questioned an elderly friend of his who knew the district and its history, and the elderly friend, according to Fisher, said that when he had been a boy, in the early years of Queen Victoria's reign, the nun had been talked about in the neighbourhood. The recollection, if accepted, pushes the rumour of a haunting figure at Borley Rectory back to a period before the rectory had been built, and attaches the figure to the older site, or to the older traditions of the parish, rather than to the building constructed in the 1860s. After the deaths of the elder generation and the dispersal of several of the daughters, the rectory passed into a quieter phase of its history under the second rector, Harry Bull, who would marry in 1911 and remove for a time to Borley Place across the lane, returning to the rectory after his sisters went to live at Chiltern Lodge in 1920. Across this period, the rectory continued to be inhabited and to be the subject of recollections of various kinds, some of which attached themselves not to the rectory itself, but to the cottage which stood in its grounds and which was the residence of the rector's groom gardener and his wife. In April 1916, a man named Edward Cooper joined the staff of the rectory as groom gardener. Cooper, in Price's later description, was of the sturdy yeoman type, intelligent, hard-working, frank, and downright, a man whose subsequent account of his time at the rectory Price would find, when he came to interview him in 1929, and again 10 years later, to be remarkably consistent across the interval. Price, on Cooper, with his wife, occupied the rooms in the cottage adjoining the rectory. Under those rooms were the stables. For more than 3 years during their occupation of the cottage, the Coopers, when in bed, were disturbed on most nights by sounds of pattering which appeared to come from the adjoining living room. The sounds were, in Cooper's description, just as if a large dog or a small child had jumped from a height and was padding round the room. At first the Coopers were concerned at the noises, and more than once lit a candle and explored the contiguous rooms, finding nothing each time. Eventually they grew used to the pad, which usually began soon after they got into bed, between 10 and 11 o'clock, and they thought nothing of it. One night, about 3 years after the padding sounds were first heard, and soon after the Coopers had retired to rest, the dog phenomenon was again experienced. They heard the soft but heavy pad in the next room, when suddenly there was a terrific crash, as if all the china on the kitchen dresser had fallen to the floor simultaneously. Cooper leapt out of bed and lit a candle, expecting to find part of his home demolished. To his astonishment, not a thing in the cottage was displaced, and no damage was done. From that night onwards, the padding was never heard again. One early morning in 1919, when it was just getting light, the Coopers, as they lay in bed, saw what Cooper described as a black shape in the form of a little man running round their bedroom. Before they could do anything about it, the form vanished. The Coopers, in Cooper's later description, thought the devil was in the house. The shape was not seen again. The Coopers had, however, on a number of occasions, seen what they took to be the nun, or at least a black shape resembling a hooded figure, crossing the courtyard which their cottage windows overlooked. On one occasion, from their window, they saw the figure side face, and it appeared to them to be the traditional nun. On another occasion, one bright summer's evening at about 10 o'clock, when the courtyard was barely dark, they saw the figure cross the courtyard and walk towards the road. To pass in a direct line from the side of the cottage to the road, the figure had to step on the cover of an inspection chamber, set flush with the ground. This cover was loose, and any normal person walking over it would rock it and produce a clanking, metallic sound. The figure, in Cooper's account, stepped on the cover, but no sound was heard, and Cooper at the moment called his wife's attention to that fact. The figure, which they now saw more clearly, was dressed as a Sister of Mercy. Cooper was so struck by the lifelike appearance of the figure that the next morning he made inquiries in the neighbourhood and at the rectory, but no one in the village had seen any such figure as he described. Probably the most striking sight that Cooper recorded was that of the black coach. One bright moonlit night, when he and his wife were retiring to rest, he happened to look out of the cottage window and saw, in the meadow by the church on the opposite side of the lane, some bright moving lights. He watched, wondering why such lights should be present at such a time and place, and realized after a moment that the lights were approaching. As they neared the road, he saw that the lights were the headlamps attached to a large, old-fashioned black coach which was sweeping rapidly across the field and the road towards the rectory. He gazed in astonishment. In his own description, the whole turnout was so clear-cut that he could see the harness of the 2 horses glittering in the light of the headlamps and the moon. On the box of the coach were 2 figures wearing high-top hats. He shouted to his wife, who was just too late to see the spectacle in full. She arrived at the window as the coach swept into the farmyard and disappeared. Cooper considered that the coach, or rather the lights of it, had been visible from first to last for a period of about 30 seconds. There was, he said in answer to Price's question, absolutely no sound at all from the apparent vehicle, and not even a twig had moved as it passed. The Coopers left the rectory in March 1920, when the Mrs. Bull went to reside at Chiltern Lodge in Great Cornard, and from the time of their leaving the rectory, the Coopers experienced no phenomena of any kind, anywhere. These, then, are the principal accounts that have been preserved of unusual phenomena at Borley Rectory in the period before 1927, the year of the second rector's death. They were collected, for the most part, by Harry Price in the years between 1929 and his death, and were set down in the books and articles in which the rectory's reputation was made. They form, in the form Price gave them, a coherent body of testimony stretching from the 1880s through the early years of the 20th century to the late 19-teens, with a number of independent witnesses, several of whom were not members of the family or of the household, and several of whom had no obvious motive for inventing the accounts they gave. There is, however, another way of regarding the same material. The Society for Psychical Research, when it came to examine the rectory's history in the years after Price's death, took a substantially more sceptical view of these early accounts than Price himself had taken. The view set out in the Society's 1956 report and summarized in the modern accounts of the case may be paraphrased as follows. The recollections of the Bull daughters, although given with apparent sincerity and consistency in the late 1920s and the 1930s, were the recollections of women in their 50s and 60s recalling events that, in many cases, had taken place in their childhood or early womanhood, 40 or 50 years before. Such recollections are notoriously susceptible to the influence of intervening events. By the time the daughters were interviewed, the rectory had become a famous haunted house. The very framework within which they were being asked to recollect their experiences would inevitably tend to bring forward and to crystallize into definite form anything in their memories that fitted the framework, while quietly setting aside or revising anything that did not. Some members of the family had themselves shared the spiritualistic beliefs of their father and brother, others had not. The brothers, Alfred, Gerald, and Walter Bull in particular, had been entirely skeptical of the reported phenomena, and had regarded what they called the ghost as, in the Foxearth account's paraphrase, a product of the female imagination. Harry Bull himself, the second rector, had been a man of marked spiritualistic interests. He is said to have believed that, if he were discontented after death, he would haunt the rectory, and his beliefs would inevitably have influenced the views of his parishioners and of those of his sisters who remained at the rectory after his marriage in 1911. The position of Shaw Jeffrey's testimony is, in the Society's view, more telling still. Shaw Jeffrey's article, written in his later years, and after he had read Price's 1940 book, gave the impression of a man who had experienced, in the 1880s, a substantial body of unusual phenomena, but the Society's researchers, in examining the article, noted that Shaw Jeffrey himself had originally attributed the disconcerting incidents he experienced at the rectory to the practical joking of the younger members of the Bull family, and had only after reading Price's book in 1941 begun to consider the possibility that 50 years previously a poltergeist might have been responsible for the placing of his boots on top of the wardrobe and similar small disturbances. If Shaw Jeffrey's testimony is accepted in the form he eventually gave it, the phenomena it describes are real. If, however, his contemporary attribution of those phenomena to practical joking is taken as the more reliable evidence of what he actually experienced at the time, the testimony loses much of its weight. The problem, in the Society's view, is that the choice between these two readings cannot be made on internal grounds. The same witness, in different decades, gave the same incidents two substantially different framings. The conclusion that the Society's researchers drew from this and other similar reflections was a stark one. If Shaw Jeffrey's evidence was rejected on grounds of retrospective embellishment, then, in the Foxearth source's paraphrase, there is no evidence for any objective phenomena at Borley, as opposed to vague ghost stories, from 1863 to the 12th of June, 1929, when Price first visited the house. The other early accounts, on this view, were either retrospective like Shaw Jeffrey's, or were the kind of vague rumour that attaches itself to country rectories and country houses across the length and breadth of England without any particular evidential weight, or were, in the case of the Coopers, accounts whose force depended upon the integrity of witnesses, whose detailed corroboration had not been independently obtained. Against this position, the defenders of the early testimony have made a series of replies which deserve to be set out at the same length. The Reverend A.C. Henning, who became rector of the combined parish of Borley and Liston in 1936, and his wife, who lived in the village for 19 years, both maintained that the rectory was genuinely haunted on the basis of personal experience. Mrs. Henning, in particular, defended the integrity of the early witnesses against the Society's 1956 conclusions. The authors of the Society's report, she argued, had set aside without due weight the testimony of Edward Cooper and his wife, who had had their experiences in 1916 to 20 independently of any subsequent publicity, and had ruthlessly set aside Shaw Jeffrey's evidence on grounds of his age, although his old pupils could testify that he had been quite firm about the stone's thrown, the nun, the coach, and the French dictionary which had returned to his locked bedroom. If Shaw Jeffrey's evidence was to be rejected on grounds of age, then so too, by the same logic, must be the contributions of Miss Ethel Bull and her brother. The case of Lionel Fisher, the cousin who had seen the nun before the Bull daughters had reportedly seen her, suggested that the figure was talked about in the neighbourhood early in Queen Victoria's reign, and was not the late invention of a single household. As for the smell of incense reported on the road between rectory and church, and of violets in the cottage, and of wine in the rectory garden, these were not accounted for, in Mrs. Henning's view, by the proximity of the farm buildings to which sceptical accounts attributed unusual smells. The two positions, accordingly, stand opposed. On the one side stands the body of testimony assembled by Price across the late 1920s and the 1930s, drawn from members of the family, from former servants, from visitors, and from witnesses such as the Coopers and Shaw Jeffrey, who had no obvious connection with one another and no obvious motive for collaboration. On the other side stands the Society for Psychical Research's 1956 conclusion, set out by Eric Dingwall, K.M. Goldney and Trevor Hall, that without Shaw Jeffrey, and with appropriate scepticism applied to retrospective family recollection, the rectory had no objective haunting record before the 12th of June 1929. Each position has its defenders. Each position has its difficulties. The choice between them has not been made in the literature of the case in any way that has been generally accepted, and is not made here. What may be said, in closing the chapter, is that the rectory, by the closing months of 1927, was a place that had acquired, by one route or another, a reputation in its own neighbourhood. The Bull daughters had moved out to Chiltern Lodge in Great Cornard. The second rector, Harry Bull, had died in the same blue room in which his father had died 35 years before, in the early summer of 1927. The rectory had stood, for some months at least, empty, awaiting the arrival of a new incumbent. Whether the various stories that had clustered about its name across the preceding 60 years were the long history of a genuinely haunted house, or were the slow accumulation of rumour and embellishment about an ordinary country rectory in a quiet corner of Essex, was a question which would in due course be addressed by every researcher who came to the case. The next chapter takes up the story at the moment of the second rector's death, and follows the rectory through the empty months that followed, and the arrival, in the autumn of 1928, of a new rector and his wife, who would, in their short tenure, bring the rectory's name out of the small circles of the village and the family and into the pages of a national newspaper. The second rector of Borley was Henry Foyster Bull, the eldest son of the man who had built the rectory, and he was known throughout his life by the name Harry, the name by which his sisters and his parishioners and the various researchers who would later document his life unfailingly called him. He had been born at Borley Rectory in the year of its construction, the first child to be born in the new building, and he had grown up within its walls and within the boundaries of its grounds and lawns. He had been educated at Cambridge, in the manner of his father, taking his Bachelor of Arts in 1888, and had been ordained deacon in that year and priest in the year following. From 1888 until his father's death in 1892, he had served as the curate of his father's parish, learning the duties of the country incumbent in the church across the lane, in which he would in due course succeed. The succession itself, when it came, was effected by the family's own act of patronage under the advowson, which had been acquired in the 1860s, and Harry Bull became the rector of Borley in the same year that he buried his father, at the age of around 30. He would hold the cure for a further 35 years, from 1892 until his own death in 1927, so that with his father's 30 years before him, the two Bulls were rectors of Borley continuously for 65 years between them, an unbroken span which spanned nearly the whole of the rectory's life as a building of any settled inhabitation. Harry Bull was, by all accounts, a man of marked spiritualistic inclinations. He took a serious interest in the question of communication with the dead, and is said to have believed that, were he himself to die in any state of dissatisfaction, he would in some manner return to the rectory and continue to make his presence known. The detail comes down to us through a Mr. J. Harley, a friend of the rector's, who later wrote a letter to Price recording various of his recollections of Harry Bull, and who specifically attested that the rector had told him so during one of their conversations in the rectory grounds. Whether the remark was made in jest, or in the half-serious manner in which a man given to spiritualistic interests might say a thing of that kind, the record does not say. It was made, and it will be remembered, and it will be invoked in later years by various of the witnesses to phenomena reported at the rectory after Harry Bull's death. Not all the members of the family shared the rector's spiritualistic inclinations. His brothers Alfred, Gerald, and Walter Bull, three of the younger sons of the elder rector, took a substantially more sceptical view of the various phenomena that had been reported at the rectory across the years of their childhood and youth. They regarded the figure of the nun and the various sounds and incidents that had been reported within the household as products, in the language preserved by the Foxearth source, and quoted in the chapter that has gone before, of the female imagination. The disagreement within the family, between the rector with his spiritualistic interests and the daughters who shared them and the brothers who did not, was a feature of the household across the closing decade of the 19th century and the first decade of the 20th, and is worth noting at this stage as one of the features that complicates the question of how seriously the early reports of phenomena were taken within the rectory itself. Harry Bull, for his own part, was not a man easily frightened, and he was not, on the evidence of his sisters and his friends, given to invention. He had been an athlete in his youth. His father had been an amateur boxer and a regular hunter of the surrounding country, and Harry himself had grown up in the same active outdoor manner. He recorded, across his 35-year incumbency, a number of experiences at the rectory, which his sisters later passed on to Price, and which Price set down in his book in the form in which they had been told to him. One day, in the garden of the rectory, Harry Bull was walking with his retriever, a dog called Juvenal, when the dog suddenly began to howl and to cower with fright. Looking in the direction in which the dog was, in his sister's phrase, pointing, the rector saw the legs of a figure, the upper part of which was hidden by some fruit trees. The legs moved, and as they cleared the bushes, the rector saw that they belonged to a man who was, in the language of his account, headless. The figure walked towards the postern gate at the foot of the garden, the gate that was always kept locked, and passed through it and disappeared into the vegetable garden, where it was lost to sight. The dog Juvenal, in his sister's recollections, had cowered at the figure's appearance and had not moved while it passed across the garden, although the rector had himself watched it the whole way, as had the dog. Upon another occasion, in the garden, Harry Bull saw a small old man standing on the lawn, one arm pointing upwards and the other down. As the rector approached the figure, it disappeared. Inquiries afterwards established, in the family's recollection, that the features the rector had described were identical with those of an old gardener named Amos, who had been employed by the Bulls some 200 years previously. The Bulls, by Price's note, had lived in the neighbourhood of Borley for more than 300 years, and the figure of old Amos was a well-known character in the family tradition, his story handed down through the generations in the manner that such old retainers' stories often were within the larger clerical and gentry families of the East Anglian counties. Whether old Amos had any connection with the older traditions of the rectory site, or whether he had simply been remembered for some other reason within the family, is not clear from Price's account. The phantom coach, with which the wider Borley story would in due course be so closely associated, was, on more than one occasion, both seen and heard by the rector. In its visual form it appeared as a coach drawn by two horses, with a headless coachman on the box, and the whole turnout, as Harry Bull described it to his sisters, would disappear while still in his view. On at least one occasion, however, the rector experienced the coach in a different form. He was returning home one night, walking up the road outside the rectory, when he heard a great clatter of hoofs on the roadway and the rumbling of heavy wheels approaching. Wondering who could be driving in such a hurry along so deserted a stretch of road at that time of night, he stepped to the side of the road in order to let the vehicle pass. The sounds came up the road past him. They moved on past where he was standing. They diminished into the distance. There was nothing tangible to be seen. The road itself, when he looked, was empty. The sounds, in his account, gradually died away in the direction in which they had been moving, and he stood at the side of the road for some moments before continuing on his way to the rectory. The auditory form of the coach, with no visible vehicle behind it, would in due course be reported by other witnesses, including the Reverend Henning's gardener, Mr. Mays, but Harry Bull's experience on the road outside the rectory, perhaps in the closing decade of his life, is the earliest first-hand account of it that has survived. In 1911, after some 19 years as rector, Harry Bull married and removed for a period to Borley Place across the lane, leaving his sisters in residence at the rectory. The arrangement persisted for some years. In 1920, the surviving sisters, who had remained at the rectory after their father's death and through the years of their brother's marriage, removed to Chiltern Lodge in Great Cornard, on the outskirts of Sudbury, and Harry Bull and his wife returned to the rectory itself, where they would remain for the closing 7 years of his incumbency. The pattern of the years is recoverable in faint outline from the recollections gathered by Price and others. The rector continued to serve the parish. The wife managed the household. The garden was kept up, and the figure on the path, when she was seen under conditions essentially unchanged from those of the year 1900, when the four sisters had seen her on their return from the garden party. Harry Bull died on the 9th of June 1927 in the Blue Room of the rectory, the principal bedroom of the upper floor. The Blue Room was the same chamber in which his father had died 35 years before in 1892, and in which his mother also had died, and would acquire, on the strength of these successive deaths and of the various phenomena reported in association with the room, a particular status in the rectory's history. He was buried in the churchyard of St. Mary, in the same plot as his father, on the south side of the lane within sight of the front gates of the rectory. With his death, the long incumbency of the Bull family at Borley came to its end. The advowson, which had been used by the family across 2 generations to maintain a continuous family hold on the cure, was no longer to be exercised in that way. The rector, when he was eventually appointed, would come from outside the family, and the rectory itself, for the first time in 65 years, would not be in the occupation of a bull. The empty months between Harry Bull's death and the arrival of the next rector occupied the period from June 1927 to October 1928, a span of around 16 months. The rectory stood empty during this period, awaiting the appointment of a new incumbent. The grounds were maintained, in some form, by occasional gardeners attending from the village or from the cottage. The cottage itself, which had been the cooper's residence in the years to 1920, may have been occupied at intervals by other staff. The principal building, however, was without a permanent inhabitant for more than a year, and during that period it acquired what could be called, with appropriate caution, the only documented sighting of the figure on the path that does not depend upon the recollections of family members or of household servants. The witness was a man named Fred Cartwright, a journeyman carpenter, who was lodging in Sudbury during the autumn of 1927. He had contracted, in his trade, to do some repair work at a farm between Borley and the village of Clare, and the shortest walk from his lodgings in Sudbury to the farm was through the village of Borley, past the rectory, on the lane that led on towards Clare. He started the work on a Monday morning, and left his lodgings each day soon after 6 o'clock, passing the rectory at around 6:45 on his outward walk. The rectory, he believed, was unoccupied at that time, and so far as he knew, at the start of his contract, he had no information about it of any kind. On the Tuesday morning of his first week of work, as the daylight was just beginning to come up over the Stour valley, he passed the drive gates of the rectory and saw a Sister of Mercy standing quite still by the side of the gate nearest Sudbury, the gate nearest the bricked-up dining-room window on the front elevation of the building. The figure looked perfectly normal to him. She was simply a woman in the dress of a Sister of Mercy, standing at the side of the road. He thought it strange that such a person should be standing at such a place, at such an hour. He concluded, in his own account, that she must be waiting for some vehicle to pick her up, the more so as there were no buses or public conveyances any nearer to the rectory than the main Sudbury to Long Melford Road. He thought she might have been on some errand of mercy, perhaps a case of illness in the village which had detained her all night. The matter passed from his mind, and he continued on to his work. He passed the rectory at the same hour every morning of that week and the next, and saw nothing of the figure until the following Friday morning. On the Friday, the same nun, in his account, was at the identical spot, close up to the hedge by the drive gate, in the same posture as on the Tuesday. He thought it curious that a sister of mercy should have been there at such a time, and as he passed her he looked at her. She appeared perfectly normal, except that she had her eyes closed. The thought again occurred to him that she had been up all night tending the sick, and that she was tired and was waiting for some vehicle to pick her up. The third sighting was on the Wednesday of the following week, at the same hour, at the same place. The figure was on the identical spot at the side of the gate, and as he passed her he looked at her intently and saw that she seemed pale, tired and ill, but perfectly human, with her eyes closed as if asleep. By this point Cartwright was beginning to feel, in his own account, that something about the figure and her demeanour was very unusual, and he was a little frightened, principally for her sake. He continued past the rectory and on towards Clare, but as he walked he could not help wondering whether she needed assistance. He decided to offer it. He turned back along the road towards the rectory. As he came round the bend in the lane, the figure was no longer in sight. He had heard no sound of any vehicle on the road, and he concluded that the figure had turned into the rectory grounds. He continued towards Clare and his work. The fourth and last time he saw the figure was on the following Friday, at exactly the same place and the same hour. It was barely light. He saw her in the distance as he came up the lane, in the identical spot at the side of the drive gate, and he made up his mind that he would at least say good morning to her. But before he had reached the drive, the figure had gone. He did not see her vanish. One moment she was there, and the next she was not. Again he assumed she had passed into the rectory grounds, but as he reached the drive gate he found it tightly closed. He opened it, out of curiosity, and walked the whole length of the drive from one gate to the other, looking on either hand among the trees and the boundary plantings. There was no sign of the figure, and there was no sign of life in the rectory itself, which was indeed empty. The rectory standing as it had stood since the death of the second rector 4 months before. When Cartwright reached his lodgings in Sudbury that evening, he related his experiences to his landlord and others, and heard for the first time the story of Borley Rectory and its nun and its various traditions. He had not, at the time of his sightings, been a man with any prior knowledge of the place, and his account stands in the literature of the rectory as one of the witnesses' accounts that does not depend upon the influence of prior expectation. The empty period at the rectory continued through the rest of 1927 and into the new year of 1928, while the question of who would succeed Harry Bull as rector remained, in the records of the diocese and the patrons, unsettled. The living was not an easy one to fill. The rectory was a substantial building requiring substantial maintenance. The water supply, drawn from the well in the courtyard by the heavy hand-wheel pump, was unsatisfactory by the standards of the late 1920s. The house had no mains water, no gas, no electricity, and no central heating. It was, in Price's later phrase, impossible to warm properly. There was, in addition, the matter of the rectory's reputation. Whatever the truth of the various stories that had attached themselves to the building across the preceding 60 years, those stories were known in the surrounding parishes, and they were known to the clergy who might have been considered for the cure. The living of Borley, by Price's account, was offered to and refused by 12 clergymen before any acceptance was obtained. The man who eventually accepted the cure was the Reverend Guy Eric Smith, a clergyman of mature years who had served abroad in his earlier career before taking orders. He took up the living in the latter part of 1928 and was, by Price's account, formally inducted on the 2nd of October that year. His wife Mabel accompanied him to the rectory, and the two of them set about establishing themselves in the building in the manner of any new clerical household. They had not, before their arrival, been informed that the rectory was alleged to be haunted, and they came to the building knowing only that it was a substantial old country rectory in a remote corner of Essex, suitable to a clergyman of modest means and quiet habits. The reality of the establishment, as they discovered it during the first weeks of their residence, fell some distance short of these expectations. The house, they found, was excessively cold, and difficult to heat by any means at their disposal. The water supply, drawn entirely from the well in the courtyard by the hand-wheel pump and carried up to the cistern beneath the eaves, was inadequate for the needs of even a small household, and there was no piped supply within the building. The rectory was so large that several of the upstairs rooms could not be put to any use and were permanently closed off from the rest of the building. The corridors were dim, the staircases creaked, the bell system in the kitchen passage rang from time to time without any apparent cause. Mrs. Smith in particular found the place difficult to live in, and within a short time of their arrival she became ill, the illness attributed by both Smiths to the depressing character of the building rather than to any specific physical complaint. It was within the first weeks of their tenancy, before they had fully moved in, that Mrs. Smith made a discovery in the library which would in due course be cited as the most striking of the early phenomena of the Smith period. While she was turning out the various rooms in preparation for their full occupation, she found in a cupboard in the library a parcel, neatly wrapped and tied with string. Upon removing the wrapping, she was, in Price's account, astonished to find the skull, apparently of a young woman, in perfect condition, with the teeth also perfect. There was no obvious reason within the library or the household for such an object to have been left in the cupboard. The Smiths considered the matter, and Mr. Smith, with the parish sexton, gave the skull a Christian burial in the churchyard across the lane, in the presence of the churchwarden and the widow of the previous rector. The skull, accordingly, was no longer at the rectory by the time the events of the spring of 1929 came to be widely reported. Where it had come from, and how long it had been in the cupboard, the Smiths did not know, and were unable to discover from any of the older inhabitants of the village. The phenomena that the Smiths reported during the months of their tenure took various forms. There were, in the first place, the sounds. Soon after the Smiths moved into the rectory, slow and dragging footsteps began to be heard in unoccupied rooms, particularly on the upper floor. On one night, Mr. Smith, who had no patience with what he regarded as nonsense, stationed himself in the morning room with a hockey stick, intending to put an end to whatever was making the sound. The footsteps came, on cue, into the room. He could hear them treading on the bare boards. He lashed out with his stick at the spot where the footsteps seemed to be. The stick whistled through the empty air, and the steps continued across the room and out the other side. On another occasion, on the summer afternoon when Mr. Smith was alone in the house, he left his bedroom and walked across the upper landing. As he passed under the archway leading to the landing, he heard distinct, sibilant whisperings over his head. He could not at first account for the sound. He walked slowly across the landing, the whispers following him as he moved. As he passed under the further archway leading to the chapel, the sounds instantly ceased, in his own description, as if a wireless set had been switched off, although there was no wireless instrument in any nearby room. He walked back across the landing. Nothing further was heard. The sibilant whispering was experienced by him on a number of further occasions in the same place, although no words within it were ever distinguishable. On a different occasion, at dusk, while crossing the same landing, he heard a woman's voice apparently coming from the centre of the arch leading to the chapel. The voice began with a moaning sound, gradually rising into a crescendo and ending, in the form he heard it, with the words, "Don't, Carlos, don't," the words dying away after into a sort of muttering. The volume of the sound, at its highest pitch, was slightly louder than would have been used in ordinary conversation, and Smith was, in his account, quite startled by it. The name Carlos, by some accounts, was supposed to have been a nickname by which the builder of the rectory had been known, although this was denied by surviving members of the Bull family when the matter was put to them in later years. The maids employed by the Smiths added their own accounts to the growing record. Of the two maids the Smiths employed during their tenure, the first, brought from London, stayed for 2 days only, having been frightened by a figure in black, which she described as a nun wearing a hood, leaning over one of the drive gates of the rectory grounds. The second maid, Mary Pearson, an intelligent young woman whom Price would later interview at length, saw not only the nun but the coach as well, and a headless man behind a tree in the garden. Mrs. Smith, in her own experience, often saw a figure leaning over one of the drive gates from the dairy in the evening. She went out to investigate on several occasions, and never found anyone there. The figure was always dark and shadowy, and was the same figure, on the same gate, that had been seen in earlier years by the Bull daughters and by various other witnesses. There were the lights. On returning from church one night after dark, by the back or scullery door, Mrs. Smith noticed that the window of the schoolroom on the upper floor was lighted up, and supposed that the maid was up there with a lamp. On entering the kitchen, she found the maid standing in the kitchen, and the maid told her she had not been upstairs at all. They went up together and found the schoolroom in darkness. The same thing happened on a later occasion, when the choir had just finished their evening practice in the church across the lane. Mrs. Smith took all the members of the choir round the back of the building and showed them the lighted window from the garden, and they then went up to the room together, and the room was again in darkness. There were the keys. On a number of occasions, the keys of the various locks in the rectory were found to have shot themselves out of the locks, and to be lying on the floor 2 or 3 feet away. Price, during his subsequent visits, would witness this phenomenon for himself. There was, on one occasion, a vase that had stood on the mantelpiece of the Smiths' bedroom and was found smashed to pieces at the foot of the main stairs, with no one in the house at the time, the Smiths being in the garden when it occurred. There were curious sounds in various parts of the building, heard from time to time. There were the slow, deliberate footsteps that patrolled the passages and the upper rooms. There was the bell system, which rang from time to time without any apparent cause. The Smiths, by Price's later assessment, were intelligent, much-travelled people, who were themselves, in his words, utterly sceptical as regards spirits, and who knew nothing about psychical research, and were not particularly interested in the subject. They were not afraid that anything would harm them. They were, however, by the spring of 1929, sufficiently puzzled by what they had seen and heard during their first months of occupation, that Mrs. Smith resolved to take some practical step to obtain advice. She wrote, accordingly, in May or early June of 1929, to the editor of the Daily Mirror, asking for the address of a society or person who might be in a position to investigate the phenomena that they were experiencing. The Mirror, recognizing the commercial interest of a story about a haunted rectory, did not simply provide the requested address. It dispatched, instead, one of its own reporters to Borley to investigate the matter at first hand. The reporter was a man named V.C. Wall, and on the 10th of June 1929 the first of his articles appeared in the Daily Mirror. The article reported that the rectory was a building erected on what Wall described as part of the site of a great monastery, which in the Middle Ages had been the scene of a gruesome tragedy, and it set out the various local legends that had attached themselves to the place, the elopement of a groom and a nun from a nearby convent, their meeting in the wood at the back of the rectory, and the various endings to the legend in which the lovers were caught, and the nun was either strangled by her lover, and the lover was beheaded, or both grooms were beheaded, and the nun was buried alive in the walls of the monastery. The article reported the experiences of the Smiths since their arrival, and reported the experiences of the maids, and the previous rector's account of having heard the sound of an old-fashioned coach driven by 2 headless men on the road outside the rectory. A second article followed on the 11th of June, reporting Wall's vigil with a photographer in the wood at the back of the rectory, and his observation of a mysterious light in a disused wing of the building, an appearance which, in his own description, simply could not be explained, because, on investigation of the deserted wing, it was ascertained that there was no light inside, although the watchers outside could still see it shining through a window. The Reverend Smith, who in the article was described as not himself believing in ghosts, had volunteered to enter the disused wing and to place a light in another window for comparison. The second light had appeared, and had been visible alongside the first, although the watchers outside could not, on close inspection of the building, find any cause for either. The article noted that the villagers dreaded the neighbourhood of the rectory after dark and would not pass it. The publication of these 2 articles in a national newspaper transformed the rectory's situation overnight. The story of the rectory, which had previously been the subject of family recollection and local rumour, became the subject of widespread public interest. Letters arrived at the rectory from various readers of the Mirror, including offers of investigation by various people of greater or lesser qualification. Among the letters was one from a man who had had no previous connection with the rectory or with any of its inhabitants, but who had read Wall's account in the Mirror with interest, and who had decided that the case might be one worth examining at first hand. His name was Harry Price, and he was the director of the National Laboratory of Psychical Research in London, an organization he had founded in the previous decade for the systematic investigation of paranormal phenomena under controlled conditions. He was a man with an established reputation in his field, with extensive contacts among the journalists and editors of London, with a substantial library of works on psychical research, and with a particular interest in the documentation of haunted houses according to scientific principles. He read the Mirror articles. He made his inquiries. He sent a telegram to the Reverend G.E. Smith at Borley announcing his intention to come down, and on the morning of the 12th of June 1929, 2 days after the first of Wall's articles had appeared, Price set out from London by train for Sudbury with his secretary Lucy Kay to begin what would prove to be the longest and most controversial investigation of his career. The events of that day at the rectory and the days that followed will be the subject of the chapter that follows. For the present chapter we may close with the rectory in the second week of June 1929, in the form it had taken across the 7 months of the Smiths' tenure, a substantial Victorian building in a remote Essex hamlet, occupied by a clergyman and his wife, who had not asked for the reputation that had attached itself to their home, troubled by phenomena which they had not been prepared to encounter on their arrival, and now the subject of newspaper articles in a national daily, with photographers in the wood at the back of the property and reporters at the front gate. The rectory, which had stood for 65 years as the home of 2 generations of the Bull family, and which had stood empty for 16 months between the death of the second rector and the institution of the third, had now entered the public phase of its history. The change would prove, for the rectory and for the Smiths, and for everyone subsequently associated with the case, irreversible. The morning of the 12th of June 1929 was, by all accounts, a fine summer morning across the south of England, and Harry Price set out from his rooms in London with his secretary Lucy Kay to catch the train from Liverpool Street to Sudbury. The journey, by the route described in the chapter that has gone before, took a little under 2 hours by the express, and a little longer if one had to change at Marks Tey for the Sudbury branch. Price had read the Daily Mirror articles by V.C. Wall, published on the 10th and the 11th of June, in which the rectory's haunting had been brought before the public eye. He had communicated with the Reverend Smith by telegram, announcing his intention to come down. He arrived at Sudbury Station in the early part of the day, and was driven out to the rectory across the bridge at Ballingdon, and along the lane through Borley Green to the village itself, in the manner of any visitor coming up from London to a remote Essex hamlet at that period. The rectory, when he came to it that morning, was not unfamiliar to him in any general sense, since he had read Wall's accounts and had absorbed the various legends and traditions which Wall had set out in the Mirror, but it was nevertheless his first sight of the building. He entered by one of the drive gates, which is to say either the gate nearest Sudbury, the gate by the bricked-up dining-room window, or the gate at the further end of the drive, and he was, in his own description, astonished at the great size of the house. The Reverend G.E.C.E. Smith and Mrs. Smith welcomed him at the door. The morning was given over to lunch and to the long account of the Smiths' experiences in the rectory across the 8 months of their tenancy. The account that has been set out in summary in the chapter that has gone before, with the slow dragging footsteps in the unoccupied rooms, the hockey stick incident in the morning room, the sibilant whisperings under the chapel arch, the woman's voice with its dying words, the schoolroom light, the figure on the gate, the keys shooting out of the locks, the smashed vase, and the skull which Mabel Smith had found wrapped in the library cupboard during the first weeks of her tenancy. Wall, who had been in residence at the rectory for several days and who was returning to London that afternoon, contributed his own observations, most particularly his account of the mysterious light seen in a disused upstairs wing of the building on the previous evening, an account which Smith, at Wall's suggestion, had attempted to test by entering the wing himself with a second light, with results which neither Wall nor Smith had been able satisfactorily to explain. The afternoon was spent in a tour of the rectory and the grounds, in the company of Smith, Wall and Kay, with Price taking notes on the layout of the building and the recent incidents reported within it. At some point in the late afternoon or early evening of that same day, the events occurred which Price would, in his 1940 book, set out at length as the most impressive sequence of phenomena he had witnessed in any of his many investigations of haunted houses, before or since. The events deserve to be set down here in the form Price himself gave them, attributed throughout to Price's account, since the form Price gave them in his book has been the canonical form of the case in the literature ever since. We may then turn, in the second half of the chapter, to the contesting accounts which were given in due course by other witnesses, and which would in time substantially complicate the picture that Price had drawn. The first of the events, by Price's narrative, was a sound from the upper part of the house, of a kind that suggested glass had broken somewhere on the upper floor. The party in the hall investigated. Price, with Wall and Caille, ascended the main staircase and made a search of the upper rooms, paying particular attention to the blue room and to the rooms overlooking the veranda. The seals, which had been placed earlier on certain of the rooms, were found intact, and there was no sign of any disturbance in the rooms themselves. Thinking that, in spite of the search, someone might have been in one of the upper rooms and had played a trick, the party hurried upstairs again to make a further search of the rooms and windows. They found no one. They descended the main staircase and had just reached the hall when, in Price's account, another crash was heard. They found that a red glass candlestick, one of a pair which they had seen a few minutes before standing on the mantelpiece of the blue room, had been hurled down the main stairs, had struck the iron stove at the foot of the stairs, and had finally disintegrated into 1,000 fragments on the hall floor. Both Mr. Wall and Price, in his words, had seen the candlestick hurtle past their heads as they stood in the hall. They at once dashed upstairs again, made another search of the rooms, and found nothing. They returned to the hall. They turned out all the lights, and the entire party, in Price's account, sat on the stairs in complete darkness, just waiting. A few minutes later, by his narrative, they heard something come rattling down the stairs, and Wall said he had been hit on the hand. They relit the lamps, and found that what had hit Wall was a mothball, which had apparently followed the same path down the staircase as the candlestick before it. In quick succession, in Price's words, and in full light, the following articles came tumbling down the stairs. First some common seashore pebbles, then a piece of slate, then some more pebbles. Each of these objects, in Price's account, came down the staircase under the eyes of the party in the hall, with no person visible at the head of the stairs to throw them, and no apparatus visible to dislodge them. During this same period of the evening, by Price's narrative, the bells of the kitchen passage rang of their own accord. The wires of the bell system, running through the upper part of the house and anchored to the rafters above the ceilings, could be seen moving in their fastenings as the bells rang, and even the pulls in some of the rooms. The small hanging cords by which the bells were ordinarily summoned could be seen swinging by the investigators when they visited the rooms in the course of their searches. The Reverend Smith, in the months before Price's arrival, had been so troubled by the persistent ringing of the bells that he had at some point cut several of the wires in an attempt to stop the nuisance. The bells in question, on the evening in question, were according to Price ringing on wires which Smith had not cut, although the system as a whole had been substantially interfered with by Smith in the months preceding the visit. After supper, in Price's account, a further phenomenon occurred. The keys in the doors of the library and the drawing room, two of the principal rooms of the ground floor, fell simultaneously onto the hall floor in front of the witnesses. Price, in his narrative, examined the keys in the doors carefully and found no sign of any thread, wire, or other apparatus that could have accounted for the fall of the keys. To duplicate the phenomenon by ordinary means, in his judgment, would have required considerable mechanism, and no such mechanism was to be seen. The keys had fallen at the same moment from doors at opposite ends of the hall in front of the witnesses, with no one near either door at the moment of falling. So Price recorded it. The events of the day were not yet at an end. After supper, Price was joined at the rectory by two of the Misses Bull, who had come over from Sudbury, where they were now resident at Chiltern Lodge, in order to meet him and to be present at any further investigations of the rectory's phenomena. It was suggested by some member of the party that they should hold a séance in the Blue Room before retiring. Although it was already late, Price consented. The two Misses Bull, the Smiths, Wall, Kay, and Price ascended to the Blue Room at around 1 o'clock in the morning and took up their seats around the bedroom on chairs and on the bedstead. A powerful duplex paraffin lamp was lit on the dressing table. The room was furnished with the ordinary bedroom furniture in its usual places, and on the dressing table in front of the window stood a large mahogany mirror with a wooden back. There was, in Price's account, no medium present, and the party had no settled idea of how the séance was to be initiated. Price, in order to open the proceedings, addressed himself to the four walls of the room, asking that if any entity was present in the room that night, it should make itself known. He repeated this request 2 or 3 times. As the party was beginning to wonder whether the proceedings were to come to anything, a faint but sharp tap was heard, apparently from the window. They waited in silence. The tap was repeated, a little louder. They left their seats and gathered around the dressing table in a semicircle. The tap came a third time, louder still, and this time it came unmistakably from the wooden back of the mahogany mirror, which acted, in Price's phrase, as a kind of sounding board. The party drew up their chairs to the mirror and seated themselves around it as at a regular séance. After a brief experiment with the lamp extinguished, which produced no further response, the lamp was relit. There then came a succession of short, quick taps or raps from the back of the mirror. Price, taking these as a willingness to communicate, made a small speech of thanks to the entity and proposed the time-honored arrangement of 3 taps for yes, 1 tap for no, and 2 taps for a doubtful or unknown answer. 3 taps came at once in confirmation. The dialogue that followed was reported by Wall in a Mirror article published on the 15th of June, 3 days after the events, and Price reproduced Wall's account verbatim in his 1940 book. The party, at Wall's suggestion, asked first whether the entity was the nun of the old legend, or one of the grooms. The response was a single tap, denoting no. Wall then suggested that they should ask whether the entity was the late rector, the Reverend Harry Bull, in his own account. I had hardly finished the name when 3 hurried taps came on the mirror, which meant an emphatic yes. The dialogue continued, sometimes with the lamp lit and sometimes in darkness. Were the footsteps that had been heard in the house the entities? Yes. Did it wish to worry or annoy anybody at the rectory? No. Did it merely wish to attract attention? Yes. Was it troubled about something it should have done while alive? No. Could it tell them what was the matter, if a medium were present? Yes. At this point, Price asked the Mrs. Bull and the Smiths whether they would care to question the entity, the alleged Harry Bull, on certain private affairs of the family. They said they would, and for about an hour, in Price's account, a string of questions was put to the entity, with replies given by raps on the mirror. The questions and the replies were of a private character and were not printed by Price in his book. The séance lasted, by Price's narrative, for about 3 hours, from 1 o'clock until 4 o'clock in the morning. At about 2 o'clock, the most striking event of the night occurred. The party, sitting around the mirror at one end of the room, was startled, in Price's words, by a new cake of toilet soap jumping out of his dish at the far end of the room, where the washstand stood, striking the edge of the water ewer and bouncing on the floor. No one was near the washstand at the time, and the wicks of the duplex lamp were raised to their full height, and the room was perfectly illuminated. Everyone in the room saw the phenomenon. Wall, in his article of the 14th of June, recorded that the cake of soap had been lifted and thrown heavily onto a china jug standing on the floor with such force that the soap was deeply marked, and that all of the party at the time of the throwing had been at the other side of the room from the washstand. So ended, by Price's account, the events of the 12th of June 1929, a day which he would later describe in his book as a day to be remembered, even by an experienced investigator, and as 16 hours of thrills. He slept that night in the cosy bed which Mabel Smith had prepared for him in the Blue Room. He was, in his words, quite undisturbed in the night. Haunted and haunters, he wrote, were at peace. The rectory had given him, in a single visit, a body of phenomena more impressive than anything he had witnessed in any other haunted house in his career, and the events of the day would form, in the 11 years that followed, the foundation of his published account of the rectory's haunting and the cornerstone of his case for the rectory as the most haunted house in England. That is Price's account, as he gave it in his book, as he stood by it during his lifetime, and as it has been quoted in countless secondary works in the 85 years that have followed his first visit to Borley. The events as Price described them are, on the face of his narrative, remarkable. Phenomena occurring in front of multiple witnesses, in lighted rooms, with no person near the source of the disturbance, with the keys of 2 doors falling simultaneously, with a candlestick passing under the eyes of 2 observers in the hall, with a cake of soap leaping from a washstand at the other side of an illuminated bedroom, while 6 people sat around a mirror at the further end of the same room. If the events occurred as Price described them, they would constitute, taken together, one of the most impressive sets of poltergeist phenomena ever recorded under the eyes of an investigator of his standing. There is, however, another way of regarding the same events, and it is the way that emerged into public view across the period from Price's death in 1948 to the publication of the Society for Psychical Research's report on the Rectory in 1956. The contesting accounts came from 3 principal witnesses, none of whom had been present on the evening of the 12th of June, but each of whom had had occasion to investigate the Rectory in close proximity to Price during the weeks and months that followed, and each of whom had formed a view of Price's methods which differed substantially from the view that Price himself was at pains to present in his book. The first of the 3 was Lord Charles Hope, a member of the Council of the Society for Psychical Research, who paid 2 visits to Borley in July of 1929, in the weeks immediately following Price's first visit. Hope was a man of standing in the field, with serious experience in the investigation of mediumship and haunted houses, and he came to the Rectory in the role of an independent observer, expecting to find the kind of phenomena that Price had described in the early reports that were already circulating from the mirror coverage. He saw, during his 2 visits, certain incidents which on the face of them appeared to be phenomena of the kind Price had described. He left Borley, however, with a private doubt about the source of those phenomena, which he set down in writing in the form of a brief note that he did not publish during his lifetime, but which has come down to us through the Society's later investigation of the case. In Hope's own words, "Although I did not feel certain, I left Borley with the definite suspicion that Mr. Price might be responsible for some, at least, of the phenomena which had occurred when I was present." The note is brief. It does not assert fraud, and it does not retract any of the observations Hope had made. It states that, on the evidence available to him, the suspicion that Price had himself produced some of the events Hope had witnessed could not be set aside. It is the earliest documented instance of a serious independent investigator forming, on the basis of personal observation, a doubt about the source of the Rectory's phenomena. The second of the 3 witnesses was a Daily Mail reporter named Charles Sutton, who visited the Rectory with Price in July of 1929, the week after Hope's second visit. The story Sutton gave, decades later, of his visit is set out in detail in the Foxearth source, and it deserves to be quoted at length, since it is the most concrete of the accusations against Price that have come down through the literature. As Sutton and Price stood on the lawn of the Rectory together, Price explained that when he and Lord Charles Hope had been standing on that same spot a week previously, a window of the Rectory had broken and the glass had cascaded to the ground. Within 2 or 3 seconds of Price pointing out to Sutton the glassless frame of that window, Sutton recalled the neighbouring window had suddenly smashed and another cascade of glass had fallen down the wall of the Rectory. The 3 of them, that is Price, his secretary, and Sutton, then went round the ground floor of the Rectory in a particular order, the secretary opening the doors, Sutton in the middle, examining each empty room carefully in the light of his hurricane lamp, and Price following at the rear, locking the door of each room after Sutton had passed through it. Before each of Price's locking up of the rooms, in Sutton's account, there was a resounding crash in the room they had just inspected, as if a stone had been thrown against the wall or the floor. Sutton, in his recollection, examined each room afterwards, but could not decide whether stones had just been thrown or whether they had been lying there before he came in, since there were already a number of stones lying around in various of the rooms. The party went up to the first floor and entered the first bedroom at the top of the stairs, and stood looking out on the lawn, waiting, in Sutton's words, for the famous nun to appear, or for the coach and horses driven by a headless coachman to come up the lane. Nothing appeared. No more stones were thrown anywhere in the house. The bells, which Sutton had been told to expect, did not ring. Sutton, who had been concerned about the crashes that had occurred in the rooms downstairs as Price was about to lock them, suggested at this point that the order of procedure should be reversed. That Price should walk in front, opening the doors, and that the secretary should follow at the rear, locking them after Sutton had passed through. Price, in Sutton's recollection, argued against the change of order. They proceeded as before. They had taken not more than 7 or 8 steps along the upper landing when, in Sutton's account, there was a series of reverberating crashes from the staircase. Sutton later found that a half-brick had rolled down the staircase. Once more, in his recollection, he was aware of a swishing sound near him, as if something had passed close by. His suspicions thoroughly aroused at this point, Sutton, in his own description, dropped his hurricane lamp and seized Price by the coat, saying that he had got him. He plunged his hands into the pockets of Price's coat. The pockets, he found, were full of stones and pebbles. Sutton, in his account, needed no further evidence that Price had been responsible for the noises he had heard, and he said in his recollection that he could not forgive Price for what he saw as the ruining of the atmosphere of a house which had seemed to him to promise so much without the aid of material assistance. He returned to London, intending to publish his account in the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail, however, declined to publish it, on the advice of its news editor, who was concerned about the prospect of a libel action by Price. Sutton's note to himself was that it would have been, on the question of what had happened that evening, 2 against 1, and the libel risk was too great for the newspaper to assume. The story was suppressed and did not appear in any newspaper until after Price's death in March 1948. The third of the contesting accounts came, paradoxically, from one of the very witnesses who had been present at Price's first visit, Mabel Smith. Mrs. Smith's later position on the rectory's haunting, set out by her in the years after Price's death and recorded by Molly Goldney of the Society for Psychical Research, was substantially different from anything Price had presented in his book. In Mrs. Smith's later recollection, as recorded by Goldney, she and her husband had had no reason whatsoever, before Price's arrival, to think that the rectory was genuinely haunted. They had wished to contact a trained investigator only in order to dispel the rumours of a haunt that were current among their parishioners in the village, rumours which they regarded as a nuisance to the work of the parish. When Price came down, in Mrs. Smith's later account, a number of extraordinary happenings of a kind that had never occurred before immediately took place. Price, contrary to the Smiths' expectations, assured them that the rectory was indeed haunted, and urged them to tell him of any unexplained happenings, however small, that had occurred since they came to the rectory. The Smiths, in Mrs. Smith's later account, had been bewildered by what they had heard from Price, but had not believed in the haunt. Goldney, in her later examination of Price's papers after his death, found that the picture was rather more complicated than Mrs. Smith's recollection of 1950 had suggested. The letters that had passed between Price and the Smiths in the months after Price's first visit showed that, at least at the time of writing, the Smiths had leaned more towards a paranormal hypothesis than Mrs. Smith had subsequently admitted. In one of those letters, Smith had written that Borley was undoubtedly haunted. Goldney's view of the matter, as it appears in the Foysters source, was that the Smiths had at the time succumbed to suggestion from Price, although only partially, since when Price later asked them to contribute an account of their experiences to his book on the rectory, they had refused, with Smith writing that Mrs. Smith and he would rather be left out of it, and that they really did not believe there were any such things as ghosts. The Smiths, on Goldney's reading, had been pulled in 2 directions, persuaded by Price's confident and constant assertion of the haunt at the time of his visit, and pulled back, as soon as Price's influence was removed, towards their own original scepticism. There was, in addition, a further detail which the Foysters source records. The Smith's maid, who continued to believe in later years that the rectory had been haunted, admitted to Goldney and Dingwall that she had, during the period of the Smiths' tenancy, manufactured certain phenomena herself, having, in her own admission, observed Price doing likewise. Against this body of contesting accounts, there have stood, across the decades since, the defenders of Price's integrity. Peter Underwood, who had interviewed many of the witnesses to the rectory's history, including Lucy Kay, Price's secretary on the first visit, and who had set down their testimonies in his various books on the case, took the view that Price's character had been seriously misrepresented by the Society's investigators, and that the criticism of his methods was substantially unfair. Underwood pointed out, on the question of the Smiths in particular, that the Reverend Smith had himself maintained for the rest of his life that the rectory was haunted, that there had been an evil atmosphere there, and that he would never live there again. Mrs. Smith's later evidence, in Underwood's view, had been provided to the Society's investigators under pressure, and her mental outlook on these matters in her widowhood was not such as to make her later testimony reliable. Lucy Kay, in Underwood's recollection, had spoken of Smith's physical build, his character, and his faith as inspiring the kind of confidence usually associated with the Rock of Gibraltar. The defenders of Price have generally taken the view that the contesting accounts, when set against the consistency of his published narrative and the corroboration of certain of its details by witnesses who had no apparent motive for collaboration with him, do not sufficiently undermine the central case to justify the conclusions that the Society for Psychical Research drew from them in its 1956 report. Price himself, in his lifetime, denied all such accusations. The Sutton story, suppressed by the Daily Mail, did not reach him in any form to which he could publicly reply. Hoke's note was private, and only emerged in the literature after Price's death. Mrs. Smith's later position was not articulated in print until 1949, the year after Price had died. Price went to his grave maintaining that the events of the 12th of June 1929 had occurred substantially as he had described them in his book, that he had not himself produced any of those events, and that the various phenomena reported by the Smiths and others during the months and years that followed were genuine paranormal manifestations of a kind for which no normal explanation had been advanced. Two readings of the events of the 12th of June 1929 accordingly stand opposed in the literature of the case. On Price's reading, the day produced a body of objective phenomena that included the broken glass on the upper floor, the candlestick from the blue room mantelpiece passing down the main staircase, the pebbles and the slate, the simultaneous fall of the keys from two doors, the rapping mirror in the blue room, the seance communications attributed to Harry Bull, and the cake of toilet soap leaping from the washstand at 2 o'clock in the morning. On the reading that emerged after Price's death, several of those phenomena, perhaps the broken glass, perhaps the pebbles in the rooms, perhaps the half-brick on the staircase that Sutton later found, had been produced by Price himself, with stones carried in his coat pockets and used on appropriate occasions, while the seance and the soap and certain of the other phenomena had occurred in the absence of any specific evidence of fraud, but in conditions, as the contesting witnesses would point out, in which fraud could not be definitively excluded. The choice between these two readings will not be made in this chapter, and is not made by the literature of the case in any way that has been generally accepted. The events of the 12th of June 1929 occurred as they occurred, in the rectory, in the presence of the witnesses who were there. What those witnesses saw, and what part Price played in producing the phenomena they saw, are questions that the surviving evidence does not allow us definitively to answer. Both readings have their authority. Both readings have their difficulties. The reader who wishes to settle the question for himself will need to weigh the various considerations that have been set out, and to weigh them again as the further chapters of the story unfold. What may be said, in closing the chapter, is that the events of the 12th of June 1929 were the events that brought Borley Rectory into the public mind. Wall's articles in the Mirror had begun the process. Price's first visit and the body of phenomena he reported during it completed it. From that day onwards, the rectory was no longer a quiet country parsonage in a remote corner of Essex with a small body of family recollections about a figure on a path. It was, in the view that Price would soon impress upon the public imagination, the most haunted house in England. The Smiths, who had not asked for the reputation that had now attached itself to their home, would within a few months come to the conclusion that they could not continue to live in the rectory and would in due course leave. Their next rector, when he came, would arrive with full knowledge of what was being said about the building. The story that Price had begun to write that night, of a country rectory in which extraordinary phenomena were occurring under the eyes of trained observers, would acquire, across the years that followed, both its principal supporting evidence and its principal contradicting evidence. The chapter that follows takes up the story at the moment of the Smiths' departure and the arrival of their successors, and we shall continue to set down the events of the rectory's history on both readings as they unfolded. The Reverend G. E. Smith and his wife had moved out of Borley Rectory at some point in the 18 months following Price's first visit, the precise date being given a little differently in different sources. Price's account in his 1940 book has Smith remaining as rector until Easter 1930, with his physical occupation of the rectory ending earlier, while the parish records compiled by the Essex authorities give the conclusion of Smith's tenure as April 1929. The discrepancy is small. What is not in dispute is that the Smiths' tenancy at Borley was a brief one, that they had departed for Sheringham on the Norfolk coast, and Smith had eventually accepted a living in Kent, and that the rectory across the months of 1929 and 1930 was either fully empty or only intermittently occupied by Smith and his wife as they wound up their connection with the parish. Smith himself, in subsequent correspondence with Price, made it clear that what had finally driven him from the building was not the alleged ghosts, but the lack of amenities at the rectory, the cold, the inadequate water supply, and the impossibility of properly heating the place. He had not been afraid of any presence at the building. He simply could not, on a clergyman's stipend in a remote Essex hamlet, manage the practical problems of the house. Across the months of 1929 and into 1930, then, the rectory stood as it had stood once before, in the empty period after Harry Bull's death, awaiting a new occupant who would in due course be found. Price, who in those months had no further direct contact with the building, was kept informed at intervals of small developments. The district nurse, in one letter from Smith of August 1929, had had some strange experience near the rectory, which Smith preferred to relate orally rather than in writing. The villagers were continuing to report sightings of light in the upper windows of the rectory at night. Beyond such fragments, the building's reputation rested for the present on the events of June 1929, on the Mirror articles, and on the early portions of Price's investigation, which was itself in abeyance pending the appointment of a successor to Smith. The successor, when he was appointed, was a man of the family whose ancestral connection with the rectory had begun in 1862 with the institution of the first rector. The Reverend Lionel Algernon Foyster, born in 1878, was a first cousin of the Bulls, related through the Foyster line to the family of Caroline Sarah Foyster, who had married Henry Dawson Ellis Bull in 1856. Lionel Foyster was, accordingly, a relation of some closeness to the family, whose advowson had brought the rectory into existence, although the connection ran through marriage rather than through direct descent, and he had himself spent the preceding 19 years, not in England, but on the other side of the Atlantic, in the eastern provinces of Canada. Foyster had taken his orders, had served briefly in English parishes, and had then in 1910 gone out to Canada to do missionary work, where he had remained until 1929. The work in Canada had taken him to various postings in the maritime provinces, including the small town of Sackville in New Brunswick, where he had been settled for some years before his return to England. The detail of his Canadian residence is one to which we shall return in the chapter that follows, since it bears on a question of some interpretive importance to the events of his time at Borley. For the present chapter, it is enough to record that he had been abroad during the whole of the period in which the Bull daughters had given their accounts to Price, in which the Smiths had taken up residence at the rectory, in which the Mirror articles had been published, and in which Price had paid his first visit. He returned to England in or around 1929, by which time he was in his early 50s, and he was in poor health. The Bull family, who held the patronage of the Borley living and were having difficulty filling it, offered the cure to him, and he accepted. The arrangement suited both parties. The family had a relative who could be presented to the cure, and Foyster had a settled and undemanding country incumbency in which he could pass what he might reasonably have expected to be his closing years in modest comfort and quiet ministry. He came to Borley with a wife substantially younger than himself. Marianne Foyster, born in 1899, was 21 years his junior, a woman in her early 30s at the time of their arrival at the rectory. Price, who would meet her in October 1931, almost exactly a year after the Foysters' arrival, would describe her as bright and vivacious, and would set down in his book the family tradition that she was said to come from a psychic family. The detail was not pursued by Price, and Marianne herself made no particular claim in connection with it during the period of their tenancy, but the description is recorded in his 1940 book and forms part of the contemporary view of her that survives in the literature. With them came a little girl whom they had adopted, a child named Adelaide, who was at the time of the Foysters' arrival at the rectory 2 years and 7 months old. The household at Borley as it took shape in the autumn of 1930 was, accordingly, a small one, an ailing rector in his early 50s, a young wife, an adopted toddler, and the maidservant the Foysters would in due course employ. Before they had taken up the cure, the Foysters had paid a preliminary visit to the parish, in the manner of any clergyman considering a new living. They had looked at the rectory and at another house in the neighbourhood that they could have lived in if they had preferred not to take up residence in the rectory itself. Price records that on this preliminary visit, neither Lionel nor Marianne Foyster had felt anything particularly uncanny about the rectory, or that it had what he called a ghostly atmosphere. They had heard, in general terms, the various tales associated with the place. They had been told, too, of the adventures at the rectory during the Smiths' occupation. But Foyster, in Price's account, had thought that the tales he had heard were probably exaggerated, as so often happens in these cases, and the Foysters between them had treated most of the stories as so much nonsense. They decided, on the basis of that visit, to take up their residence at the rectory rather than at the alternative property, and the date for their move was fixed for the autumn of 1930. They came into residence on the 16th of October 1930. Foyster diary, which Lionel began that day and would continue for as long as he was at the rectory, would by the end of his incumbency in 1935 extend to a body of typescript that Price reckoned at more than 180 quarto sheets. Foyster, by Price's later assessment, was a man of orderly mind, and the diary, as he kept it across the 5 years of his tenure, was a careful record from day to day of any incident at the rectory which could not be explained in terms of the ordinary. He had not, in his original conception of his duties at Borley, intended to keep any such record. The diary had its origin in the events of the very first day of the Foysters' residence, the 16th of October 1930, which were of a kind that, in Foyster's later description, he felt called to set down in writing as they occurred. The events of the first day, as Foyster recorded them in the entry with which the diary opens, were as follows. The family came into residence in the morning, with the workmen who were to assist them in moving in already at the rectory and a servant present in the house. As the family settled themselves, the first phenomena began to occur. A voice was heard, by more than one member of the household, calling out the name Marianne, which was Mrs. Foyster's Christian name. Footsteps were heard, by Lionel, by Marianne, by Adelaide, and by a man working in the house, in passages of the rectory in which no person could be seen. And, most striking of the day's events, Marianne reported seeing, at different times during the day, a figure which she took to be that of the late rector, Harry Bull, between the study on the ground floor and the bedroom above. The figure she described to her husband, who set the description down in his diary, was not in clerical dress. It was wearing what Marianne described as a dressing gown of peculiar colour, of a kind that Marianne had not seen during her brief acquaintance with the rectory, and that was not at the time among the garments of any inhabitant of the house. The detail of the dressing gown, as Foyster set it down in his diary, would in due course acquire a particular evidential character. When the Foysters made inquiries in the village, in the days that followed, certain of the older inhabitants of Borley, who had known the late rector during his lifetime, were able, on hearing Marianne's description of the garment, to identify it as a dressing gown which Harry Bull had habitually worn during his lifetime. The garment, in their recollection, had been of an unusual colour, not the conventional sober shade in which a clergyman would have been seen out of doors, but a more distinctive hue which had stood out in the parish memory of the late rector. Marianne, who had never met Harry Bull and had not been at the rectory during his lifetime, could not have known of the garment from any prior personal acquaintance with the man, and the correspondence between her description and the villager's recollection was, in Lionel's own assessment as he set it down in his diary, a striking one. Faced with the events of that first day, Lionel Foyster decided that he would keep a careful diary of any further phenomena that might occur during his residence at the rectory. The decision was made at the close of the 16th of October, after the family had retired for the night, and the diary was opened with the entry recording the events of that day. His relatives, the various members of the Bull family with whom he was now in close contact, were both curious and concerned as to what was going on in the rectory, and they all agreed that such a record was worthy of preservation. None of the Bull family, as Price would later observe, including the Foysters themselves, was concerned with psychical research or spiritualism, or knew anything about the subject. The diary as Foyster began it that night was, in his own conception, simply a careful account of unusual occurrences at his place of residence, kept in the orderly habit of a clergyman of methodical mind. Across the weeks and months that followed the family's arrival, the diary filled with entries. The phenomena, as Foyster recorded them, took a number of different forms. There were the disappearances and reappearances of household objects, articles which had been laid down in one place by one member of the family and which were subsequently found in another place altogether, or which vanished entirely from the household and were not seen again. There were the smells, particularly a faint perfume which Lionel described as most nearly resembling lavender, and which was experienced most often in the principal bedroom of the upper floor, the blue room which the Foysters had taken as their own. There were the bells, ringing on the wires through the kitchen passage in the manner that had been familiar to every previous occupant of the rectory. There was the recurrent calling of Marianne's name, by a voice for which no source could be found. There were footsteps in the hall, heard at various hours and by various of the family. There was, on one occasion, a curious incident with Marianne's bracelet. The bracelet was attached to a wristwatch which Marianne was wearing at the time. While she was in a room of the rectory, with no person near her save Adelaide, who was in her own room some distance away, the bracelet detached itself from the watch and was taken. It was never seen again. On another occasion, a small lavender bag, which no member of the household had seen before, was discovered on the mantelpiece of the sewing room, which had been allotted to Marianne, the room next to the kitchen on the ground floor plan of the rectory. The lavender bag in due course disappeared, and was found again, some days later, in the pocket of Lionel's coat, when he was putting the coat on one morning to go out. He had not put it there himself, and Marianne had not put it there, and there was, to the family's knowledge, no other person in the household who could have done so. By the early months of 1931, the phenomena had taken on a more regular character. The diary entries for February of that year, which Foyster would in due course allow Price to publish in his book, give some sense of the texture of the period. Books, which had been left at the rectory by the Bulls in earlier years, and which had been stowed away on the shelves of the housemaid's pantry, began to be found on the window-sill of the small upstairs water closet, the room next to the chapel on the upper floor. As soon as one book was taken away from the sill and put back on its shelf, another would appear in its place. The last book of this series had a torn cover, which was found one morning thrown on the floor below the sill. On the 25th of February, a substantial quantity of crockery which had previously vanished from the rectory was found returned to its place in the household. On Lionel's suggestion, Marianne asked aloud for the return of her bracelet, although the request was made, in Lionel's note, in very uncomplimentary language. The bracelet, on this occasion, did not return. On the 26th of February, books were found under the bed in the morning, and a consignment of hymn books, of which the household had no previous knowledge, was discovered on the rack over the kitchen range that afternoon. In the evening of the same day, Marianne was given a violent blow in the eye by something invisible on the landing outside the blue room, the blow opening a cut beneath the eye and producing a black eye that lasted for several days. She had been carrying a candle at the time. Across the spring of 1931, the violence of the phenomena, in the diary entries Foyster preserved, increased. There were stones thrown in the rooms. There were bottles and small household objects found in motion, in places where no person had been present to throw them. On the 27th of February, shortly after the Foysters had retired and the bedroom light had been extinguished, first a cotton reel and then a hammerhead with a broken handle attached were thrown across the bed in which they were lying. When Lionel relit the lamp, the throwing ceased. On the 28th, Foyster wrote a letter on the subject of the phenomena, presumably for the consideration of the diocesan authorities or of one of his correspondents in the family, and directly afterwards, when the room had been empty for only a few minutes between, 2 pins were discovered with their points sticking upwards, one on the seat of an armchair and the other on the chair on which Lionel himself had been sitting. About an hour later, an erection composed of an old lamp and a saucepan, neither of them previously seen by the household, was found outside the door of the room. Later still, the handle of a floor polisher was placed across the passage along which Lionel was walking on his way to another part of the house. The events at the rectory across the winter of 1930 to 31 and the spring of 1931 were, in their character, of a different kind from those which the Bull family and the Smiths had reported in earlier years. The earlier reports had centred upon the figure on the path, the spectral nun, and upon the various sounds and incidents that attached themselves to particular locations within the rectory and grounds. The Foyster phenomena, by contrast, centred upon Marianne. It was Marianne whose name was repeatedly called by the unseen voice. It was Marianne whose bracelet vanished. It was Marianne whose eye was blackened by the invisible blow on the landing outside the blue room. It was Marianne whom the figure of Harry Bull, in the dressing gown of peculiar colour, had been seen by on the very first day of the family's residence. The pattern of the phenomena clustered in a way that was very evident in the diary as Foyster set it down around his wife. Lionel himself in this period was a man of poor health. He had returned from Canada in straitened physical condition, and the work of the parish, although light by the standards of an English country incumbency, was a strain for him in the months following his arrival. He took the phenomena, as the diary entries record them, with the calm that one might expect of a clergyman of methodical habits and orderly mind, setting down each occurrence in its turn, attempting where he could to apply religious remedies where these seemed appropriate, and, on at least one notable occasion, producing a relic from his stock of devotional articles in order to apply it to the door of Adelaide's bedroom, which had become locked in a manner that the family could not explain and to which there was no key. The application of the relic in the diary's account was followed the next day by the doors becoming once more accessible. Marianne, for her part, took the phenomena with a vivacity which Price would later describe as characteristic of her, treating the household's troubles as a matter to be borne and, where necessary, addressed in plain language. Her uncomplimentary request for the return of her bracelet, which Foyster set down in his diary on the 25th of February, gives some sense of the temperament with which she met the daily incidents of the household. From the early months of 1931, the Foysters were not without sympathetic external witnesses. Sir George and Lady Whitehouse, whose home was Arthur Hall in Sudbury, something over a mile from Borley Rectory, had for many years been friends with the Bull family, and had successively become friends with the various occupants of the rectory across the changes of the late 1920s. They had heard from Harry Bull, during his lifetime, of the figure on the path and of the headless man, and they had known of the various phenomena reported by the Smiths during their tenancy. They had heard from Lionel Foyster, during the winter of 1930 to 1931, of the troubles he and Marianne were having at the rectory, and they had visited the Foysters at intervals during that period in the ordinary social manner, without, however, themselves witnessing any phenomenon at first hand. Their first personal experience of the phenomena occurred on the 4th of May 1931. They had gone up to the rectory on that date to meet the rural dean on certain church matters. After the rural dean had taken his leave, Marianne asked Lady Whitehouse to come out with her to the kitchen in order to see what the Foysters were having to put up with. The contents of the kitchen cupboard, in Lady Whitehouse's account as she would later set it down for Price, were strewn all over the kitchen floor. While she and Marianne were standing in the kitchen wondering what could be the cause, Sir George Whitehouse and Lionel joined them. As the four of them stood in the kitchen, the row of bells in the kitchen passage began to ring. Marianne, in Lady Whitehouse's recollection, said calmly, "We are in for a bad time tonight. It generally starts like that." The Whitehouses, having heard much of the Foysters' troubles but having no first-hand experience of them until that afternoon, offered to come up after dinner and stay with the family through the evening, knowing that the Foysters were as much troubled by the disbelief of their neighbours as by the phenomena themselves. The Whitehouses arrived at the rectory at about 9 o'clock that evening. Apart from the Foysters and the Whitehouses, the only other persons in the building were two small children of 3 years old, asleep in the upstairs bedrooms, one of them Adelaide, and the other a small boy whom Price's account describes as a visitor in the household. The party of four sat in the kitchen and listened to the Foysters' accounts of their experiences across the previous winter. Lionel showed the Whitehouses scraps of paper with a kind of writing on them, the writing in some cases addressed to Marianne and asking for help, and the scraps had been found, in his account, left about all over the rectory in various places where the family had not put them. After a time, Lionel and Sir George began to make a tour of the rectory together, and returned to the kitchen in a few minutes to say that there was a strange smell in the upper part of the house. They went out again, and returned to say that the smell was much stronger than it had been on the first inspection. Marianne and Lady Whitehouse joined them in the further investigation. That night, the four adults sat up in the rectory until late, witnessing certain further phenomena which Lady Whitehouse would in due course set down in writing for Price's book, and the Whitehouses left the rectory in the small hours convinced that the family was indeed dealing with something for which they could find no ordinary explanation. Across the months of May and June 1931, the Whitehouses became regular and sympathetic visitors to the rectory, and Lady Whitehouse in particular took to the role of a friend to whom the Foysters could turn at any hour for support. The strain on Marianne, whose health and nerves were becoming increasingly affected by the phenomena clustering around her, was such that the Whitehouses on more than one occasion insisted that she leave the rectory for a period and stay at Arthur Hall in Sudbury for a little peace and quietness. The arrangement, which would in due course be repeated several times during the Foyster incumbency, gave Marianne a refuge a mile distant from the rectory, in a substantial country house with sympathetic hosts, where the various incidents of the rectory could not reach her. In the latter part of May 1931, Lady Whitehouse wrote to her nephew, then resident in London, describing the unusual occurrences that she and Sir George had witnessed at the rectory, and offering a brief account of the Foysters' situation. The nephew was Dom Richard Whitehouse, of the Order of St. Benedict, a man who had known Borley Rectory since his boyhood, and who had got to know all of its successive inmates, with the exception of Captain Gregson, who would in due course purchase the building. Since the year 1912, he was a man of serious religious commitment, contemplating at this period in his life the possibility of giving up his work in London and trying his vocation as a priest, and he had some leisure ahead of him before circumstances would enable him to embark upon his future work. He read his aunt's letter with interest. Before answering it, however, he took the trouble to consult a well-known Catholic authority on poltergeist phenomena, the Reverend Father Herbert Thurston of the Society of Jesus, then in the closing years of his long life, and one of the most respected English Catholic writers on questions of psychical research. Father Thurston, on hearing the evidence contained in Lady Whitehouse's letter, was impressed by it, and asked Dom Richard to let him know the outcome of his proposed visit to the rectory. Dom Richard's first visit to the rectory took place on Saturday, the 6th of June 1931. He was introduced by his aunt to Lionel and Marianne Foyster, was told something of the happenings in the house, and spent the evening in the rectory's company. There was, on this first visit, no disturbance of any kind during his time in the building. He returned to Sudbury that evening, and was preparing to go back to his work in London on the following Monday morning, when a boy brought a note down from Borley to his lodgings in the town, asking him to come up to the rectory at once. He hurried off, and was met by Lionel Foyster at the front door of the rectory. Foyster, in Dom Richard's later description, invited him in, waving his hand in the direction of the hall in a way that suggested this was not the first time that such things had happened. The scene that confronted him in the hall was one of, in his own description, extreme disorder. Almost the entire contents of one of the upstairs bedrooms, the bedroom adjoining the blue room and overlooking the lawn, were scattered on the main staircase and across the lower floor of the house. Shoes, bedclothes, brushes, clothes of all kinds, and various other small items were lying in disorder on the stairs and the hall floor. Dom Richard was made to understand that there had been a loud noise some short time before, and that in a very short space of time the things now lying before him had been precipitated from the upstairs bedroom in a manner the household could not account for. He, with his Benedictine training and his conscious determination not to allow this reported incident to weigh one way or the other with him until he had observed for himself, took note of the situation and stationed himself on the lower flight of stairs opposite the study, from which point he could watch both floors of the building fairly well. He engaged Lionel in conversation. Lionel told him that the doctor had been in that morning to see Marianne, who was unwell after the events of the previous evening, and the conversation continued for some time on the wider matter of the Foysters' difficulties at the rectory. The visit of the 8th of June was the second of a series. Across the period from June to December of 1931, Dom Richard Whitehouse paid approximately 30 visits to Borley Rectory in the company of his aunt at Arthur Hall and at the invitation of the Foysters. He would in due course set down a substantial account of his experiences at the rectory, which Price would publish as a chapter of his 1940 book under the heading of Dom Richard Whitehouse's Narrative. The account is among the most carefully recorded of any of the witness narratives that survive from the period of the Foyster incumbency, and the man who set it down was, of all the witnesses to the rectory's history during this period, perhaps the best qualified to take an intelligent view of the various phenomena reported. He was a Benedictine of mature judgment, formally consulted at the start of his investigations with Father Thurston, the leading Catholic authority of the day on questions of poltergeist phenomena, and he had no immediate financial or social interest in the outcome of his observations. By the close of the summer of 1931, accordingly, the position at Borley Rectory was as follows. The rector, the Reverend Lionel Foyster, was an ailing man in his early 50s, of orderly mind, who had been keeping a careful diary of phenomena since the day of his arrival in the house in October of the year before. His wife Marianne, 21 years his junior, was the apparent centre of the disturbances, the figure around whom the bracelet had vanished. The voice had called her name, the blow had been struck on the landing, and the figure of Harry Bull in the dressing gown of peculiar colour had been seen on the day of arrival. The adopted daughter, Adelaide, then approaching her 4th birthday, was a small child in a household whose adult occupants were sufficiently troubled by their circumstances that they had on more than one occasion accepted the offer of refuge from Lady Whitehouse at Arthur Hall, a mile away. The Whitehouses, baronet and wife and Benedictine nephew, were sympathetic and frequent witnesses, with the nephew making approximately 30 separate observational visits across a 6-month period. Letters were beginning to be exchanged between the rectory and London, between the Whitehouses and Father Thurston, between the Foysters and the Bull sisters at Chiltern Lodge. The phenomena reported at the rectory had not abated. They had, in the diary's recording of them, intensified across the spring and into the summer. It was at this point, in the closing weeks of September 1931, that Harry Price was brought back into the story. 2 of the Misses Bull, on a visit to London, called at his offices in Kensington with what they described as interesting news of the rectory. The sisters were bringing news from the Foysters of the events that had been occurring at Borley across the previous 12 months. Price, who had not himself visited the rectory since the days following his first investigation in June 1929, listened to their account, asked them whether they would approach Foyster on his behalf for permission to visit the rectory again, and within a few days received from Foyster an invitation to come down to Borley for an investigation of the phenomena that the family was now experiencing. He fixed the date of his return visit for the 13th of October 1931, almost exactly a year after the Foysters had taken up their residence at the rectory. The events of that visit and the questions which it would in due course raise about the source of the phenomena that Lionel Foyster had been recording in his diary will be the subject of the chapters that follow. For the present chapter we may close with the rectory in the autumn of 1931, in the form it had taken across the first year of the Foyster incumbency. The household of 3, with its servant, was in residence in the substantial Victorian Gothic Revival building that the first rector had raised on the site nearly 70 years before. The diary on the rector's desk had reached a substantial length and was being added to almost daily as further incidents occurred. The Whitehouses, baronet and wife, were keeping company with the family, and the nephew was paying his careful Benedictine visits at intervals across the autumn. The wider story of the rectory's reputation, which had been launched into the public mind by the Mirror articles of June 1929, had not yet been brought back into the public eye since Price's first visit. The various phenomena being recorded at the rectory in the autumn of 1931 were, in this respect, a private matter of the family and its sympathetic visitors, and would remain so until Price's return at the end of October. The full pattern of the events of the Foyster years, and the form in which those events would, in due course, enter the historical literature of the case, was still being shaped, day by day, in the diary on Lionel Foyster's desk, and in the careful Benedictine notes of Dom Richard Whitehouse, and would come to its present form only across the further years of the rectory's life. The phenomena that the Foysters had been recording in the diary on Lionel's desk through the autumn of 1931 acquired, in the months that followed, a feature which had not appeared in any earlier phase of the rectory's history, and which would in due course become the most distinctive of the manifestations associated with the Foyster years. The phenomenon was a written one. Beginning at some point in the late autumn or early winter of 1931, and continuing through the rest of the Foysters' tenure at the rectory, written messages began to appear on the walls of the building and on scraps of paper left in various rooms, the writing in pencil. The messages largely brief, and the appeals embedded in them very nearly all addressed to Marianne by name, asking her for help. The first of the writings to be observed by Lionel and Marianne, in the form Price reproduced them in his book, were of the simplest kind. The Christian name Marianne was found penciled in a scrawling hand on the walls of the rectory, in passages and on landings and beside doorways, and the same name began to appear on bits of newspaper and on small pieces of writing paper which were lying about on various rooms of the ground floor. In some of these writings the name was alone, the single word, in a rough pencil hand on the plaster of a wall or on the corner of a torn piece of newspaper. In others the name was accompanied by a brief addition, very often the words "Please help," attached after the name in the same hand. The character of the writing was, in Price's description, a scrawl, the kind of hand a child might use, or the kind of hand an adult might use when writing in haste or in some emotional disturbance. The pencil was, in his judgment, an ordinary lead pencil of the sort that might be found in any household. The walls on which the writings appeared were the painted or whitewashed walls of the rectory passages, on which any pencil mark would have been visible at once. The writings continued through the winter of 1931 to 1932 and into the spring. They became, in the diary as Lionel kept it, one of the recurrent features of the household's life. Lionel washed them off, and they reappeared. He made his daily rounds of the building and recorded the new pencil marks as he found them. The household maid, when one was eventually engaged, did the same in her cleaning. The marks, in the Foxearth Saucy's later paraphrase of the Society for Psychical Research's analysis, were almost unique in the records of haunted houses. Price himself, in his 1940 book, made a similar observation, suggesting that the penciled wall messages of Borley were a feature for which he could find no exact parallel in the previous literature of the subject. Beyond the simple appeals to Marianne, certain of the writings were of more developed character. There were messages addressed to Marianne which asked, in brief phrases, for specific assistance, the most striking of these being the appeal, "Marianne, please help get," which appeared in pencil on a wall of the rectory at some point during the early period of the writings, and which Price would later reproduce in facsimile in his book. There were appeals which, although addressed to Marianne, asked in religious terms for forms of intercession or commemoration, the most striking of which Price himself encountered during a visit to the rectory in the summer of 1932, in circumstances which deserve their own paragraph, because they bore so directly upon the meaning of the writings as Price came to interpret them. In the early summer of 1932, the Foysters had been at the rectory for very nearly 2 years. The diary on Lionel's desk had grown to substantial proportions, and the wall writings had become a regular feature of the household's daily life. Price, who had paid 2 visits to the rectory in October of the previous year, had been kept informed of the continuing manifestations by correspondence with Lionel and through the Bull sisters at Chiltern Lodge. He came down to Borley again in June 1932, on the invitation of the Foysters, and during the period of his visit a number of new writings were observed on the walls and on scraps of paper. After several days of this, Price suggested that the household should observe a novena, which is to say a Catholic devotion consisting of a prayer recited on each of 9 successive days, asking for some special blessing or guidance. The Foysters, although Lionel was an Anglican rather than a Roman Catholic, were sympathetic to the suggestion, and the family along with Price recited the rosary together each day for 9 successive days, asking for guidance on the matter of the rectory's troubles. On the last day of the novena, which was the 16th of June 1932, Price and Marianne walked up to the rectory from Sudbury, where they had spent some hours that morning. Arriving at the rectory, they found a fresh writing on the wall of the kitchen passage, making the same appeal to Marianne for help which had been recurring across the previous months. They then walked upstairs together and began to recite the last rosary of the novena on the upper landing near, but not quite inside, the small room overlooking the front entrance of the building, the room which Marianne had converted into a small private chapel for for her own devotional use. About halfway through the prayers, in Price's later account in his book, the two of them became simultaneously aware of a presence near them on the landing. Price was at pains to make clear in his narrative that he was stating only what both he and Marianne felt at the moment, and that if his readers concluded that the experience was a purely subjective one, having no objective reality beyond their own sense of it, he could not contradict them. All he could say was that this was what he felt at the time. Marianne, in his account, seemed perturbed. He told her not to worry, and they continued the rosary to its end. Neither of them could see or hear anything during the prayers, although the presence, in their joint sense of it, seemed to be behind Marianne and near the room which they had been approaching. When the novena was complete, they parted briefly, Marianne walking back towards the room which she had converted into a chapel, and Price walking down the stairs to the lower floor to look at the walls of the ground floor. He returned, in his account, a couple of minutes later, and Marianne joined him on the landing. They compared notes. Neither of them had anything further to report. Price, happening to turn his eyes towards a piece of wall that jutted out from the upper landing at a point directly opposite the spot where they had been kneeling, was surprised to notice a fresh piece of writing on what had been an otherwise clean stretch of wall. The message, scribbled in pencil in the same hand as the earlier messages, ran in his transcription: "Get light mass and prayers." M. The appearance of the message, coming at the very end of a novena which had been said specifically as an appeal for guidance, did not, in Price's account, fail to cause him some astonishment. He was at pains, in his book, to insist that he had at no point in his association with the rectory made any attempt to communicate with spirits or with whatever might be causing the manifestations. He had not anticipated receiving a message of this kind, in this way, and he could only set down the experience as it had occurred to him. The "Get Light Mass and Prayers" message would in due course become the most quoted of the Borley Wall writings, and it would acquire, in Price's later interpretation of the events, a particular evidential significance. It appeared, as Price emphasized, on a wall which had been clean a few minutes before, in a part of the rectory which neither he nor Marianne had been near during the novena, in the same hand as the earlier writings, and in apparent direct response to the prayers that had just been recited. The message, on Price's reading, was the first explicit indication that whatever was producing the writings might be intelligent in some sense, capable of understanding what was being asked of it, and capable of replying in terms which related to the appeal that had been made. Across the months and years that followed the events of June 1932, the writings continued. The diary on Lionel Foyster's desk continued to grow, and would by the time of the Foysters' departure from the rectory in October 1935 extend, in the version Price reproduced in his book, to what Price reckoned at more than 180 typed quarto sheets. The diary contained, in the form in which Lionel set it down, a careful day-by-day record of the various incidents of the rectory, and Lionel had given it the title Diary of Occurrences, under which it would in due course be known to the various researchers who came to the case. The Diary of Occurrences would, in the years after Price's death, be analysed in detail by the Society for Psychical Research's investigators, and the analysis they carried out would form one of the foundations of their 1956 conclusions about the Foyster period. Across the central years of the Foyster incumbency, the texture of life at the rectory was, in the Foysters' own representation of it, increasingly difficult. The household's domestic Catholic devotional response to the phenomena, of which Marianne's small chapel on the upper landing was one expression, became more pronounced. Lionel, although an Anglican clergyman, took an increasingly serious interest in the question of how the manifestation should be addressed in religious terms, and corresponded on the matter with Father Herbert Thurston of the Society of Jesus, the same Catholic authority on poltergeist phenomena whom Dom Richard Whitehouse had consulted before his first visit to the rectory in June 1931. Adelaide, the small adopted daughter, was on one occasion locked into her bedroom by some means the family could not understand, and Lionel, to whose care she had been entrusted, applied a religious relic to the door of the room before retiring. The door was found to be open the following morning. Marianne, on whom the principal weight of the phenomena fell, was on more than one occasion taken in by Lady Whitehouse at Arthur Hall in Sudbury for a period of rest away from the rectory, and on at least one extended period across the years of the central Foyster incumbency, she was away from the rectory for long stretches at a time. The pattern of the household's life had taken on, by the middle 1930s, a character that the various external witnesses found increasingly difficult to live with. Lionel's health was deteriorating. The cures of the parish required attention. The diary continued to be filled, and the wall writings continued to appear. In October 1935, Lionel's worsening health forced the Foysters to leave the rectory. They had been in residence for almost exactly 5 years. Lionel retired from the cure. The Foysters removed to other accommodation, and the rectory stood empty once more, awaiting the disposition of the diocese and the patrons of the living. The diary of occurrences, in the form in which Lionel had completed it across those 5 years, accompanied them when they left, and would, in due course, be made available by Lionel to Price for the writing of the chapters that would form the central section of Price's 1940 book. That, in summary, is the picture of the Foyster years as Price presented it in his book, and as it has been transmitted in the popular literature of the case ever since, a 5-year period of intense paranormal phenomena clustering around Marianne, characterized by wall writings appealing to her by name for help, by the Catholic devotional response of the family, and by the religious appeals for light, mass, and prayers which Price's novena of June 1932 appeared to elicit. The picture is, on its own terms, a coherent one. The writings are documented in facsimile in Price's book. The diary is preserved. The witnesses are named. The phenomena, as the Foysters reported them, were continuous across the 5 years of their tenure. There is, however, another way of regarding the same body of material, and it is the way that emerged in the Society for Psychical Research's analysis of the Foyster period in the years following Price's death. The Society's investigators, in particular Mr. Trevor Hall and Mr. K. M. Goldney and Dr. E. J. Dingwall, working across several years on the surviving documentary evidence and on interviews with witnesses still living, came to a conclusion about the Foyster period substantially different from the conclusion that Price had drawn. The conclusion is set out at length in the Foxearth Sources reproduction of Hall's broadcast on the case, in Anthony Flue's review of the Society's report in The Spectator of 1956, and in the modern article in the Sci Encyclopedia, and it deserves to be set out at the same length as Price's own account, since the choice between the two readings is the matter on which the meaning of the wall writings depends. The first element of the contesting analysis, and the one which has perhaps had the greatest influence on the subsequent literature of the case, is what has come to be known as the Amherst parallel. Some 5,000 miles from Borley, in the village of Amherst in Nova Scotia, a poltergeist case had been recorded across the years 1878 and 1879, in which a young woman named Esther Cox had been the center of a series of phenomena, including writings appearing on walls, objects in motion, and various forms of disturbance very closely resembling those that would be reported at Borley 50 years later. The Amherst case had been recorded at length by a witness named Walter Hubble in a book entitled The Great Amherst Mystery, which had been published in 1879 and which had become well known in the literature of psychical research in the English-speaking world. The owner of the haunted house at Amherst was a man named Daniel Teed. The proximity of Amherst to the place where Lionel Foyster had been settled during his Canadian missionary years is a matter that the Society's investigators identified as significant. The town of Sackville in New Brunswick, where Foyster had served as rector before his return to England in 1929, lies only a few miles from Amherst, and the Foysters had, by the Society's account, been resident at Sackville for 2 years, immediately before their move to Borley. The Amherst case was, in this part of Canada, a piece of substantial local notoriety, and Hubble's book was widely available in the libraries and bookshops of the region. There is, on this view, a strong probability that Lionel and Marianne Foyster were familiar with the Amherst case before they came to Borley. Probability is, in the Society's analysis, raised to something close to a certainty by a particular piece of evidence which Trevor Hall identified during his examination of the surviving Foyster manuscripts. Lionel, in addition to the diary of occurrences which he had kept day by day across the 5 years of his Borley incumbency, had at some point composed a longer manuscript treatment of the Borley story, in which he had written about the events at the rectory in a more reflective and literary form. In this manuscript, Lionel had not used the family's own surname for the central characters. He had given them a pseudonym, presumably with a view to eventual publication, and the pseudonym he had chosen was Teed, the same surname as the owner of the haunted house at Amherst, the family at the centre of the Esther Cox case, which Walter Hubble had recorded in 1879. The choice, in Hall's analysis, could not plausibly be regarded as a coincidence. It was, on the most economical reading, a direct admission by Lionel that the Borley story bore so close a resemblance to the Amherst case that he had thought of the two together when composing his fictionalized account. The implication of the Amherst parallel in the Society's reading was that Marianne, who was the centre of the Borley phenomena as Esther Cox had been the centre of the Amherst phenomena, had used the Amherst case as a pattern for the production of phenomena at the rectory. The wall writings, the appeals for help, the disturbances clustering around a single individual, the religious framing of the appeals, all bore so close a resemblance to the Amherst pattern that the simplest explanation of the Borley phenomena, on this view, was that they were a deliberate reproduction of the Amherst phenomena, with Marianne as the producer. Mrs. Foyster could have faked the supposed manifestations, in Hall's summary of the conclusion, on the basis of the Amherst case and the previous stories about the rectory, and she had a motive for doing so. The motive, in the Society's analysis, lay in the question of where the Foysters were to live. Marianne, by the testimony of various witnesses, including Mrs. Wildgoose, who had as a girl been employed as a servant by the family, hated Borley. The rectory, as the chapters of this monograph have set out at length, was a cold, comfortless, and inadequately equipped house, of a kind that had broken the spirits of various of its previous occupants. Marianne, by the Society's account, wanted to leave the rectory. Lionel, on the other hand, was determined to remain. He had taken the cure, he was a man of methodical mind and clerical conviction, and he held to his post in the face of his wife's growing distress. Phenomena of the kind that the Foysters were reporting would, if sufficiently severe, eventually have forced the household out of the rectory, and Marianne, in this analysis, had a clear motive to produce the phenomena that her husband would not have considered producing himself. A further element of the Society's analysis lay in the matter of the diary of occurrences. The diary, which Price had treated as the authoritative record of the Foyster phenomena and had reproduced extensively in his book, was subjected to a detailed analysis in the Society's report, and the analysis showed, in summary, that of the 103 phenomena recorded in the diary, 99 depended entirely on the assumption of Marianne's truthfulness as a witness. The remaining 4 phenomena, on the Society's reading, could be attributed to ordinary causes without any difficulty. The conclusion was that the diary, although kept by Lionel, and although ostensibly a record of events occurring in the household, was very nearly entirely a record of events that had been reported to Lionel by Marianne, and which he had set down on his desk in the orderly habit of his methodical mind without independent verification. The reliability of Marianne as a witness was, in the Society's analysis, further compromised by certain biographical details which the investigators uncovered during their interviews with her in her later years. Marianne, in the various accounts she gave of her early life, had told a number of her informants that she was the daughter of a Chilean diplomat and a woman named Sarah von Kiergraaf, and that she had been born in Schleswig-Holstein, the duchy on the borders of Denmark and Germany. The actual records, when the Society's investigators tracked them down, showed that Marianne was in fact the daughter of a teacher of shorthand who had been settled in the town of Stockport in Cheshire, that she had been born in the ordinary circumstances of an English provincial family, and that the Chilean diplomat and the Schleswig-Holstein birth had no foundation in any documented fact. The discovery did not, in itself, settle the question of the wall writings. It suggested, however, that Marianne was a woman accustomed to producing accounts of her own life and circumstances which had no relation to documentary truth, and the Society's investigators concluded, on this and other grounds, that her uncorroborated accounts of phenomena at the rectory could not be relied upon. A final element of the contesting analysis touched on the bell ringing, which had been one of the most consistently reported of the rectory's phenomena across the whole of its history. A close relative of the Foysters, in an interview with the Society's investigators in the years after Lionel's death, told them that he had at some point during the Foyster years discovered a length of twine concealed in the ivy which grew on the courtyard wall of the rectory, the twine running in such a way that, when pulled, it would have caused the bells in the kitchen passage to ring. The relative, in the Foxearth account, regarded this as evidence that someone in the household had been operating the bells by means of the concealed twine, and gave it as his view that Lionel's gullibility in the eyes of those who knew him well had been almost unbelievable, and that he had accepted implicitly everything his young wife told him. The implication of the discovery was not, of course, that all the bell ringing across the whole history of the rectory had been produced by twine in the courtyard ivy. The implication was that, during the Foyster years at least, a normal explanation for at least some of the bell ringing was demonstrably available. Against this body of contesting analysis, the supporters of the paranormal interpretation of the Foyster years have made a series of replies which deserve to be set out. Lionel Foyster himself, although possibly mistaken about specific phenomena, was a man of unimpeachable personal character, of methodical clerical habits, and of an orderly mind, who had kept his diary day by day across 5 years, and who could not plausibly have been deceived about the broad pattern of what was occurring in his own household over so long a period. Peter Underwood, who had interviewed many of the witnesses to the Foyster years, took the view that Lionel was not the kind of man to be hoodwinked continuously for 5 years by his wife or by anyone else. The wall writings, on this view, although possibly produced in some cases by Marianne, would have been so frequently produced and so widely distributed across the rectory and its passages that any practical scheme of fraud by a single individual under the daily observation of her husband and his servants seems implausible. There is, in addition, the question of the various external witnesses, none of whom could be plausibly attributed to the same explanation. Sir George and Lady Whitehouse, on their visits to the rectory, witnessed phenomena which they were unable to attribute to any normal cause. Their evidence, gathered by Price and reproduced in his book, gives at least some independent corroboration of certain of the events Lionel had recorded in his diary. Dom Richard Whitehouse, whose approximately 30 visits to the rectory between June and December 1931 have been described in the chapter that has gone before, set down his own observations in a substantial chapter of Price's book, and concluded, on the strength of his own experience, that the rectory had indeed been the centre of unusual phenomena across the period of his observations. The supporters of the paranormal interpretation have argued that the various external witnesses, including a Benedictine monk, consulted at the start of his investigations by the leading Catholic authority of the day on poltergeist phenomena, cannot all have been the victims of a deliberate fraud sustained by Marianne over 5 years. The defender's position, however, must contend with a further piece of evidence, which arose not from the Foyster years themselves, but from a much later period of the rectory's history, and which bears directly on the question of the wall writings as a phenomenon. The piece of evidence comes from the period of Price's tenancy of the rectory in the year between May 1937 and May 1938, when Price had leased the empty rectory for the purpose of conducting a controlled investigation. We shall come to the larger story of that tenancy in the chapter that follows. The relevant matter for the present chapter is what one of Price's observers, a man named Major the Honourable Henry Douglas Home, reported about the writings on the walls during the period of his own visit to the rectory in 1937. Douglas. Home, in his account of the visit, which has been preserved in the Foxearth source, recorded the following. He had been at the rectory during a period of Price's tenancy with one of his own friends, and the three of them, that is Douglas, Home, his friend, and Price, made hourly inspections of each room of the building after dark, with Douglas Home's friend leading, Douglas, Home in the middle, and Price bringing up the rear of the procession. During the first few hours of these inspections, the party found a number of what Douglas Home described as extraordinary squiggles on the walls of the rooms they visited, marks which all three of them swore had not been on the walls during their previous hour's inspection. Each of them carried a torch in the procession. Douglas. Home was, in his account, so intent on examining each new mark that at first he failed to realize how the marks were being made. After several rounds of inspection, he came to a realization about the manner in which the squiggles were appearing. The last man in the procession, in his account, had a pencil up his sleeve, and as he swept his torch over the wall ahead of the party, he made new squiggles in the darkness which would be found on the next inspection round. The last man in the procession was Price. Douglas Home, having reached this conclusion, suggested to Price at the next changeover that they should reverse the order of the procession, with Douglas Home now bringing up the rear, on the ground that he was, in his words, having all the excitement of finding new marks. Price, by Douglas Home's account, agreed. In the new order of the procession, with Douglas Home in the rear, and Price ahead of him, no further squiggles appeared on the walls during the rest of that night's inspections. As Douglas Home was leaving the rectory at the close of his visit, he asked Price whether he might come down again on a future occasion. Price, in his account, regretted that his list of special investigators was so full that he could not promise it for some months. Douglas Home, on his own initiative, returned to the rectory on his own occasion afterwards, and on those subsequent visits no curious incident of any kind ever happened. The Douglas Home account, if accepted at face value, indicates that during the period of Price's tenancy of the rectory, at least some of the wall markings being attributed to paranormal causes were being produced by Price himself by means of a pencil up his sleeve, in the course of the very inspections that were being represented to observers as evidence of the marking's supernatural origin. The account does not, of course, establish that all the writings reported during the Foyster years had been similarly produced. Price had not been resident at the rectory during the Foyster years. He had paid only a small number of visits during that period. The writings during the Foyster years had occurred in conditions in which Price had not been present to produce them, and the conditions in which Marianne had been present. The Douglas Home account does, however, indicate that Price was capable of producing wall markings by deliberate fraud when it suited his purposes to do so, and the question for the historian of the case is whether the writings of the Foyster years and the writings of the Tenancy years are best regarded as a single phenomenon with a single explanation, or as two separate phenomena with possibly different explanations. A further element of the contesting analysis touched on the matter of the writing's authorship, as it had been allegedly identified during the period of Price's tenancy of the rectory in 1937 and 1938. During that period, Sidney Glanville, who was the most senior of Price's official observers, and who had prepared the floor plans of the rectory which appeared in Price's book, undertook with his daughter Helen a series of planchette seances at his home in Streatham in South London, with a view to attempting to identify the writer of the wall messages by spirit communication. The seances were held off the premises of the rectory, away from any of the conditions in which the writings themselves were appearing, and Helen Glanville, who acted as the medium for the planchette work, had no previous direct experience of the rectory. The first of the seances took place in October 1937, and a second was held in March 1938. In the course of the planchette work, two principal communicators identified themselves. The first was a young woman who gave her name as Marie Lairre, and who claimed to have been a French nun who had left her religious order and travelled to England, who had married a member of the Waldegrave family of Borley, and who had been murdered, by her account, in an older building on the site of the rectory. Her body, by her communication, was either buried in the cellar of the older building or thrown into a disused well on the property. The wall writings on the planchette account were her appeals for help, asking Marianne to obtain for her the religious offices that her unconsecrated death had denied her. The second communicator, in the séance of the 27th of March 1938, identified itself as Sunex Amures, and announced that it would set fire to Borley Rectory at 9 o'clock that night. We shall come to the question of the fire, which would in due course occur some 11 months after the Sunex Amures communication, in a later chapter. The fact for the present chapter is that the Marie Lairre identification of the writer of the wall messages was a product of off-site planchette work conducted in Streatham by an inexperienced medium with no independent verification. Price himself, in his 1940 book, was at pains to warn his readers not to take the planchette communications too seriously. He was a man, as the literature of his career attests, with a substantial scepticism about the evidential value of mediumistic work in general, and he set down the Lairre and Sunex Amures communications in his book with the explicit caveat that the planchette material was being included as a matter of interest rather than as evidence which he himself would have given great weight to. The Lairre identification, in the form in which it has come down through the popular literature of the case, is accordingly a piece of material whose evidential standing was acknowledged as weak even by Price, who was the principal source for its dissemination. That, in summary, is the contesting analysis of the war writings as it emerged across the years following Price's death. The writings, on the contesting reading, were in some part produced by Marianne Foyster as a means of forcing her husband to leave the rectory, on a pattern derived from the Amures case, which the Foysters had known during their Canadian years. In some further part produced by Price himself during his tenancy of the rectory, with a pencil up his sleeve, in the manner Douglas home described, and in their more developed form, including the identification of the writer as Marie Lairre, the product of off-site planchette work conducted by an inexperienced medium with no independent verification. The defenders of the paranormal reading have replied with the various considerations set out in the preceding paragraphs, including the consistent observations of external witnesses, the methodical character of Lionel Foyster, the religious response of the household, and the difficulty of supposing that all the writings across the whole period of the Foyster years could have been produced by a single individual under the daily observation of her husband and household. The two readings stand opposed in the literature of the case, and we shall not attempt to settle them in this chapter any more than we have attempted to settle them in the chapters that have gone before. The wall writings of Borley Rectory existed. They have been preserved in facsimile in Price's book, and were photographed during the period of Price's tenancy by Lieutenant Colonel Westland of the Royal Army Ordnance Corps. They were in pencil, they were addressed to Marianne. They asked, in their developed form, for light, mass, and prayers. They appeared, in some cases, in conditions in which only Marianne could plausibly have produced them. They appeared, in other cases, in conditions in which Price could plausibly have produced them. They were given, in 1938, a religious narrative through planchette work in Streatham, which identified the writer as a French nun named Marie Lairre. They were burnt with the rest of the rectory in February 1939. The pencil marks remained on the walls of the rectory as long as the rectory itself remained standing, and the bricks of the walls on which they had been written were carted away with the rest of the rubble of the demolition in 1944. The marks themselves were photographed before the fire, and the photographs are preserved in the Harry Price Library at the University of London, where they may be inspected by anyone with an interest in the documentary record of the case. What they meant in 1931 when they began to appear, and what they mean now, 95 years later, is the question that this chapter has attempted to set out, and is the question that the reader must, in the end, weigh for himself. The next chapter takes up the story at the moment of Price's October 1931 return to the rectory and the events of his second visit, which would in due course put on his own desk a piece of evidence about Marianne which would not appear in the published narrative of his 1940 book, and which would emerge into the literature of the case only through the surviving papers of Molly Goldney. His companion on that visit, and one of the principal investigators on the Society's 1956 report, the matter of Price's October 1931 visit to the rectory, and of the private notes he wrote in the days that followed, is the matter on which the meaning of his subsequent published account of the Foyster years most closely depends. The visit itself was made at the invitation of Lionel Foyster, who had written to Price on the 1st of October, offering to put him up at the rectory and offering to send him the diary of phenomena that he had been compiling since the family's arrival the year before. Price, who had not himself been to Borley since the summer of 1929 and the immediate aftermath of his first investigation, had been pressed back into action by the visit of two of the Misses Bull to his Kensington offices on the 29th of September. When they had told him that the Borley phenomena were now excelling themselves under the Foyster incumbency, and that Marianne had been seriously injured by flying missiles, and that the figure of Harry Bull had been seen, and that a number of remarkable and painful incidents had occurred, Price, on receiving Foyster's invitation, replied that he would prefer to bring his own party, and to lodge them at the inn at Long Melford, rather than to impose upon the rectory itself. and he asked Foyster to forward the diary in advance of the visit so that he could review it before coming down. The visit was fixed for the middle of October, the precise date of which is given variously in the sources as the 5th or the 13th of the month. Price's party for the visit consisted of 3 women, all of them connected with his National Laboratory of Psychical Research, the institution he had founded in London for the systematic investigation of psychical phenomena. The first was Mrs. Henry Richards, a member of the Council of the Laboratory, who provided the party's transport in the form of her substantial Packard car driven by her chauffeur James Ballantyne. The second was Mrs. A. Peel Goldney, also of the Laboratory's Council, the woman who would in due course be one of the 3 principal authors of the Society for Psychical Research's 1956 report on the Rectory, and who is referred to in the literature of the case by her familiar name of Molly Goldney. The third was a Miss May Walker, of whom less is recorded in the surviving sources. The party left London after tea on the day of the visit, drove into Suffolk in Mrs. Richards's Packard, and arrived at the Rectory just as the church clock at St. Mary's was striking 8 in the evening. As the car swept up the carriage drive, Price would later record in his book, he wondered what the evening had in store for them. The clanging of the front door bell, in Price's account, sounded familiar to him as he rang for admittance, the same bell he had heard on his earlier visit some 28 months before. The door was opened by Marianne Foyster herself, who welcomed the party and ushered them into the library, where Lionel was sitting. The introductions were exchanged, and the host and guest sat down to a long conversation in the library, in the course of which Lionel set out, in his measured clerical manner, the phenomena that the household had been recording across the year of their residence at the Rectory. Price, in his book, would describe Lionel as a delightful, typical, cultured parson of the best type, a scholar, a Cambridge man of orderly mind and methodical habits. Marianne, in his book's description, was younger than her husband, bright and vivacious, and was at the time taking the various phenomena of the household with the temperament that characterized her throughout her years at the Rectory. Adelaide, then approaching her 4th birthday, was upstairs asleep with a small boy who was a visitor in the household. The events of the evening, as they unfolded across the hours that followed, were recorded by Price in his book in the form of his own narrative, and were recorded by Goldney in the account she would later set out for the Society for Psychical Research after Price's death. The phenomena, as Goldney would later summarize them, were of a kind that the household had been reporting in the diary across the previous 12 months, and they took the following forms in the course of that single evening. Bottles and other missiles came hurtling down the main staircase from the upper floor and crashed to pieces in the hall below. Marianne, at one point in the evening, was found locked in her own bedroom and could not get out. The wine that had been brought up from the cellar for the refreshment of the party was, on Goldney's account, turned into ink in front of the witnesses. Marianne, at a later point in the evening, appeared to faint and was helped to bed by Goldney herself. A wine bottle was thrown down the stairs. Bell ringing was heard on the wires through the kitchen passage. A phantom hand was seen by one of the witnesses. Price's published account of the visit, set out in the chapters of his book devoted to the Foyster years, presented these phenomena in the framework that had become characteristic of his treatment of the Rectory, as remarkable manifestations occurring under the eyes of trained observers, attested by witnesses of standing, and worthy of careful documentary preservation. The form in which the events were set down in his book was the form in which the visit would enter the public literature of the case, and would remain the public form of it for the 17 years that Price had still to live, and for some years beyond. There was, however, another form of the visit, set down by Price in private letters in the days immediately following the events themselves. The other form differed substantially from the published version. Goldney, who would in due course examine Price's papers after his death, and who had the advantage of having been present at the events herself, set out the difference in plain terms in the broadcast script preserved in the Foxearth source. The difference may be set down here, in the form Goldney gave it. Goldney, with the 2 other women in Price's party, had reached, by the close of the visit, the conclusion that the phenomena they had witnessed that evening had been produced not by any poltergeist, but by Mrs. Foyster. She and the others had taken no notes during the visit, in part because the events were unfolding rapidly across the rooms of the rectory, and in part because, as the evening proceeded, they had no doubt at all in their minds about the source of what they were seeing. Price, in Goldney's account, had reached the same conclusion, and had not concealed it from his party at the time. The four of them had, on Goldney's account, formed a settled view that Marianne was the producer of the phenomena, and they had taken the unusual step, before leaving the rectory, of telling Lionel of their conclusions about his wife. Price set the conclusion down in writing in the days that followed the visit. In a letter to the Honourable Everard Fielding, a colleague of his on the council of the laboratory, written the day after the visit, he stated that they had been convinced that the rector's wife was responsible for the trouble, that, although the case was of great value psychically speaking, there was nothing in it. In a further letter, 4 years later, also reproduced in the sources, he wrote that he and his party had been convinced, in the language of the letter as Anthony Flew quoted it in his 1956 review of the SPR report in The Spectator. We were convinced that the rector's wife, a young woman of about 25, was just fooling us. The letters survive in Price's papers, which Molly Goldney was given access to after his death, and form the foundational evidence on which the Society for Psychical Research's analysis of the Foyster period would in due course be constructed. There is, in addition, a piece of evidence on the matter from a published source within Price's own lifetime. In the first edition of his book, Confessions of a Ghost Hunter, published in 1936, Price wrote of the October 1931 visit in the open public forum that they had come to the conclusion that the supernormal had played no part in the wonders they had witnessed. The sentence appears in the first edition of the book. It does not appear in subsequent editions. Goldney, who saw Price's private papers after his death, found in the papers Price's own explanation for the deletion. He had removed the sentence from later editions, in his own words, in case the Foysters took objection to it. The deletion is recorded by Goldney in the broadcast script preserved in the Foxearth source, and stands as a further piece of evidence that Price was, in his own published work, conscious of the contradiction between what he had concluded privately about Marianne and what he was prepared to say in public. The contradiction acquired a particular sharpness when Price came to write the book that has been the principal source for these chapters. In the late 1930s, when Price was preparing The Most Haunted House in England for publication, he wrote to Lionel Foyster asking him to contribute a section to the book, presumably an account of the Foyster years from Lionel's own perspective. Lionel, by Goldney's account, replied with a letter expressing some surprise at the request, on the perfectly understandable ground that Price had in 1931 accused his wife of being responsible for the phenomena that the household had been reporting. Price's response to Lionel, preserved in the same papers, admitted that the opinion had been given in 1931, but assured Lionel that no word of any such opinion would appear in his forthcoming book. The book duly appeared in 1940 without any reference to the conclusions Price had reached and recorded in private about Marianne in October 1931, and the contradiction between his published treatment of the Foyster phenomena and his private assessment of their central figure was preserved through the rest of his lifetime. After the October 1931 visit, Price stayed away from Borley for 5.5 years. He had, by the close of that visit, formed his private view of the phenomena. He had, by the same close, reached an understanding with the Foysters that did not require any further investigation on his part. The diary continued to be kept on Lionel's desk, the wall writings continued to appear, the various other phenomena that the household reported continued to be reported. Price was kept informed of these developments by correspondence with the Foysters and through occasional reports from the Bull sisters at Chiltern Lodge, but he did not himself return to the rectory until May of 1937, by which time the Foysters had departed and the rectory was standing empty. Price was not, however, the only investigator to visit the rectory during the period of the Foyster incumbency, and his October visit was not the only investigation conducted under the auspices of the formal psychical research bodies of the day. In the same month, October 1931, the Society for Psychical Research dispatched its own observer to Borley. The observer was W.H.H. Salter, who would in later years serve as the secretary of the society, and who was at the time of the visit one of its more experienced members in the matter of haunted house investigation. Salter visited the Foysters at the rectory and spent some time talking with Lionel about the various phenomena being reported in the household. The conversation that Salter had with Lionel was preserved by Salter in his own notes and was reproduced in the Foxearth source, where it gives a useful supplementary perspective on Lionel's character at the period of the Foyster incumbency. Salter, in his account, reminded Lionel that a mutual friend who had seen the wall writings had pronounced them, and all the other queer happenings, as Marianne's work. Lionel, in Salter's recollection, said that this was all nonsense. Asked to describe one of the recent phenomena, Lionel told Salter that a dreadful thing had happened only the previous weekend. The sermon he had been preparing for Sunday morning, which he had left on his study table on the Saturday night, had disappeared when he went to pick it up the following morning. Lionel spoke of the disappearance, in Salter's account, as if it were obviously the work of the powers of evil, a view Salter himself was unable to accept. Salter's conclusion about Lionel, set down in his notes after the visit, was that the rector seemed to him to have little worldly wisdom and to be entirely dominated by his wife. The observation, taken together with Goldney's recollection of the same period, gives a particular character to Lionel's role in the events of his own household, a methodical clerical man, of orderly mind, accepting the various phenomena reported by his wife in the religious framework that came naturally to him, and recording them on his desk in the manner of his clerical habits, while around him the various external observers were reaching, in their independent visits, conclusions about the phenomena and their source, which Lionel himself could not bring himself to entertain. Salter, by the account in the Seance source, in addition to forming his own conclusions about Lionel and the household, also took the trouble to advise the Foysters about Price. He warned them, on the basis of his own knowledge of Price's career and methods, to beware of Price's appetite for publicity and to be cautious about what kind of relationship they entered into with him. The advice does not appear to have had any immediate effect on the Foysters' relationship with Price. Lionel continued to correspond with him through the early 1930s, continued to send him sections of the diary as the diary developed, and continued to regard Price as the principal external authority on the phenomena being reported at the rectory. The advice does, however, indicate that the Society for Psychical Research, in the autumn of 1931, was already aware of reasons for caution about Price's investigations, and had begun to communicate that caution privately to those investigators with whom it had contact in the wider field. Across the years that followed, the wider circle of doubters around Price grew slowly. Lord Charles Hope's 2 visits to Borley in July 1929, and the private note he had written about his suspicion that Price had been responsible for some of the phenomena, were known to a small circle within the Society for Psychical Research. Charles Sutton's account of the pebbles in Price's coat pockets, which the Daily Mail had suppressed in 1929, remained suppressed and would not be published until after Price's death in 1948. The Society itself had begun, in the words of Goldney's later account, to take a certain confidential view of Price's work. Goldney's own statement on the matter, as it appears in the Foxearth source, is that the Society for Psychical Research never favoured Price's work because they had confidential information which led to certain doubts about him. She herself, having worked with him for many years, had never personally had cause to doubt his own part in his investigations during his lifetime, but on examining his private files after his death, had been forced, with reluctance, to form an adverse view of his activities. The wider circle of doubters in the early 1930s was, accordingly, a circle that operated largely in private. Price's public reputation, in the field of psychical research and in the wider press, remained that of an active and substantial investigator, with a series of striking cases to his name and a regular flow of articles, books, and lectures on the question of haunted houses and mediumship. The various private reservations about him, accumulated by his colleagues and by the Society for Psychical Research, were not made public during his lifetime. Hope's note remained private until after Price's death. Sutton's account remained suppressed until after Price's death. Mrs. Smith's later position would not be articulated in print until 1949, Price's own private letters about Marianne would not become accessible until Molly Goldney examined his papers after his death. The effect of this cumulative privacy was that, throughout his lifetime, Price was able to maintain in public the position he had taken in the most haunted house in England, a position substantially at variance with the conclusions he had recorded privately about the central witness of the Foyster years. The phenomena at the rectory itself, in the period after Price's October visit and Salter's contemporaneous one, continued in the form they had taken across the previous year. Lionel kept his diary. The wall writings continued to appear. The bell ringing continued. The doors continued to lock and unlock without apparent cause. The various household objects continued to disappear and reappear. There was, however, one significant change in the pattern of events at the rectory across the period from late 1931 through 1932, a change which would in due course be cited by both sides of the case in support of their respective interpretations. In January 1932, on Lionel's invitation, an informal séance was held at the rectory which took the character, in the surviving accounts, of an exorcism rather than of an investigation. The exact participants are not in all cases recorded in the surviving sources, but the form of the proceedings was that of a religious response to the phenomena, conducted by Lionel and certain of the sympathetic visitors who were present at the time. Whatever was done at this séance, the phenomena at the rectory diminished sharply in the months that followed. The diary entries became less frequent. The wall writings became less common. The various forms of disturbance, which had been almost daily occurrences across the 18 months from October 1930 to the close of 1931, tapered off across 1932 and into 1933. The sceptical reading of the diminution, set out in the SPR's 1956 report and summarized in Anthony Flue's review of it in The Spectator, was that the phenomena tapered off because Marianne, the producer of them, lost interest in the production of them after the visits of October 1931. The conclusions Price and his party had reached at the rectory during their visit, and the fact that they had not hesitated to communicate those conclusions to Lionel before they left, would have made plain to Marianne that the phenomena were no longer being received in the spirit she had hoped for. The advice Salter had brought from the Society for Psychical Research the same month would have reinforced the lesson. Marianne, on the sceptical reading, ceased to produce phenomena because she had been caught out, and there was no longer anything to be gained from the production of them. The paranormal reading, set out by Price in his book, and supported by various of the defenders of the Foyster account, was that the exorcism séance of January 1932 had succeeded in driving out the disturbing presence from the rectory, in the manner that such religious exercises had on occasion been recorded as effective in the older literature of the subject. The phenomena on this reading ceased, not because the producer of them had stopped, but because the entity that had been producing them had been displaced by religious means. Across the years from 1932 to 1935, with the phenomena largely abated, Marianne spent substantial periods away from the rectory. The relevant passage in Anthony Flue's Spectator review, summarizing the SPR's findings on the matter, records that for a long period between 1932 and 1934, after the phenomena had dramatically diminished, she was in the habit of spending a good deal of time away from Borley and her husband. The pattern of her absences fits, on the sceptical reading, with a marriage that had become unsatisfactory to her in ways that the phenomena themselves had been an attempt to remedy. On the paranormal reading, it fits with a woman recovering from the prolonged ordeal of a haunted household. The two readings cannot be settled by the surviving evidence, and we shall not attempt to settle them here. Lionel's health, across the same period, deteriorated. The work of the parish, although light, became more difficult for him as the early 1930s wore on, and by 1935 it had become clear that he could no longer continue in the cure. The Foysters left Borley Rectory in October 1935, 5 years almost to the day after they had taken up residence in it. They removed to other accommodation arranged by the family, and Lionel retired from active clerical work. The diary of occurrences, in its completed form, accompanied them when they left. The rectory stood empty. The diocese, faced with the question of what to do with the rectory, resolved the matter in 1936 by combining the parish of Borley with that of the neighbouring village of Liston and appointing the Reverend A.C. Henning as the joint incumbent with his residence at Liston Rectory rather than at Borley. The decision was a practical one. The Borley building was, by the standards of the late 1930s, an impossible house to maintain on a country incumbent's stipend. It had no mains water, no gas, no electricity, no central heating. The well in the courtyard provided the only water supply, and the heavy hand-wheel pump was the only means of raising the water to the cistern beneath the eaves. Henning declined to live in the building, and the diocese accepted his decision. Borley Rectory, from the autumn of 1935 until the spring of 1937, stood empty. It was at this point that the next phase of Price's involvement with the rectory began. Price, who had not been to Borley since the October 1931 visit, had retained an interest in the building across the intervening years. He had heard from Henning, the new rector, of the empty state of the rectory, and had begun to consider the possibility of taking it on lease for the purpose of conducting a controlled investigation of any phenomena that might still be reported within its walls. The arrangement was settled by correspondence with Henning across the spring of 1937, and on the 19th of May 1937, Price took possession of the empty rectory under a 12-month tenancy, with the right to engage observers and to conduct his investigation in the manner he saw fit. The detailed history of that tenancy will be the subject of the chapter that follows. For the present chapter, we may set down only those events of the tenancy which bear directly on the matters of doubt that this chapter has been concerned with, and most particularly the incident of October 1937 involving Mark Kerr-Purse and the base room. Mark Kerr-Purse was, at the time of the events in question, an official of the British legation in Geneva. He was one of the official observers Price had engaged for his year of investigation at the rectory, and across the period of the tenancy he would prove to be the most faithful and persistent of the observers, putting in longer continuous periods of residence at the rectory than any other single member of Price's team. He was a man of methodical habits, of substantial cultural attainment, and of, by Price's account, an entirely sceptical disposition with regard to psychical phenomena, until his time at Borley caused him, in his own assessment, to revise his views on the matter. In October 1937, Kerr-Purse was alone at the rectory, in the manner that was common during his various stays. He had taken his supper that evening in the base room, the room which Price had designated as the operational headquarters of the investigation, and which was the principal living room of the ground floor. The base room had two doors, one leading to the kitchen passage, and the other a French window opening onto the lawn. Both doors were of the kind ordinarily fitted with a key, and the key of the door leading to the kitchen passage was, on the evening in question, on the inside of the room, in the lock of the door. As Kerr-Purse was finishing his modest supper, he heard a faint but distinct click. He thought at first that the sound might be the draught shaking the door, and he took little notice of it. A minute later, when he proceeded to take his supper things out to the pantry, he found, in his own description, that he had been locked in. The matter would have been unremarkable in itself had the key of the door been on the outside of the lock. A person standing in the kitchen passage could have turned the key in the door and secured it from outside in an ordinary way. The remarkable feature of the incident, in Kerr-Purse's account and in Price's published narrative of it, was that the key was on the inside of the lock, on Kerr-Purse's side of the door, where it had been when he had entered the base room before sitting down to his supper. The door had been locked, by his judgment, by means of a turn of the key from his own side of the door while he was sitting at his supper at the far side of the room. Whoever or whatever had turned the key had been in the base room with him at the time of the turning, and would have had to remain in the base room with him after the door was locked, since the only other exit from the room was the French window, which had been closed, and which would have made a noise on opening that he would have heard. The whole house had been locked and sealed at the start of his evening's residence, and no other person was, on his account, present in the building. Had the key been on the outside, he could simply have left the room by means of the French window, supposing some practical joker to have crept into the kitchen passage and turned the key on him from there. With the key on the inside, the practical joker explanation could not be straightforwardly applied. Price, in his published account of the incident, took the position that no flesh and blood explanation of the locking was possible. Whoever had locked the door, in his account, must have been in the base room with Kerr-Purse at the time of the locking, must have turned the key from the inside, and must have remained, unseen, in the room with Kerr-Purse afterwards. The only alternative, in Price's framing, was that the locking entity had vanished through the walls. The incident, in his book, was set down as one of the most striking pieces of evidence for genuine paranormal activity at the rectory during his tenancy. Even the skeptical analyses of the rectory's history have, on the whole, conceded that the Kerr space room incident is one that requires some explanation. The incident does not depend, as so many of the Foyster phenomena did, on the uncorroborated account of a single witness in a position to have produced the phenomena herself. Kerr was alone in the rectory. He had no apparent motive to deceive Price about the matter. The key was, on his account, on the inside of the door at the time of the locking. The most careful skeptical reading of the incident, set out in the Fox Earth Source's discussion of the case, suggests that Kerr may have unconsciously turned the key himself at some point during the supper, perhaps when momentarily disturbed by some other sound or movement, without retaining any conscious memory of having done so. The reading is offered in the Fox Earth account as a tentative possibility rather than as a confident explanation. The skeptical case as a whole has not produced any explanation of the incident that has been generally accepted. It has confined itself, in the main, to noting that a single unexplained incident does not validate the wider corpus of phenomena that the more skeptical analyses have argued were produced by ordinary means, and that the existence of one well-attested unexplained event in a long history of disputed events does not by itself establish the paranormal character of that history. By the close of October 1937, then, the position of the rectory's investigation may be summarized as follows. The Foysters had left 2 years before. Lionel was in retirement. Marianne was elsewhere. Price had taken on the tenancy of the rectory in May with a body of official observers including Kerr, Sidney Glanville, his son Roger, Lieutenant Colonel Westland, Dr. Bellamy, and others whose work would be the subject of the chapter that follows. The diary on Lionel's desk had been completed. The diary of occurrences was preserved among Price's papers. The question of how the 103 phenomena it recorded should be regarded was still in the future, for the SPR investigators of the 1950s had not yet begun their work. Price's private letters about Marianne, his 1936 published statement that the supernormal had played no part in the phenomena of October 1931, his subsequent deletion of that statement from later editions, his correspondence with Lionel about the silence the book would observe on the matter, all lay in the papers in his offices in Kensington, awaiting the examination Goldney would in due course conduct. The wider circle of doubters, including Hope, Sutton, Salter, the Society for Psychical Research's confidential reservations, was held in private and would remain in private until after Price's death. Price, the public champion of Borley, and Price, the private skeptic of its central witness, were the two figures who had emerged from the events of the Foyster years and the ones we have set out in this chapter. Both figures were the same man. The contradiction between them, which would in due course become the central question of the case for the historians of psychical research, was at the close of October 1937 still very largely held in his own hands. The events of the rest of the tenancy, the year of careful investigation that lay ahead at the empty rectory, the planchette work in Streatham, the prediction of the fire itself, and everything that would follow from these events were still in the future. The next chapter takes up the story at the moment of Price's lease in May 1937 and follows the year of the tenancy through to the prediction of March 1938 that the rectory would burn. The rectory had stood empty since the Foysters' departure in October 1935. The Reverend A.C. Henning, who had been appointed to the combined parish of Borley and Liston in 1936, lived a mile away at Liston Rectory, a warm and convenient building of the kind that the elder Borley building had not been since its construction 70 years before. The Borley Rectory was tenantless, in the hands of the diocesan authorities, and was being offered through the local house agents at a rental that reflected its substantial inadequacies as a domestic property. The water supply remained as it had been since 1863, drawn entirely from the well by the heavy hand-wheel pump in the courtyard. The house was unheatable. There was no gas, no electricity, no mains water. To anyone other than a researcher with a particular interest in the building's history, the rectory was a property of distinctly limited appeal. Price, who, across the 18 months of the rectory's emptiness, had retained an interest in the building, began in the early spring of 1937 to consider the possibility of taking it on lease for the purpose of conducting a year-long controlled investigation. He wrote to Henning, the new rector, in the spring of 1937, asking about the building's availability and condition. Henning replied on the 7th of May 1937, expressing willingness to lease the rectory to Price for the purpose of investigation and inviting him down to Borley to inspect the building and to discuss the terms. Price travelled to Liston on Wednesday, the 19th of May 1937, where Henning met him at the station and drove him to the rectory for a thorough examination of the property. The two men went through the rectory together, room by room, in the same form in which the building had been left at the Foysters' departure, with the marble mantelpieces still in the dining room and the drawing room, the bricked-up dining room window still on the front elevation, the hand-wheel pump in the courtyard, the bells on their wires through the kitchen passage, and the various pencil marks of the Foyster years still visible in places on the painted plaster of the walls. Henning, asked by Price what he thought a reasonable rent for the building would be in its present state, paused for a moment and suggested £30 a year. Price agreed to the figure. The terms of a 12-month tenancy were settled between the two men that afternoon, with Price to take possession of the rectory from the latter part of May 1937, and the lease to run until May 1938. The plan that Price had in mind for the year of the tenancy was, in conception, a substantial advance on anything that had been done in the field of psychical research up to that period. Rather than visit the rectory at intervals himself, recording such phenomena as he could observe in the course of brief stays, Price intended to recruit a body of independent observers, each of them a person of standing and judgment, each of them previously unknown to him, each of them committed to a program of structured observation across the 12 months of the tenancy. Price himself, in his own description of his intentions, wished to eliminate himself from the inquiry as far as possible, in order that the observations of his observers should not be influenced by his presence among them. The investigation, on this plan, would generate a body of independent reports from a substantial number of independent witnesses, working under common instructions but reporting independently, and the cumulative weight of those reports would constitute the evidential record on which the rectory's haunting could be assessed. To recruit the observers, Price decided to advertise. The personal column of the Times was, in 1937, the standard medium through which a serious enterprise of this kind would address the educated reading public, and Price drafted his advertisement with care and inserted it in the column on the 25th of May 1937, less than a week after the lease had been agreed. The advertisement, in the form Price preserved it in his book, read as follows: Haunted House. Responsible persons of leisure and intelligence, intrepid, critical, and unbiased, are invited to join rota of observers in a year's night and day investigation of alleged haunted house in home counties. Printed instructions supplied. Scientific training or ability to operate simple instruments an advantage. House situated in lonely hamlet, so own car is essential. Write Box H989, The Times, EC4. The advertisement, although it gave neither the name of the house nor its precise location, was unambiguous in its requirements. Price was looking for serious, independent observers of substantial means and of a critical disposition, with their own transport and a willingness to commit time across the year of the investigation. The response was substantial. Across the days that followed the advertisement's appearance, Price received some 200 applications, directly or indirectly, from correspondents across the social spectrum. There were the inevitable cranks and inventors, with machines for sale that were guaranteed to detect ghosts at a distance, and members of occult societies offering pentagrams sewn into the clothing for protection. There were mediums of the amateur and professional kinds, journalists sent in copy, and a number of correspondents who hoped to be paid for their services. The greater part of these letters went, in Price's account, into the wastepaper basket. Some 75% of the 200 replies, by his own estimate, were not of the kind he was looking for. A sprinkling of the replies, however, were from the kind of correspondent he had hoped for. There were university graduates, scientists, doctors of medicine, consulting engineers, army officers on the active list, all of them intelligent, all of them educated, all of them with a scientific interest in psychical research, and all of them willing to give their skill, time and money to the work without remuneration. From this body of suitable applicants, Price selected approximately 40 individuals whom he then invited to call upon him at his offices in Kensington for a personal interview. Under no circumstances, in his published account of the procedure, would he give a person permission to visit the rectory until he had personally interviewed them and they had signed a declaration form which he had carefully drawn up for the purpose. The declaration form was, by Price's own admission, of doubtful legal status, but it served as a kind of gentleman's agreement, committing the observer to follow Price's instructions, not to communicate with the press about the inquiry, not to take unauthorized persons to the rectory, and to send in a written report of his experiences, whether the period of observation produced phenomena or not. The agreement, in his account, was not in a single instance during the year of the tenancy violated by any of the observers who signed it. The total number of official observers across the 12 months of the tenancy reached 48. They came and went across the rectory's 12-month occupation in a pattern of rotating shifts, with periods of solo residence interspersed with periods in which 2 or 3 observers were present at the same time, and with Price himself paying occasional visits, but, in the manner of his stated intention, attempting to keep his own presence at the rectory to the minimum compatible with the running of the investigation. Each of the 48 observers was issued, on engagement, with a printed handbook, which Price had had prepared specifically for the inquiry. The handbook was bound in a blue cover, was printed by the firm whose type the Monotype Corporation had supplied, and was known throughout the inquiry as the Blue Book. It was, in Price's claim for it, the first such printed handbook ever produced for the guidance of those investigating a particular haunted house. The Blue Book contained, in its various chapters and sections, a careful body of instructions for the observers on how to comport themselves at the rectory, what equipment to bring, what kinds of phenomena they might encounter, how to record and report each kind, where to get a square meal in the village or in Long Melford, where to find lodging when off duty, and the location of the nearest public house for the practical purposes of an observer's stay in a remote Essex parish. There were detailed sections on how to deal with paranormal bell ringing, with footsteps, with raps and knocks, with apparitions, and with each of the other principal classes of phenomenon that had been reported at the rectory during the previous decade. A copy of the Blue Book was given to every official observer on his engagement, with strict instructions not to part with the book or to convey its contents to anyone who had not signed the declaration form. The body of observers who passed through the rectory in the 12 months of the tenancy included men of substantial standing in their respective fields. Among the more senior of the team, and the one to whom Price would owe the greatest debt by the time of the inquiry's conclusion, was Sidney Herbert Glanville, a consulting engineer of London, a man of methodical and observant habits, of quiet judgment, and of the kind of practical professional training which Price had hoped to attract. Glanville had answered the Times advertisement on his own initiative, without prior knowledge of Price or of the rectory's location. He had been interviewed by Price at the Kensington offices, had signed the declaration form, and had taken up his work at the rectory in the early summer of 1937 in the manner of any newly engaged observer. His professional skills were quickly apparent. Glanville, on his first visits to the rectory, undertook the task of preparing a careful set of plans of the building, drawing the ground floor and first floor layouts to scale, marking the positions of the doors, the windows, the staircases, the fireplaces, the bell system, and the various points within the building at which phenomena had been reported in the published accounts. The plans Glanville prepared would in due course be reproduced as illustrations in Price's book, and would form the basis of all subsequent published references to the layout of the rectory. They remain, since the destruction of the building in 1944, the most accurate record we have of the disposition of its rooms. Glanville's plans showed the L shape of the original rectory, the rectangular form it had taken after the wing addition of 1875 to 76, the positions of the cellars, the location of the cottage on the boundary, the long path on the southern side of the lawn that had become known across the years as the Nuns' Walk, and the courtyard within the structure with its hand-wheel pump and well. They showed the room numbering by which the various phenomena had been documented in the diaries and reports, the base room as Price's operational centre on the ground floor, the blue room as room number 6 on the upper floor, the chapel as a structural continuation of the porch, and the various smaller bedrooms numbered around the upper landing. The plans were, in their precision and clarity, the work of a man who had spent his professional life producing technical drawings of buildings and machines, and they brought to the rectory's documentation a standard of accuracy that the earlier accounts had lacked. Glanville did not work alone. His son Roger and his daughter Helen, both of them of mature years by the time of the tenancy, joined him at various points in the work and contributed their own observations to the cumulative record. Roger Glanville was, by Price's later assessment, like his father, a careful and observant man of sceptical disposition, and was present during a number of the more striking incidents of the tenancy. Helen Glanville is the figure whose name has perhaps survived most distinctly in the wider literature of the case, on account of the planchette séances at the family's home in Streatham in the autumn of 1937 and the spring of 1938. The séances at which the war writings would receive their attribution to a French nun named Marie Lairre, and at which the second communicator in March of the latter year would predict that the rectory was to burn. The detailed events of those séances will be the subject of the chapter that follows. For the present chapter, it is enough to record that Helen Glanville, like her father and her brother, was a member of the body of observers engaged on the inquiry, and that her work at the planchette in Streatham was conducted at a substantial physical distance from the rectory itself, and stands in the literature of the case as a separate exercise from the work being done at Borley by the rest of the observer team. The most persistent of all the official observers across the year of the tenancy was a man named Mark Kerr-Perce, of whose work at the rectory the base room incident in October 1937, set out at length in the chapter that has gone before, was a single illustration. Kerr-Perce was a member of the staff of the British legation in Geneva, a junior diplomat in his early 30s, who had answered the Times advertisement during a period of leave in England in the spring of 1937. He was a man of substantial cultural attainment, of methodical habits, and, by Price's own description of him, of an entirely sceptical disposition with regard to psychical phenomena before his time at Borley caused him to revise his views. Across the period at the tenancy, Kerr-Perce put in longer continuous periods of solo residence at the rectory than any other single member of the observer team, sometimes staying for a week or more at a stretch in the empty building, sleeping in the blue room, taking his meals in the base room, and conducting the kind of detailed observational work that the Blue Book had laid out as the standard pattern for the inquiry. His reports, which Price would in due course reproduce extensively in the book, ran to substantial length and would be set out in Appendix C of the published volume in their full form. Kerr-Perce's diplomatic duties required him to return to Geneva in November of 1937, but he came back to the rectory at intervals across the rest of the year of the tenancy, whenever his leave permitted, and his solo stays at the building remained the backbone of the observational record across the 12 months of the inquiry. Beside Glanville and Kerr-Perce, the body of senior observers included Lieutenant Colonel F.C. Westland of the Royal Army Ordnance Corps, a man whose military training had given him the kind of methodical disposition that Price valued in his observers. Westland's particular contribution to the inquiry, beyond his observational work in residence at the rectory, was photographic. He brought a camera and the equipment for indoor photography in low-light conditions, and across the period of the tenancy he photographed the various wall markings as they appeared on the painted plaster of the rectory, producing a documentary record of the markings in the form of negatives and prints, which Price would in due course reproduce as facsimile illustrations in the published book. Westland's photographs of the markings are the principal surviving visual record of the writings, since the building itself was destroyed in 1944, and the painted plaster on which the writings had appeared was carted away with the rest of the rubble of the demolition. The negatives are preserved in the Harry Price Library at the University of London, where they may still be inspected. Among the other senior observers whose work made a substantial contribution to the inquiry was Dr. H.F.F. Bellamy, a physician engaged in medical research, who brought to the rectory both his medical training and a scientific interest in the design of apparatus for the detection of small movements. Bellamy designed, for use in the inquiry, an electrical apparatus, to record any disturbance of certain selected control objects in the rectory. A round blue box containing pins, originally discovered in one of the cupboards by Westland, was set on a contact maker so that any movement of the box would close an electrical circuit and produce a recordable signal. The apparatus was duly installed and tested, and on at least one occasion in the period that followed, in the absence of any human observer in the room, the blue box was found to have moved a measurable distance from its original position, the contact maker registering a movement that no obvious natural cause could account for. Bellamy's apparatus was the first instance, in Price's account, of the application of electrical recording techniques to the detection of paranormal movements in a haunted house. A further name in the observer team that has carried particular weight in the literature is that of Dr. C.E.M.M. Joad, who at the time of his stay at the rectory held the position of head of the Department of Philosophy and Psychology at Birkbeck College in the University of London. Joad was, by the standards of the inquiry, a more public figure than most of the observers, a man whose name was familiar to the wider reading public from his philosophical broadcasts and his books for the general reader on matters of ethics and politics. He spent an observational period at the rectory in 1937 in the company of Price and others, and his account of the visit was published in his own words in the American magazine Harper's, from which Price later reproduced extracts in his book. Joad's experience at the rectory was of a kind that bore directly on the question of the wall writings as a phenomenon. During his stay, in the company of his fellow observers, fresh pencil markings appeared on walls of the rectory at moments when the markings had not been on those walls during previous inspections by the same party. Joad, who was a trained philosopher and a man not given to easy credulity, examined the walls in the company of his fellow observers, and came to the conclusion that the appearance of the markings under the conditions in which he had seen them required some explanation that ordinary practical jokery could not straightforwardly supply. His report on the matter, set out in his own characteristic prose in the Harper's article, became one of the more frequently cited pieces of academic testimony in support of Price's published case for the rectory's haunting. The matter of the new pencil markings, however, must be set in the framework that the chapter on the wall writings has already established. Major, the Honourable Henry Douglas. Home, who was also among the body of observers visiting the rectory during Price's tenancy, had reached, on his own observation of the inspection rounds in which new markings appeared, a substantially different conclusion. Douglas Home, in the account preserved in the Foxearth source, had observed during his rounds with Price that the last person in the procession had been making the markings himself by means of a pencil up his sleeve in the darkness of the corridors as the torch swept the walls ahead. The contradiction between Joad's interpretation of his own observations and Douglas Home's account of the same kind of phenomena under similar conditions cannot be reconciled in the surviving evidence. The matter has been left in the literature as another of the points on which the rectory's haunting has not been settled. A number of further observers contributed to the body of reports across the year of the tenancy. Mr. A.J.J. Cuthbert, a friend of Roger Glanville's, paid several visits during the autumn of 1937 and reported on one occasion an icy draught behind his ears in the base room while he was sitting on the landing in the dark with the Glanvilles, although no other person could be felt to be near him at the time. Mr. A.P. Drinkwater, with 3 friends, spent a night at the rectory in November 1937, taking extraordinary pains to seal the building against any outside invasion, and reported a number of small phenomena under those carefully sealed conditions, including the movement of the round blue box in the cupboard between 2 patrols. 2 flying officers named E. Carter, Jonas, and Cornter visited the rectory during the period of the tenancy and recorded an unusual smell of incense in the building during one of their visits. The various observers' reports taken together would form the body of evidence that Price would set out in the chapters of his book devoted to the year of the tenancy. Particular phenomenon, which several observers reported across the period of the tenancy, and which had been reported in earlier years by various witnesses, including Mr. V.C. Wall during his vigil at the rectory in June 1929, was that of strange lights seen in the upstairs windows of the building at times when the rectory was locked and empty. The lights were typically reported as appearing in one of the upper rooms, particularly in room number 7 on Glanville's plan, The room, which had stood unfurnished and unused throughout the period of the Smiths' tenancy, and which was associated, in the family memory of the Bulls, with the deaths of several members of the family in earlier decades. The lights were observed by witnesses standing in the garden or on the lane outside, and disappeared on close investigation of the room itself, which proved on inspection to be in darkness. The observers across the year of the tenancy reported the lights at intervals, in conditions sometimes carefully controlled and sometimes less so. The natural explanations that have been offered for the phenomenon have included reflections from the headlamps of cars passing along the lane, light from the moon at certain angles, and reflections from windows of other buildings in the village. The Society for Psychical Research's 1956 report, in its examination of the question, regarded the natural explanations as substantially sufficient to account for the observations, and the Foxearth source preserves a paraphrase of that conclusion, suggesting that the light could be explained as reflection from passing vehicles. Mrs. Henning of Liston, in the rebuttal preserved in the same source, disputed this explanation, observing that she had lived for 19 years in the adjacent village, and that she found the explanation by passing cars implausible on the basis of her own knowledge of the locality and the patterns of traffic on the lane outside the rectory. The matter, like so many in the rectory's history, has not been settled in the literature. The contested authorship of the wall markings was, accordingly, present as a recurring theme across the whole of the year of the tenancy. The observers walked their rounds. They marked the positions of objects in chalked rings on the floor in the manner the Blue Book prescribed. They sealed the doors and windows of the rooms they were not occupying and broke the seals only in their checked rounds. They photographed the new markings as they appeared, and Westland developed the negatives in his own dark room and produced prints which he forwarded to Price for inclusion in the cumulative record. They sat through long nights in the base room and on the landings of the upper floor, with the duplex paraffin lamps casting their pools of light on the painted plaster of the walls and the various small sounds of the rectory at night around them. The diaries grew, the reports accumulated, the pencil markings continued to appear. Whether the markings were, as Joad had concluded on the basis of his own observations, a paranormal phenomenon for which no ordinary explanation could be supplied, or whether they were, as Douglas Home had concluded on the basis of his own observations, the work of Price himself with a pencil up his sleeve, was a question which the year of the tenancy did not settle and could not settle. The reports of the observers, from the standpoint of the historian of the case, are evidence of what they themselves saw and concluded. They are not evidence, in any straightforwardly determinative way, of what was producing the phenomena they observed. The question of the authorship of the markings, like the question of the source of the phenomena of June 1929, and the question of the agency behind the events of the Foyster years, remained open at the close of the year of the tenancy, and remains open in the literature of the case to the present day. By the spring of 1938, the year of the tenancy was drawing towards its close. Kerr Perce had returned to Geneva for his diplomatic duties. Glanville and his son were continuing their observational work in the rectory at intervals. Westland was developing his photographs. Bellamy's apparatus was in place. Joad's article had appeared in Harper's. Helen Glanville, at her father's home in Streatham in South London, was preparing to undertake a series of planchette seances on the question of the rectory's haunting, the seances at which the wall writings would acquire, in the form of communications received through the planchette, an attribution to a French nun named Marie Lairre, and at which a second communicator in March 1938 would predict that the rectory itself was about to burn. The fire that the planchette communicator named Sunex Amures would predict on the night of the 27th of March 1938, and the actual fire that would consume the rectory 11 months later on the night of the 27th of February 1939 are the subject of the chapter that follows. The year of the tenancy ended in May 1938, with the lease expiring on its appointed date and Price relinquishing his rights as tenant of the building. The rectory had not, in the end, been bought by him, although he had at one point considered the possibility, nor had any of the observers undertaken to remain in residence beyond the end of the tenancy. The building, on the day Price's lease expired, returned to the hands of the diocese and the Bull family at Vowson, and stood empty once more, awaiting whatever disposition the church authorities and the patrons might in due course contrive. The body of records produced by the year of the tenancy, the reports of the 48 observers, the photographs taken by Westland, the plans drawn by Glanville, the data from Bellamy's apparatus, the articles published by Joad, the planchette transcripts produced by Helen Glanville at Streatham, and the cumulative diaries and notes that Price had assembled across the 12 months, were transferred to Price's offices in Kensington for the purpose of the writing of the book that would in due course appear under the title The Most Haunted House in England. The story of the rectory at the close of May 1938 stood, accordingly, at a particular point. The body of evidence assembled by the year of the tenancy was substantial, in some respects unprecedented in the literature of psychical research, and would in due course form the principal published case for the rectory's haunting. The contesting evidence, in the form of Douglas Home's account of Price and the pencil up his sleeve, the various private reservations of the senior figures of the Society for Psychical Research, and the older suppressed evidence from the Hope and Sutton episodes of 1929, was held in private and would not enter the public literature for another decade or more. The next phase of the rectory's history, which would unfold across the period from May 1938 through to the fire of February 1939, would bring into the story a new owner, a new framing of the rectory's reputation, and the dramatic events of a fire whose timing would be taken by some as the fulfillment of the planchette prediction of March 1938, and by others as a piece of unrelated coincidence at the end of the long history of a country rectory in a remote corner of Essex. Across the autumn of 1937, while the body of official observers was working its way through the rooms of the rectory under the procedures laid out in the Blue Book, a separate strand of investigation was being conducted some 70 miles to the south, at the Streatham home of Sidney Glanville and his family. The strand had begun on Glanville's own initiative, with the suggestion that the question of the wall writings and of the identity of whatever or whoever was producing them might be approached by a method which had been used in the older literature of psychical research with mixed but occasionally striking results. The method was the planchette. The planchette was, in 1937, a device of considerable familiarity to the psychical research community of the period. It consisted of a small heart-shaped board mounted on two casters with a pencil fixed at the apex, and was used in the manner of an automatic writing device by one or more sitters who placed their fingertips lightly on the surface of the board and asked questions of whatever spirit or other agency they conceived themselves to be addressing. The pencil, in the hands of a sitter sufficiently abstracted from conscious control of their own finger movements, would in some cases trace out written words on a sheet of paper laid beneath the board, and these words could then be transcribed and treated as the responses of the addressed agency to the questions that had been put. The interpretation of planchette communications was, even within the psychical research community of the period, a matter of substantial controversy. Some practitioners regarded the writings as evidence of contact with discarnate intelligences, while others regarded them as the product of unconscious ideomotor activity in the sitter's own muscles, with the content of the writings drawing on memories, expectations, and suggestions present in the sitters' own minds. Helen Glanville, the daughter of Sidney Glanville, had at the time of the Borley investigation never used a planchette before. She was, by Price's account, a young woman of mature years, of educated intelligence, and of no particular previous experience of psychical research beyond what her father had drawn her into through his work at the rectory. Sidney Glanville and his son Roger, although familiar with the family's involvement in the rectory's investigation, took the view that Helen would make a suitable subject for a series of planchette experiments precisely because she had not herself been to the rectory, had not seen the wall writings in their original form on the painted plaster, and had not been told the details of the diary entries that had been made by Lionel Foyster across the years of his incumbency. The procedure was to be that Helen would sit alone or with one of her family at the planchette in the family's drawing room, would put questions aloud to whatever might be drawn to communicate, and would record on the paper laid beneath the board whatever responses the planchette produced, with no prior briefing on her part regarding the content of the wall writings or the previous history of the rectory's phenomena. The first session was conducted at the Glanville home in Streatham on the 28th of October 1937. Helen sat alone at the planchette. Her questions were spoken aloud, her transcripts were preserved, and would in due course be sent to Price for inclusion in the cumulative record. The opening of the session was, in Price's reproduction of it, of a particular character. No question was asked, and the planchette wrote, of its own initiative, the name Marianne. Helen, taking up the question, asked whether someone was using that name. The planchette returned an indistinct reply. She asked the writer's own name. The reply was indistinct again. She asked whether the writer was buried in the garden. The planchette wrote yes. She asked where. The planchette wrote what looked like the syllables of an unfamiliar word. She asked, working through the planchette's responses, whether the burial was near a tree. The planchette wrote yes. She asked whether anything marked the spot. The planchette wrote stone. She asked the writer's name again, and the planchette wrote the syllables la, and then, after a pause, the further syllables ira, which Helen, asking whether the name was Lairre, received the answer yes to. She asked whether the writer was unhappy, and received the answer yes. She asked whether they could help, and received the answer mass. She asked whether mass was wanted in the house, and received the answer yes. The whole of the first session, in Price's reproduction of the transcript, took the form of a question, an answer exchange of this kind. The planchette identified itself, with progressive elaboration across the further questions, as a young woman who had been buried in the garden of the rectory, who had given her name as Lairre, and who wanted masses said for her in the house. Helen, who had not been previously briefed on the character of the war writings, had been answered by the planchette with the same single name that had been the principal feature of the writings as Lionel Foyster had recorded them across the 5 years of his incumbency, and with the same religious appeal for mass and for prayers that had appeared on the wall of the upper landing at the close of Price's June 1932 novena. The planchette had identified the writer of the war messages as a single person, of feminine gender, who had been buried at Borley and who was asking for the religious offices that her unconsecrated death had denied her. A second session was held on the 31st of October 1937, 3 days after the first, with Helen Glanville at the planchette and her father Sidney present at the session. The communicator continued to identify itself as Lairre. The Christian name was given variously across the sessions as Mary or Marie, with the final form in the published transcript settling on Mary Lairre. Across the further sessions of the autumn and winter of 1937, the story of the writer was developed in greater detail. Marie Lairre, the planchette gave it, had been a French nun of an order at Le Havre on the Channel coast of Normandy. She had, at the age of 19, left her religious order and travelled to England, where she had married a member of the Waldegrave family of Borley. She had been murdered on the 17th of May in the year 1667 by a member of the same Waldegrave family in the older building that had stood on the site of the rectory before it. Her body, by the planchette's account, had been buried in the cellar of the older building, or had been thrown into a disused well on the property. The wall writings of the Foyster years, on this account, had been her appeals to the rector's wife for help in the form of religious commemoration, mass and prayers, that her irregular death had not received, and that would, in the planchette's framing, release her from the unhappy state in which she had been confined to the site of the rectory across the intervening centuries. A second communicator, who appeared at one of the later sessions, and who identified himself as a monk by the name of Father Fardenock, was given in the planchette's account as the figure who had assisted in the murder or in the disposal of the body. Price, in his book, included the planchette transcripts as a chapter of substantial length, reproducing the question, and answer exchanges in their full form across many pages. He was, however, at considerable pains in the framing chapters around the transcripts to make clear his own view on the evidential value of the planchette material as such. Planchette communications, in his published assessment, could not be regarded as evidence of contact with discarnate intelligences in the same way as the cumulative observational record of the year of the tenancy could be regarded as evidence for the rectory's haunting. The communications might be drawing on the unconscious memories and expectations of the sitter. They might be drawing on stray information that had reached the sitter without her conscious awareness. They might be the product of suggestions present in the questions themselves. He warned his readers, in plain terms, not to take the Marie Lairre identification too seriously, and presented it as a matter of interest rather than as a matter of established fact. Subsequent investigations into the historical question of whether a person of the name Marie Lairre or any French nun answering to her description had ever existed at Borley or in the wider Waldegrave family circle have not produced corroborative evidence. There is no record, in the parish documents of Borley or in the archives of the Waldegrave estates, of a French nun married into the family in the 1660s. There is no record, in the convent registers of Le Havre, as far as the surviving documents of that period preserve them, of a sister Marie Lairre departing the order in the relevant decade. The legend of the nun and the monk eloping from the supposed monastery at Borley, which had been part of the local tradition since at least the 1880s, was discredited in the wider sense as well by subsequent historical research. There had never been a monastery at Borley, and the supposed elopement story had no foundation in any documented medieval history of the parish. The Marie Lairre identification, like the older nun and monk legend on which it appears in part to draw, rests in the historical record entirely on the planchette transcripts of 1937 and 1938, and has not at any point been supported by any independent documentary evidence. The planchette work continued across the winter of 1937 and into the spring of 1938, with sessions held at intervals at the Streatham home and the transcripts forwarded to Price's offices in Kensington. On the night of the 27th of March 1938, with Helen Glanville and her father Sidney at the planchette, a session was held that would in due course become the most striking single piece of material in the published planchette record. The session began in the manner of the previous ones, with general questions put to the planchette and indistinct or fragmentary replies received. Helen at one point asked whether anyone wanted to speak to them. The planchette wrote at once the word yes. She asked the communicator's name. Whatever was directing the planchette took up the question without delay and wrote, in a large and scrawly hand, quite unlike the hand of the previous sessions, the following message: Sunex Amures and one of his men mean to burn the rectory tonight at 9 o'clock. End of the haunting. Go to the rectory, and you will be able to see us enter into our own, and under the ruins you will find bone of murdered wardens. Once Q. Helen. Helen, taking the message at face value as a planchette response, of the kind the sessions had been producing, asked the new communicator in which room of the rectory the fire would start. The planchette returned at once the answer: over the hall. The session continued for a short while, with further questions put to Sunex Amures, but the planchette, having delivered its prediction, fell into the dumbness which Helen had on previous occasions encountered when the communicating intelligence had said all it intended to say. The transcript was preserved by the Glanvilles and was sent forward to Price's office in due course as part of the cumulative record of the planchette work. The Glanville family, in Price's published account of the matter, did not take the prediction seriously. The various communications received through the planchette across the previous 5 months had been of a character to suggest unconscious activity in the sitter rather than direct contact with the agencies they purported to identify, and a prediction of an arson attack on a building 70 miles away that very night could not, on any sensible reading of the surrounding context, be the kind of communication that warranted urgent action on the part of the sitters. Sidney Glanville and his daughter, in the published account, made no attempt to travel to Borley that night to observe Sunex Amures and his men starting the blaze, and the rectory at Borley, as far as anyone knew at the time, was not disturbed by any unusual events on the night of the 27th of March 1938. Price's tenancy of the rectory expired in May 1938, on the date that had been set in the original lease with Henning. The body of observers withdrew across the closing weeks of the tenancy. Glanville's plans were completed. Westland's photographs were developed. Bellamy's apparatus was retrieved. Joad's article had appeared in Harper's. The Blue Book's instructions had been followed across the 12 months by the body of 48 observers, and the cumulative record of their observations was now, in Price's offices in Kensington, ready for the work of editing and publication that would, in due course, produce The Most Haunted House in England. The rectory itself, with the lease expiring, returned once more to the hands of the diocese and the Bull family at Vowson, and stood empty across the summer and autumn of 1938. In the latter part of 1938, the diocese acted to dispose of the building permanently. The rectory was offered for sale through the parish authorities, with the proceeds to go to Queen Anne's bounty, the body which since 1704 had administered the property of the Church of England for the augmentation of poor benefices. The asking price was modest, reflecting the building's substantial inadequacies as a domestic property, the absence of any utility services, and the cumulative effect on the rectory's reputation of 9 years of newspaper publicity about its alleged haunting. The building, in the autumn of 1938, was bought from Queen Anne's bounty by Captain W. H. Gregson for the sum of £500. The building had been insured, in the course of the sale and the subsequent transfer of ownership, for the sum of £3,500, a figure which reflected the rebuilding cost of a substantial Victorian rectory rather than its market value as a property. Captain Gregson wrote to Price on the 2nd of November 1938 to inform him of the change of ownership and to introduce himself as the new proprietor. The letter, which Price reproduced in his book, was a friendly one. Gregson explained that he had bought the building with a view to taking up residence there with his 2 young sons, Alan, aged 18, and Andrew, aged 14, and that he was aware of the rectory's reputation and had no objection to it. He was, on his own account, a man of practical disposition, who had served as a captain in the army during the First World War, and who had purchased the rectory in part because of its low cost, and in part because he was interested by what he had read of its history. Gregson moved into the rectory grounds early in December 1938. He took up residence, in the first instance, in the cottage which stood on the boundary of the rectory grounds, the cottage in which Edward Cooper had heard the padding dog phenomena across the years of his service to Harry Bull. The big rectory itself, Gregson intended to occupy by stages, moving in his furniture across the months that followed and getting the building ship-shape at his own pace. He renamed the building, almost immediately on taking possession, with the title Borley Priory, the change of name having been required by a clause in the conditions of sale which had precluded his calling the building Borley Rectory, on account of the possible confusion with the church benefice that had previously been attached to the property. The new name was, in Price's later judgment, an appropriate one, although the supposed monastic foundation it referred to had no historical existence at the site. Across December 1938 and January and February of 1939, Gregson worked at the gradual occupation of the building. He brought in the substantial library of books which had been the larger part of his domestic possessions. He installed furniture in the principal rooms. He made arrangements for water supply through the existing well and the hand-wheel pump in the courtyard. Since the building remained as it had been throughout its history, without mains, water, gas, or electricity, he took occasional meals at the cottage with his sons and slept at the cottage rather than in the big house. The rectory, by the close of February 1939, was approximately 3 months into its life as Borley Priory under its new ownership, and was about half furnished in the principal rooms of the ground floor. On the evening of Monday, the 27th of February 1939, 11 months to the day after the planchette session at Streatham, at which Sunex and Amures had announced his intention of burning the rectory, Captain Gregson was in the main hall of the building, sorting out boxes of his library books for distribution to the various rooms in which he intended to install his shelving. He had with him, by the lamplight he was using to work by, a paraffin oil lamp of the standard domestic kind that the rectory had used throughout its history. The hall in which Gregson was working was on the ground floor of the building immediately inside the main entrance, the same hall in which Mr. V.C.C. Wall had heard the smashing of glass on the night of the 12th of June 1929, the same hall through which the various missiles of the October 1931 Goldney visit had hurtled down the stairs from the upper floor to crash to pieces on the floor below. At some point on the evening, in Gregson's account as he gave it to Price in correspondence and to the journalist who reported the fire in the days that followed, the paraffin lamp was overturned. The lamp burst on impact with the floor. The burning oil spread among the packages of books that Gregson had been working with. In a few minutes the hall was a mass of flames. Gregson, on his own account, ran from the burning hall to the cottage on the boundary of the grounds to rouse his 2 sons, and from the cottage to the village to summon assistance. The Sudbury Fire Brigade was telephoned at approximately midnight, and Second Officer H. Rogers arrived at the rectory at midnight with several firemen and the Merryweather pump that the brigade then used for its principal appliance. By the time the fire brigade arrived at the rectory, the fire had taken hold of the substantial part of the building. The roof, on the firemen's arrival, had collapsed over the room which had been known across the rectory's history as the Blue Room, the room in which the Reverend Henry Dawson Ellis Bull and his son Harry had both died, and the room which had been the principal site of the alleged paranormal phenomena across the whole of the rectory's history. The interior of the upper floor was well alight. The staircase had caught. The plenitude of water that the firemen needed for their work was obtained from a pond some 50 yards from the rectory, since the rectory's own water supply, drawn from the well in the courtyard by the handwheel pump, was wholly inadequate to the requirements of firefighting. The firemen worked for an hour and a quarter, mastering the outbreak in that time, and remained at the site until 8:15 on the morning of the 28th of February, clearing the debris and making the structure safe. A witness, who had been returning home from Sudbury that evening, and whom Price subsequently interviewed, set down the appearance of the fire from the road outside the rectory. He had been walking home along the lane from Sudbury. As he approached the parish church of Borley, he saw a red glow in the sky to the east. He hastened his steps. As he neared the rectory, he found the building ablaze. The night was as light as day. A column of flames and sparks was shooting up into the sky. The top of the rectory, in his comparison, reminded him of the blast furnaces of the industrial Midlands. He heard a crash as the roof fell in. The far side of the house, the rooms overlooking the lawn, including the Blue Room, seemed to be burning most fiercely. The flames were streaming out of the windows. The firemen were pumping water onto the building. It was, in his estimation, the fiercest fire he had seen in the part of Essex in which he had spent his whole life. The cottage on the boundary of the grounds, in which Gregson and his sons were now sheltering, was not damaged by the fire or by the water of the firemen's hoses, and remained intact through the night and across the morning of the 28th. The fire of the 27th of February 1939 has been read in the literature of the case in 3 distinct ways, none of which has been definitively settled by the surviving evidence, and all of which remain in the documentary record as legitimate interpretations of what happened that night. The first reading, set out by Price in his book and supported by a number of subsequent commentators, is the paranormal one. The fire occurred 11 months to the day after the planchette session at Streatham, at which Sunex Amures had threatened to burn the rectory. The fire, in Gregson's account of its origin, started in the main hall of the building, immediately beneath the part of the upper floor which Sunex Amures had named in his prediction as the location at which the fire would begin. The Blue Room, on the upper floor immediately above the hall, was the first part of the upper floor to be substantially damaged in the fire, and the room which the Sudbury Fire Brigade reported on their arrival as having had its roof already collapsed. The correspondence between the planchette prediction and the actual fire, in respect of timing, of starting point, and of the principal area of damage, is, on Price's reading of the events, of a kind that warrants serious consideration as evidence that the planchette communication of the 27th of March 1938 had been a genuine prediction of an event that subsequently took place. The second reading, which is the reading that the Gregson account itself would on its own terms support, is the accidental one. Gregson was, on his own account, and on the accounts of the journalists who reported the fire, sorting library books in the main hall of the rectory by the light of a paraffin lamp on the evening of the fire. Paraffin lamps in domestic use in the late 1930s were not infrequently the cause of accidental fires, when overturned, broken, or otherwise mishandled. Gregson, who had been working with the lamp by his side and had been moving boxes of books in proximity to it, had at some point caused the lamp to fall. The lamp had broken, and the burning oil had spread among the packages of books in the hall. The fire that followed was a wholly ordinary domestic fire, of the kind that the conditions of unfurnished buildings, paraffin lighting, and substantial quantities of dry combustible material could be expected to produce in any house in England in the period before the substantial extension of mains gas and electricity to rural areas. The 11-month correspondence with the Sunex Amures prediction, on this reading, is a coincidence rather than a fulfillment. The third reading, which complicates both the paranormal and the accidental readings, was offered by the insurance company that had underwritten the building's cover at the time of the sale to Gregson. The investigation conducted by the insurance company in the days after the fire concluded that the fire seemed to have been started deliberately. The insurance company's view of the matter has been preserved in the secondary sources rather than in the primary published accounts. Its precise reasoning is not, in the surviving record, available for direct examination. Its decision had practical consequences for the question of whether and how Gregson would receive the insurance proceeds on the building, but the documentary record on this question is incomplete in the surviving sources. The deliberate fire reading, taken in conjunction with the financial circumstances of the purchase, a building bought for £500 and insured for £3,500, would suggest that Gregson, having acquired the rectory at a substantial discount on its rebuilding value, may have arranged for the fire to occur in such a way that the insurance proceeds would substantially exceed his purchase cost. The deliberate fire reading has not, in the literature, ever been pressed to a confident conclusion. The insurance company's view is preserved as the view that an interested party reached at the time, on the basis of evidence which has not entirely survived, and the matter has been left as one of the various unresolved questions of the rectory's later history. The three readings cannot be reconciled. The 11-month correspondence with the planchette prediction is consistent with the paranormal reading in respect of the date and the starting location of the fire. It is also consistent with the accidental reading, on the basis that planchette material, on the unconscious ideomotor interpretation, favored by skeptical analysts of mediumistic communication, occasionally produces predictions that come to pass by chance across substantial periods, and the records of psychical research contain numerous examples of such coincidences without supernatural cause. It is also consistent with the deliberate fire reading, on the basis that Gregson, who had acquired the rectory in late 1938, may have been familiar with the published planchette prediction by the time of his purchase, and may have selected the date of the fire so as to fall on the 11-month anniversary of the prediction precisely in order to take advantage of the resulting paranormal interpretation in any subsequent insurance dispute. None of these readings is settled by the surviving evidence. All are preserved in the documentary record, the question of which is correct remains, in the literature, open. The rectory, at the close of the 27th of February 1939, was a substantially gutted building. The roof had collapsed over the principal rooms of the upper floor. The interior of the rooms above the hall and around the staircase had been burnt out. The windows had been blown by the heat. The walls, however, had not fallen. The rectory had been built, as the chapter on its construction had set out at length, with foundations of brick 2 feet thick beneath the cellar floors, with substantial brick load-bearing walls throughout, and with a structural integrity that the fire of February 1939, although it had destroyed the roof, the floors and the contents of the building, had not been able to bring down. The shell of Borley Rectory, gutted and roofless, remained standing on the site at the close of the night of the fire, and would remain standing across the years that followed until the substantially less dramatic but more conclusive event of its demolition in 1944 would finish the work that the fire had begun. The next chapter takes up the story of the rectory at the burnt-out stage, with Captain Gregson and his sons surviving in the cottage, with Price visiting the site to inspect the damage and to interview Gregson about the events of the fire and the subsequent phenomena that Gregson would in due course report at the cottage and at the burnt shell of the main building, and with the question of Marie Lairre's burial being addressed by means of a new investigation in the cellars of the gutted rectory in the summer of 1943. The morning of the 28th of February 1939 broke at Borley over a substantially altered scene. The rectory, which had stood on its plot at the southeastern corner of the St Mary's churchyard since the close of 1863, had ceased through the events of the previous night to be the building it had been. The roof had collapsed across the principal rooms of the upper floor. The interior of the rooms over the hall, including the blue room, the chapel, and the 4 bedrooms numbered 4, 5, 6, and 7 on Sidney Glanville's plan, had been gutted by fire. The window frames had been burnt out of their apertures, leaving the bare brick openings in the gable ends through which the morning light now passed unobstructed. The walls themselves, however, had not fallen. The substantial brick load-bearing structure of the rectory, founded on the 2-foot thick brick foundations beneath the cellar floors, had withstood the heat and remained standing as the daylight returned. The cottage, on the boundary of the grounds, in which Captain Gregson and his 2 sons had taken refuge during the night of the fire, was undamaged and continued to serve as the family's residence in the months that followed. Captain Gregson, in the days and weeks after the fire, set down for Price's correspondence and for the journalists who came to interview him a body of accounts of phenomena that he had experienced at the rectory during the brief period of his residence there before the fire, and which he continued to experience at the cottage and the ruins after the rectory's destruction. The accounts, although they came late in the documentary record of the rectory's haunting, were of a piece with the kinds of experience that earlier residents of the property had recorded across the previous decades, and they have been preserved in Price's 1940 book in some detail. The first of Gregson's accounts concerned a black cocker spaniel which had been the family's principal household dog during their move into the cottage in early December 1938. Gregson, in his account, had within a day or two of taking possession of the property gone out into the courtyard one night to draw water from the hand-wheel pump, taking the dog with him. As he was working at the pump, he distinctly heard footsteps at the far end of the courtyard, as though something were treading over the wooden trapdoor that led down to the cellars. He paused, and at the same moment the dog stopped dead beside him, and, in his words, positively went mad. The animal shrieked, tore away from the courtyard, and continued shrieking as it ran out of the rectory grounds. Gregson searched the yard, but no person was there. The dog was never seen by the family again. After the loss of the first spaniel, Gregson purchased a second, also a spaniel puppy. The second dog, going through the courtyard one day with him, behaved in the same way as the first. It saw something Gregson could not see, began whining and shrieking, bolted, and like its predecessor, was never seen again. A further account from Gregson's residence concerned an experience in the cellar of the gutted rectory after the fire. Gregson, in the course of clearing debris from the cellar one day, found a toad among the rubble. He thought it was a pity to leave the creature there, and made a small bag out of a piece of cloth, placing the toad inside and tying the 4 corners of the cloth into 2 tight knots so that the toad could not escape. He intended either to release the toad in the garden or to return it to a more suitable part of the cellar, although he did not in his account specify which. A minute later, when he went to remove the toad from the cloth bag, the toad was gone. The knots were still tied. In his account, as he had tied them, there was no visible means by which the toad could have escaped from the cloth without untying or cutting the knots. Gregson, who set out the matter in a broadcast he gave to the BBC later in the year, did not offer a confident explanation for the disappearance. A further account, drawn from the same broadcast, concerned a series of footprints which Gregson found on the lawn of the rectory grounds one morning after a heavy fall of snow. Coming down to the garden in the course of his usual morning routine, Gregson found, stretching diagonally from one corner of the main lawn to the other, a series of impressions in the snow. The impressions, on his initial assumption, had been made by a trespasser during the night. On closer examination, however, he came to the conclusion that the impressions could not have been made by a human foot, nor by any animal known to him. They were almost formless in his description, and yet quite distinct. The track was in one direction only, from one corner of the lawn to the other, and seemed to disappear at the wall that ran parallel to the path across the lawn known as the Nun's Walk. The footprints did not return. Gregson, who was a man of practical disposition and not given to extravagant interpretation of natural phenomena, set down the matter as a thing he could not account for, and the question of what had crossed the lawn that night remained, in his judgment, unsolved. Phenomena were also reported during the fire itself by witnesses who had gathered around the burning building in the small hours of the 28th of February. A police constable on duty at the scene, in an account preserved in Gregson's interview with a press representative, reported that he had, at approximately 4 o'clock in the morning, asked Gregson who had been the lady and gentleman who had just preceded him in passing across the courtyard. Gregson, in the constable's account, replied that there was no woman on the premises. The constable described the figures, in the form Gregson set down, as a woman in grey and a man wearing a bowler hat, walking together across the courtyard, a little ahead of where the constable had been standing. Two further witnesses, whom Price interviewed during a later visit to the site in June 1939, reported having seen figures moving among the flames near the Blue Room window while the fire was at its height. The figures, in the witnesses' descriptions, were small and indistinct, were visible against the brightness of the burning rooms behind them, and disappeared into the flames as the witnesses watched. The most carefully attested of the post-fire phenomena, however, was an incident that occurred a month after the fire, on the evening of Sunday, the 26th of March, 1939. The occasion was a visit to the ruins by a small party of local people who had asked Captain Gregson for permission to inspect the burnt-out building, and who had been given permission to do so on the condition that they did not enter the wreckage itself, on account of the structural risk from the charred and crumbling rafters that remained where the upper floors had been. The party assembled at the rectory gates at approximately 10:30 in the evening, in cold but clear weather, with the moon in its first quarter and shining sufficiently brightly to illuminate the ruined building. Among the members of the party were Mr. Charles Graham Brown of Pound Hall, Long Melford, and Miss Rosemary M. Williams, the daughter of Captain Williams of Borley Lodge near Sudbury. The party, on Captain Gregson's stipulation, did not enter the wreckage of the building, but wandered round the outside in small groups across the half hour that followed, examining the gable ends and the burnt-out apertures in the moonlight. One of the visitors had brought a camera in the hope of obtaining a photograph of the Borley nun. While the party was so engaged, Miss Williams was standing on the path that ran parallel to the large lawn, the path that had been known across the rectory's history as the Nun's Walk, looking up at the gable end of the house from the south side. It was while Miss Williams was so standing, in her own signed statement, which Price subsequently obtained and reproduced in his book, that she saw a small woman at the upstairs aperture which had once been the window of the Blue Room. Her first impression of the figure was of someone in a light buff-coloured coat. As the figure approached the window, she could see that it was a woman clothed in blue. The figure remained at the aperture for several seconds, then turned towards the wall and, as it seemed to Miss Williams, walked through it. The figure had been small but quite distinct. In her statement, visible for long enough that she had been able to observe its movement and the colour of its dress, she had drawn a diagram of the figure's path across the room, which Price reproduced in his book alongside her signed statement. None of the others in her immediate party had been looking up at the window at the time, except for Mr. Charles Graham Brown, who had seen, for an instant, something resembling a figure of a woman disappearing from the window. The crucial feature of the Williams sighting, which has caused it to be cited in the literature of the case as the most evidentially significant of the post-fire phenomena, was the structural condition of the rooms behind the Blue Room window aperture. The fire of the previous month had consumed the floors of the upper story across the front and side of the building, including the floor of the Blue Room itself. Nothing remained behind the aperture except the charred and crumbling rafters that had once supported the floor, and these were no longer capable of bearing weight. A human person at the window aperture would have had nothing to stand on. Price himself, when he visited the site on the 28th, 29th and 30th of March 1939, 2 days after the Williams sighting, attempted to reach the burnt-through rafters by climbing over the debris, and could not approach the Blue Room window aperture on account of, in his own judgment, the absence of any safe footing among the charred remains of what had once been the floor. The members of the original party, in Williams's signed statement, had themselves considered and rejected the explanation that someone had been physically present at the window. They found that the floorboards were burnt away, and that no human person could have stood at the window without falling through into the rooms below. The alternative explanation that the figure had been a trick of the moonlight on a piece of broken glass was also disproved at the scene, since the window frame had been burnt right out of the aperture, and there was no glass remaining at the window through which any reflection could have been produced. The members of the party, in the substance of Williams's statement, were left with the appearance and disappearance of a figure at the window aperture for which no ordinary explanation could be supplied at the time, and for which no explanation has been supplied since. Other accounts of phenomena at the burnt-out rectory accumulated across the months that followed. Herbert Mayus, the chauffeur to the Reverend A.C.C., Henning of Liston Rectory, had on the night of Thursday, the 16th of March 1939, been cycling home from Borley along the lane past the burnt-out building on a dark night with no moon. Mayes's account, which Price interviewed him about 2 weeks later, set down a series of unusual experiences at the lane outside the rectory, which Mayes had not been able to explain, and which Price preserved in the book as part of the cumulative record of the post-fire phenomena. Various other sightings of figures, lights, and unusual sounds at the burnt-out site were collected by Price across the period from March to June of 1939, and were set down in the closing chapters of the book in the form they had reached him through correspondence and interview. Across the years that followed, the burnt shell of the rectory continued to be the subject of investigation by various groups, although the texture of the inquiries was substantially different from what it had been during the year of the tenancy. The most substantial of the wartime investigations was conducted by a team of students from Cambridge University, organised by Mr. Andrew J.B. Robertson, a lecturer at St. John's College, with the assistance of a body of undergraduates who took on the work as a piece of vacation research. The Cambridge group conducted 25 vigils at the ruins between 1939 and the eventual demolition of the building in 1944, in conditions which the war years had made considerably more difficult than the year of Price's tenancy had been. Some inexplicable sounds were heard during these vigils. In the careful records that Robertson and his colleagues kept, some unusual temperature changes were noted. Some apparent instances of paranormal phenomena were recorded. The Cambridge records also contain, however, a number of explicit acknowledgements of cases of hoaxing during the vigils, in which the investigators had observed local young men interfering with the conditions of the watch or other forms of imposture. The Robertson investigations, which would in due course be written up in a paper for the Society for Psychical Research, contributed a body of material to the cumulative record without resolving any of the questions that the rectory's history had by then accumulated. A further development across the wartime period was the entry into the case of Canon W.J. Fithian Adams, a clergyman of Carlisle Cathedral and a man of substantial scholarly attainment in the field of biblical studies and of the history of cult and ritual in the ancient world. Fithian Adams had read Price's 1940 book on its publication and had taken a particular interest in the question of the Lairre identification and the historical narrative that the planchette work had produced. He advanced, on the basis of his own interpretation of one of the cryptic wall writings, a theory that the bones of the murdered nun might be found under the ruins of the rectory. The canon's reasoning depended on a particular reading of the text of one of the writings, on certain historical assumptions about the form in which a buried body in an older building on the site of the present rectory might have been disposed of, and on the cumulative force of the planchette material that had identified the burial as having occurred in the cellar of the older building. Price, who had hitherto been at pains to warn his readers against taking the planchette material too seriously, found himself drawn by the canon's analysis to the prospect of investigating the suggestion through actual excavation of the cellar floors of the gutted rectory. In August 1943, Price conducted a brief dig in the cellars of the ruined building. The cellars, although the rectory above them had been gutted by the fire of February 1939, had survived the fire substantially intact on account of the brick vaulting that had carried the ground floor above them and that had remained in place across the events of the fire. The dig was conducted with the assistance of local helpers and with the permission of Captain Gregson, who had retained ownership of the property since his purchase from Queen Anne's Bounty 5 years before. The work was conducted across several days in August 1943, with Price supervising and with such excavation tools as the wartime conditions permitted. The excavation produced, across the days of its conduct, a small quantity of material which Price would in due course set down as the principal physical evidence for the Lairre identification. Among the items recovered from the cellar floor were 2 human bones, including portions of the lower jawbone of what was, on subsequent examination, judged to be a young woman. Other portions of skull material were recovered, although the precise number of fragments and the completeness of the skeletal remains has been variously described in the surviving accounts. In addition to the bones, the dig produced a small number of medallions of religious character and certain other articles which Price judged to lend authenticity to the events that had been reported at the rectory and to be consistent in their character with the kind of burial that the Lairre identification had suggested might have occurred at the site. The dating and provenance of the bones and other articles were not at the time of the excavation subjected to careful analysis, and the question of whether the items had been in the cellar since the 17th century or had been deposited there more recently has remained, in the subsequent literature of the case, one of the disputed questions of the rectory's later history. Price, on the strength of the discovery of the bones, made application for the remains to be given Christian burial in the churchyard of St. Mary's, Borley, the parish in which the rectory had stood and to which the persons buried there had, on his interpretation, properly belonged in life. The application was refused by the parish authorities of Borley. The reason given by the Borley parish for the refusal was that the local opinion held the bones to be those of a pig rather than of a human being, and that they could accordingly not be received into consecrated ground. The opinion of the local people of Borley on the matter was sufficiently firm to prevent the burial taking place in their churchyard, and Price was obliged to seek a different parish willing to receive the remains. The neighbouring parish of Liston, with which Borley had been ecclesiastically combined since 1936 under the Reverend A.C. Henning, was prepared to accept the bones for burial in its own churchyard, where the soil was less constrained by the local conviction about their porcine origin. The interment was conducted at Liston in the year 1945, 2 years after the excavation, with the religious offices that Price judged appropriate to the occasion, and with masses said for the repose of the soul of the person whom the planchette identification had named as Marie Lairre. Whether the bones in Liston churchyard were in fact those of a French nun named Marie Lairre, of any French nun, of any human at all, or, as the Borley parishioners had maintained, those of a pig, was not at the time of the burial settled by any conclusive examination, and has not in the subsequent literature been settled by any examination of the remains as they now lie in their grave at Liston. The rectory itself, in the meantime, had reached the end of its physical existence as a standing structure. The walls had remained upright across the years from the fire to the closing months of the Second World War, with the burnt floors of the upper story having long since collapsed into the rooms below, and the gable ends standing alone against the sky in the form they had taken on the morning after the fire. The structural condition of the building, by the early months of 1944, was sufficiently deteriorated that the diocesan authorities and Captain Gregson, who remained the freeholder, agreed that the remaining shell would have to be demolished. The demolition was conducted across April 1944. The brick walls were brought down in stages by a small demolition team, with the cellars filled in with the rubble, and the materials of the building carted away from the site in lorries to be reused in such building works as the wartime conditions and the rationing of materials permitted. Price visited the site during the demolition on an occasion in mid-April 1944 in the company of Cynthia Ledsham, who was a reporter for the American magazine Life, and David Sherman, who was the photographer accompanying her. The Life article was being prepared as a feature on the demolition of the building that Price's book had made internationally famous, and Ledsham and Sherman had come to England to cover the closing scene of its physical history. During Price's visit to the site with the Life party, Sherman took a photograph in the rectory grounds which Price would in due course identify in his published commentary on the photograph as showing a brick in the act of levitating from the rubble of the demolition. The circumstances of the photograph have not, in the subsequent literature, been clearly established. Sherman and Ledsham left no detailed account of the conditions in which the image was taken, and the question of whether the brick had been thrown by a workman, dislodged by an ordinary cause, or had moved by some paranormal agency has remained, like so many of the questions of the rectory's history, in the documentary record without resolution. By the close of 1944, the demolition was complete. The bricks that had been laid by S. Cracknell and Mercier in the autumn of 1863, and on which the rafter inscription of that year had been preserved in the framing of the original construction, had been taken down course by course and removed from the site. The marble mantelpieces from the 1851 Great Exhibition, with the carved heads of the two monks looking out from the cornices, had been broken up with the rest of the dressings and removed in the lorries. The wooden trap-door over which Gregson's spaniels had heard the footsteps in the courtyard had been lifted with the ground floor structure and burnt for fuel. The well in the courtyard, with its hand-wheel pump and its 80 feet of brick lining, had been filled in with the rubble of the demolition. The cellars, in which Price had conducted his August 1943 dig, and in which the bones now buried at Liston had been recovered, had been filled with the broken brick and rubble of the walls that had once stood above them. The floor levels of the rooms had been brought down to the level of the surrounding lawn, and a covering of soil had been spread over the rubble to seal the site against further investigation. What remained, by the close of the demolition, was the plot of ground on which the rectory had stood for 81 years. The plot, on its eastern boundary, was still bordered by the churchyard wall of St. Mary's, Borley, which had been there since long before the rectory's construction, and which would remain there long afterwards. The Nuns' Walk, on the southern boundary of what had been the lawn, still ran where it had run since the rectory's earliest years, the path bordered by the trees that had been planted in the 1860s or earlier, and that the various witnesses across the decades had associated with the legendary appearances of the figure in religious habit. The cottage on the boundary of the grounds, in which Captain Gregson and his sons had been living since December 1938, was still standing, and would continue to be occupied across the years that followed by the various tenants who came and went in the cottage as the wider events of the post-war decades unfolded. The wall writings of the Foyster years, which had been photographed by Lieutenant Colonel Westland during the year of the tenancy, and which had been preserved on the painted plaster of the rectory's passages and rooms, were lost with the bricks of the walls on which they had been written. The pencil markings, which had been the principal documentary evidence on which the Marie Lairre identification had been built, existed at the close of 1944 only in the negatives of Westland's photographs, preserved in Price's library at his Kensington offices and subsequently transferred to the Harry Price Library at the University of London, where they remain to the present day. The diary on Lionel Foyster's desk had long since been transferred to Price's papers and was preserved with the rest of the cumulative record. The Blue Book of Instructions, the floor plans drawn by Sidney Glanville, the planchette transcripts produced by Helen Glanville at Streatham, the reports of the 48 observers, the photographs taken by Westland, the data from Bellamy's apparatus, the article published by Joad in Harper's, and all the other documentary materials that had been generated by the year of the tenancy and the years before and after it, were preserved at the Kensington offices, and would in due course form the basis of the published volume that had appeared in 1940, and of the further book on the rectory that Price would publish in 1946 under the title The End of Borley Rectory. The empty plot at Borley, by the close of 1944, was a piece of ground on which a building had stood for 81 years and now no longer stood. The site sat at the corner of the lane up from the church, with the churchyard wall on its eastern boundary, the cottage on its western boundary, the lawn that had been the Nuns' Walk on its southern side, and the trees of the original 1860s planting around its margins. A passer-by, walking along the lane on a winter afternoon at the close of the year, would have seen, where the rectory had been, an ordinary plot of country ground, sealed by the soil that had been spread over the rubble of the demolition, with no trace of the substantial Victorian building that had stood there between the autumn of 1863 and the spring of 1944. The next chapter takes up the story of the rectory site at this point in its history, and traces the further development of the case across the years of the Society for Psychical Research's investigations of the 1950s, the publication of the Society's report in 1956, the various defences and counter-defences that have followed across the decades since, and the form in which the Borley story now stands in the literature of psychical research at the close of the first quarter of the 21st century. The plot of ground at Borley on which the rectory had stood for 81 years lay quiet across the closing months of 1944 and into the early peace of 1945. The bricks and the rubble had been carted away. The cellars had been filled in. The soil had been spread over the levelled site, and the lawn that had been tended at intervals across the rectory's history was returning, in the slow, patient way of an English country lawn after a long disturbance, to the form that the wider grass of the village had always taken. The cottage on the boundary of the grounds was still occupied, and would be occupied across the years that followed by the various tenants who came and went in it. The church of St. Mary's still stood at the corner of the lane, with its squat tower and its squat porch and its medieval bells, exactly as it had stood since long before the rectory had been built, and as it had been described by Edward III's commissioners when the church had been granted to the Prior and Convent of Christ Church, Canterbury, in 1362. The Nuns' Walk, on what had been the southern boundary of the lawn, ran where it had always run, with the trees of the original 1860s planting still bordering it, and with the path beneath them taking the foot of any visitor who chose to walk it from the road end of the grounds to the place where the house had been. The Stour, half a mile to the south, flowed in its channel as it had flowed in all the centuries before the rectory, and as it would flow in all the centuries after. Harry Price returned to the site at intervals across the closing years of his life. He was, by the time of the demolition in 1944, a man approaching his 65th year, and his health had begun to decline. He published his second book on the rectory in 1946 under the title The End of Borley Rectory, in which he set down the events of the years from the fire of 1939 to the demolition, including the cellar excavation of August 1943, the discovery of the bones, the burial at Liston, and the various phenomena that had been reported at the burnt-out site across the wartime period. He continued to lecture on the case at intervals, including a fundraising slide lecture given in 1947, the year before he died, at a hall in Sudbury, the proceeds going to the Church of St. Mary's, where the bells from which Simon of Sudbury had been instituted to his archbishopric in 1375 still hung in the squat tower at the corner of the empty plot. He retained an interest, in the closing years of his life, in the historical question of the Lairre identification, and had hopes of conducting research at Le Havre into the convent records of the 17th century to see whether any documentary trace of the planchette-identified nun could be uncovered, although the post-war conditions and his own declining health prevented him from undertaking the journey before he died. Price died on the 29th of March 1948 at his home in Pulborough of heart failure at the age of 66. The years immediately following Price's death produced, in the literature of the case, the slow public emergence of those reservations and contesting accounts that had been held privately during his lifetime, and that the chapters of this monograph have set out at length in their proper places. Charles Sutton's account of the pebbles in Price's coat pockets, suppressed by the Daily Mail in 1929 on the threat of legal action, was published shortly after Price's death, in the form Sutton had originally written it. In a letter to the editor of the Inky Way Annual, the account would in due course be picked up by the wider press and form one of the foundational documents of the case against Price's investigative integrity. Mrs. Mabel Smith, the widow of the Reverend Guy Eric Smith, wrote in 1949 to the Church Times, denying that the rectory had ever been haunted by anything but rats and mice, and setting out for the first time in print her own settled view that the phenomena of the Smith years had been the product of ordinary causes magnified by Price's enthusiasm. Lord Charles Hope's private note of his July 1929 visits, in which he had recorded the suspicion that Price might be responsible for some of the phenomena, became known to a wider circle within the Society for Psychical Research and entered the cumulative record of the contesting case. Molly Goldney was given access to Price's papers after his death, and the various private letters in which Price had set down his October 1931 conclusion that Marianne Foyster had been fooling them at the rectory came into her hands as the foundational evidence of the contesting analysis of the Foyster years. The Society for Psychical Research, taking the view that the cumulative private reservations within its membership and the cumulative public material now accessible through Price's papers warranted a formal investigation of the Borley case, initiated such an investigation in the years following Price's death. The investigation was conducted by 3 of the Society's senior members, working in collaboration across some 6 years of detailed examination of the surviving evidence. The 3 were Dr. Eric Dingwall, a research officer of the Society of long experience and substantial standing in the field of psychical research, Mrs. K.M. Goldney, that is Molly Goldney, who had been present at the rectory during Price's October 1931 visit, and who had since then accumulated a substantial body of personal recollection and documentary access to the case, and Mr. Trevor H. Quote. Hall, a younger researcher whose subsequent reputation in the field would rest largely on his work on the Borley case and on certain other historical questions of the older psychical research literature. The three worked across the early 1950s at the examination of Price's papers, the interviewing of surviving witnesses including Marianne Foyster in her widowhood, the re-examination of the diary and the planchette transcripts, the analysis of the cumulative observations of the Foyster years, and the reconstruction, on the basis of the surviving documentary evidence, of the principal events of the Rectory's investigative history. The report of the three investigators was published by the Society for Psychical Research in 1956 under the title The Haunting of Borley Rectory, a critical survey of the evidence, in volume 35 of the Society's proceedings. The report ran to substantial length and set out the case against the Rectory's haunting in the form that has dominated the academic literature of the case ever since. The major elements of the report were the publication of Price's private letters about Marianne, including the day-after letter to Everard Fielding in October 1931, in which he had stated that they had been convinced she was fooling them. The analysis of the diary of occurrences, in which the report set out its conclusion that 99 of the 103 phenomena recorded depended entirely on Marianne's uncorroborated testimony, and that the remaining 4 could be attributed to ordinary causes. The Amures parallel, drawing on Hall's research into Lionel's Canadian years, and the proximity of the Foysters' Sackville residence to the Amures poltergeist case of 1878, including the discovery that Lionel had used the surname Teed as a pseudonym in his unpublished manuscript on Borley, the analysis of the various biographical inventions Marianne had given to her informants, including the Chilean diplomat father and the Schleswig-Holstein birth, and their contradiction by the documentary records that placed her birth in the household of a teacher of shorthand at Stockport, and the documentary evidence for the deletion of the relevant passage from the second edition of Price's Confessions of a Ghost Hunter. Anthony Frew's review of the report in the Spectator of January 1956 set out the principal findings for the wider intellectual public of the period, and the report itself entered the literature of psychical research as the standard skeptical analysis of the Borley case. The defenders of the paranormal interpretation of the Rectory began in the closing years of the 1950s and across the 1960s to publish their own replies. Peter Underwood, who had taken up the case after Price's death and who had interviewed many of the surviving witnesses to the Smith and Foyster years, published in 1973, in collaboration with Paul Tabori, who had been Price's literary executor, a substantial volume on the case under the title The Ghosts of Borley, in which the various contesting interpretations were set out alongside the body of testimony that Underwood had collected from witnesses still surviving from the years of the Rectory's habitation. Underwood's position, set out in the broadcast script, preserved in the Foxearth source, and developed in his published volumes, was that the score or so witnesses he had been able to interview from the Foyster years had all been emphatic regarding the personal integrity of Lionel Foyster, and that Lionel did not appear to him to have been the kind of man to be hoodwinked continuously for 5 years by his wife or by anyone else. The various individual phenomena on Underwood's reading might be susceptible of question or skeptical reinterpretation, but the cumulative weight of the witness's testimony, in his view, established that something genuinely unusual had been occurring at the Rectory across the period of the Foyster incumbency, and that the wholesale dismissal of the case by the Society's 1956 report had been excessive in light of the surviving evidence. Tabori, who had been Price's literary executor and who had access to the Price papers in their full form, defended Price's investigative methods against the more pointed of the personal accusations that Hall and Dingwall and Goldney had made in the report. Sidney Glanville, who had been the senior of Price's official observers across the year of the tenancy, and who had remained convinced across the rest of his life that the Rectory had been the centre of genuine paranormal phenomena, continued to maintain that conviction in such correspondence and discussion as he engaged in across his later years. His evidence, even in the wording of the Society's own 1956 report, was admitted to be one of the most puzzling features of the case, and Underwood took the view that it would constitute a phenomenon of the highest order if Glanville and his party had experienced paranormal events when no other party had done so. The most substantial defense of Price's investigative work in the period after the Society's report was made by Robert Hastings in a paper published by the Society itself in volume 45 of its proceedings in 1969. Hastings, who who was one of the few researchers within the Society to take up the defence of Price after the publication of the 1956 report, conducted a re-examination of the principal pieces of evidence on which Hall, Goldney and Dingwall had built their case, and arrived at substantially different conclusions on a number of the central questions. Hastings re-examined the testimony of Charles Sutton on the pebbles in Price's coat pockets, and concluded that the account had not been corroborated, and that the suppression by the Daily Mail in 1929 reflected the libel-aware judgment of an experienced editor rather than a positive determination of the truth of Sutton's allegation. He re-examined Mrs. Smith's recantation in light of her original letters and Price's own correspondence with the Smith family across the 1920s and 1930s, and concluded that the original belief had been more substantial than Mrs. Smith's later recollection had indicated. He re-examined the cellar excavation, the identification of the bones, and the various other matters of the rectory's later history, and reached on each of them a conclusion broadly favourable to the paranormal interpretation. He argued, in addition, that the originators of the Society's 1956 report had had their own investigative agenda, which had been to demonstrate that no paranormal events could possibly have occurred at Borley, and to reduce Price's standing in the field of psychical research. Hastings's paper has been preserved alongside the 1956 report in the Proceedings of the Society as a permanent counterweight to it, and the two together form the principal academic treatment of the case in the surviving literature. Marianne Foyster, who had been the central figure of so many of the questions that the case had accumulated, lived on into the 1970s. She had moved on from her marriage to Lionel after his death in April 1945, had lived under various names and in various circumstances across the post-war decades, and was eventually settled in the United States, where she gave 2 extended interviews to investigators interested in her recollections of the Borley years. The first interview was given in 1958 to an American private investigator named Robert Swanson. The second was given in 1977, when Marianne was approaching her 78th year, to a psychic investigator named Iris Owen, who would in due course set down the substance of the conversations in a published volume in 1979. Marianne, in the interview she gave to Owen, set out a series of admissions on the question of the rectory's phenomena, which, taken together, complicated both the paranormal and the wholly skeptical readings of the case. She acknowledged that some of the phenomena reported during the Foyster years had been faked, by herself or by Lionel, on various occasions, and for various purposes. She acknowledged that the diary of occurrences had not been the straightforward documentary record that Price had taken it to be in his 1940 book. She acknowledged that her husband had at certain points faked phenomena in order to observe people's reactions to them. She told Owen in particular that Price had known the diary was not the simple record of phenomena it had been represented as, and that Lionel had intended, at one point, to turn the diary into a published volume on the Amherst model, with the substantial commercial success of Hubble's Amherst book of 1879 as the implicit template. She acknowledged, in the substance of the interviews, the matter of her affair with the lodger at the rectory in the early 1930s, and that some of the paranormal explanations had been used to cover up her movements and absences from the household during the period. She insisted, however, that not all of the events at the rectory had been the product of conscious deception by herself or by Lionel. There had been, in her recollection, incidents which neither she nor Lionel had been responsible for, and which she could not, in her own remembrance, attribute to any natural cause. The pattern of her admissions, taken together, was that the rectory had been the site of a complicated mixture of genuine phenomena, conscious deceptions on her own part, and on Lionel's, and the kinds of ordinary domestic incident which a household in a difficult and isolated rural rectory might be expected to encounter across 5 years of residence. The mixture, in her late testimony, was not separable into its constituent parts. The phenomena had been experienced at the time as a single, continuing texture of disturbance, and she could not, in 1977, retrospectively categorize individual events as having been faked or genuine with the kind of confidence that the historical question would have required. Lionel Foyster, The methodical clerical man who had kept the diary on his desk through the 5 years of the household's residence at the rectory, and whose orderly mind had set down each new event in the careful manner of his clerical training, did not survive to give his own retrospective testimony. He had died in April 1945 at the age of 67, 20 years after the events of the rectory had begun, and 10 years after the family's departure from it. His character, in the testimony of those who had known him during the Borley years and who survived to give an account of him in the post-war decades, was substantially as Salter had described it on the basis of the October 1931 visit, a man of methodical clerical habits, of orderly mind, of personal integrity, of substantial scholarly training, of, in Salter's reckoning, little worldly wisdom, and entirely dominated by his wife in matters of household and domestic concern. The various witnesses interviewed by Underwood were emphatic, as has been set out, regarding Lionel's personal integrity. He was not, in the cumulative testimony of those who had known him, a man capable of conscious or sustained dishonesty in the matter of the diary or of any other documentary record he set his hand to. Whether he had been hoodwinked in the matter, or whether he had himself, as Marianne would suggest in her late interviews with Owen, occasionally faked phenomena for his own observational purposes, is a question that the surviving evidence does not finally settle. The two readings of his role, like so many of the paired readings the rectory's history has accumulated, stand opposed in the documentary record without being reconcilable. Dom Richard Whitehouse, who had been the Benedictine novice attached to Sir George and Lady Whitehouse's household at Arthur Hall in Sudbury during the early 1930s, and who had paid approximately 30 visits to the rectory across the months from June to December 1931, lived a long life in the religious community he had eventually joined. His settled view of the rectory's haunting, set down in the substantial chapter he had contributed to Price's 1940 book, and not retracted by him in the years that followed, was that the rectory had been across the period of his observations the centre of unusual phenomena which he could not, on the basis of his own experience, attribute to any ordinary cause, and which, taking the cumulative record of the rectory's history together, justified Price's choice of the title under which the book had appeared. His position was one of the steadier and less qualified among the various witnesses who had passed through the case, and his Benedictine training in the careful weighing of testimony and the disciplined examination of religious experience gave to his testimony a particular character among the surviving accounts of the Foyster years. The case as it stands now, 87 years after the fire of February 1939, and 82 years after the demolition of the surviving shell, has not been settled in any final way by any of the various parties to the long debate. The Society for Psychical Research's report of 1956 remains the principal skeptical document. Hastings's paper of 1969 remains the principal academic defense of Price. Underwood's volumes from the late 1960s and through the 1970s remain the principal popular treatment of the paranormal interpretation. The body of Price's papers at the University of London, which were transferred to the Harry Price Library after his death, and which contain the negatives of Westland's photographs, the Glanville plans, the diary of Lionel Foyster, the Blue Book, the Planchette transcripts, and the various private letters that Goldney's examination after Price's death brought to light, remains accessible to researchers and continues to produce, at intervals, new dissertations and articles on particular aspects of the case. The bones recovered from the Cellar excavation of August 1943 lie in their grave at Liston Churchyard, where they have been since their interment in 1945. The question of whether they are those of a French nun or of any human, or of the pig the Borley parishioners maintain them to be, never having been definitively settled by any subsequent examination. The honest historian's conclusion on the matter as it now stands is the conclusion that the Fox Earth Source's broadcast script of the late 1950s had reached at the close of its own treatment of the case. Whether or not Borley Rectory was haunted is now virtually impossible to determine. Quote, "Those who wish to believe that the rectory was the centre of genuine paranormal phenomena across the 81 years of its existence will find, in the surviving evidence, a substantial body of testimony from witnesses of standing in support of that conviction. Those who wish to dismiss the whole affair as a combination of the Smiths' over-imagination, Marianne's deceptions, Price's commercial exploitation and the credulity of an investigating community insufficiently rigorous in its standards of evidence will find in the same body of evidence ample support for that contrary conviction. The case has been written about for nearly a century by partisans of both readings and shows no sign of being settled by any further argument. What remains of the rectory itself at the close of the first quarter of the 21st century is the empty plot of ground at the corner of the lane up from St Mary's Borley, where the building stood for 81 years and where it has now not stood for 82. The site is bordered, as it has been since long before the rectory was built, by the churchyard wall on its eastern side, by the cottage on its western boundary, by the road on its northern frontage, and by the lawn that was once the Nuns' Walk on its southern margin. The trees of the original 1860s planting still stand around the boundary of the lawn. The hand-wheel pump that drew water from the 80-foot well in the courtyard for 81 years was lifted with the rest of the demolition rubble in 1944, and the well shaft below it was filled in with the broken brick of the walls. The Italian marble mantelpieces from the 1851 Great Exhibition, with their two carved monk heads looking out from the cornices, were broken up with the dressings of the building and removed in the lorries. The wooden trap-door over which Captain Gregson's spaniels heard the footsteps in the courtyard was burnt for fuel. The bricks on which the Foyster wall writings had appeared in pencil across the early 1930s, and on which Lieutenant Colonel Westland's photographs had recorded them across the year of Price's tenancy, were carted away with the rest of the brick rubble of the demolition. The stillness of the empty plot at evening, with the rooks crossing the sky from the elms behind the church to their roost in the trees on the further side of the lane, is a stillness that has gathered itself across the 82 years since the building was demolished, and across the centuries before any building was raised on the site, and that will remain after the documentary record of the case has been further added to or further reduced by the work of those who continue to investigate the matter. The Stour flows in its channel half a mile to the south. The bells of St Mary's hang in the squat tower at the corner of the lane. The lane up from the church climbs, as it has always climbed, in the gentle rise from the river to the higher ground of the hamlet. A passer-by, walking the lane on a summer evening, with the shadow of the church tower lying across the road as the sun goes down, may not know that a building stood here once, or that across the years of its existence the building was the subject of more newspaper articles, books, broadcasts, photographs, seances, official observations, planchette transcripts, exorcisms, lectures and learned papers than any other ordinary domestic dwelling in the British Isles. The pencil marks on the walls of the rectory's passages, that had been the subject of so many of the disputes the case has accumulated, exist now only in the negatives that Westland developed in his dark room in the autumn of 1937 and the spring of 1938, and that are preserved in the cabinets of the Harry Price Library at the University of London, where any researcher with an interest in the matter may examine them in the conditions of careful preservation that the library has maintained for them across the 80 years and more since they were transferred there. The diary of Lionel Foyster, in the form he set it down on his desk across the years of his incumbency, is preserved in the same library. The Blue Book of Instructions issued to the 48 observers across the year of Price's tenancy is preserved there too, in copies that bear the signatures of the observers to whom they were issued. The transcripts of Helen Glanville's planchette sessions at Streatham, in which Marie Lairre was identified as the writer of the wall messages, and in which Sunex Amures predicted that the rectory would burn, are preserved in the same cabinets. The body of evidence on which the case must be judged is, on its documentary side, more substantial than the body of evidence available for almost any other haunted house case in the recorded literature of psychical research, and yet, despite the abundance of the evidence, the case has not been settled by it, and shows no sign of being settled by any further accumulation of testimony or argument. In the wider story of the rectory, and of those whose lives passed through it, the figures of the principal witnesses have one by one taken their leave. The Reverend Henry Dawson Ellis Bull, who had built the rectory in 1863, and who had presided over its early decades as the centre of his ample family's life, died in the Blue Room in May 1892, and is buried in the churchyard of St Mary's at Borley. His son, the Reverend Harry Foyster Bull, who had succeeded him in the cure, and who had reported the apparitions of the early years of the 20th century, died in the same Blue Room in June 1927 and is buried beside his father. The Reverend Guy, Eric Smith, died in 1940, the year after Price's first book on the case had appeared, and was outlived by Mabel, his widow, into the 1950s. The Reverend Lionel Algernon Foyster died in April 1945, having outlived the events of the Borley years by 10 years and having outlived the rectory itself by 1 year and 1 month. Captain W. H. Gregson and his sons continued in the cottage at Borley across the post-war decades, and Gregson lived on into the 1960s. Sir George and Lady Whitehouse at Arthur Hall in Sudbury, who had been such kind hosts to the Foyster family across the difficult years of the early 1930s, died in the 1940s. Their nephew, Dom Richard Whitehouse, outlived them both in the religious community to which he had given his life. Sidney Glanville, the consulting engineer who had drawn the plans of the rectory and who had remained convinced to the end of his life that the rectory had been haunted, died in the 1950s. Molly Goldney, who had been present at the October 1931 visit and who had been one of the 3 principal authors of the Society's 1956 report, lived on into the 1980s and died at a substantial age, having spent very much of her later life on the patient examination of the documentary record of the case. Trevor Hall, the third of the report's authors, lived on into the 1990s. Eric Dingwall, the senior of the 3, died in 1986. Peter Underwood, who had taken up the defense of the case across the 1960s and after, died in 2014. Marianne Foyster, the figure at the centre of so many of the disputes the case had accumulated, died in 1992 in the United States at the age of 93. The witnesses whose testimony had built the case have all of them passed from the scene. The case stands now on the documentary record alone, in the careful cabinets of the Harry Price Library, and in the published volumes of the various authors who across the decades since have addressed it, and in the form which this monograph and the various other treatments have given to it from the surviving sources. The empty plot of ground at the corner of the lane up from the church remains, at the close of all of this, an ordinary piece of country in an ordinary country parish in the gentle landscape of the Stour Valley. The rooks cross the sky. The bells of St. Mary's mark the hours. The trees of the Nuns' Walk shed their leaves in October and put them out again in April. The wind, in the long summer evenings, moves through the grass that has grown across the levelled site and across the lawn that was once the lawn of